Our story kicks off with the main character, a guy named Ethan, a gamer who never really took games seriously. Because of that, all he could do was watch helplessly as his sister was cut down by some unknown man wielding a sword. What happened crushed him from the inside, because as her older brother, he couldn't protect her when it mattered most. While Ethan drifted through his thoughts, trying to understand where he went wrong and how it all led to this ending, a human silhouette with a sword appeared behind him. In the next instant, the blade pierced his body, and blood began pouring out. The unknown man lifted Ethan up, even though he was still conscious. Then he threw him down beside his sister, who was already nothing more than a lifeless body. Ethan still couldn't accept reality, telling himself that if he had known their story would end like this, he would have taken the game seriously from the very beginning, and everything would have turned out differently. Years earlier, after their parents died, the two of them were all each other had, and Ethan's biggest dream became protecting his sister and raising her into someone successful. He worked hard in real life, while the game called Primordial Realm was just entertainment to him, never realizing that the game would one day swallow their world and grant players the powers of their characters. That was how the global crisis began, and because of the game, he watched his sister die. Meanwhile, two players behind them were casually having fun, joking around and talking about what they would do next. Suddenly, the hero forced himself back onto his feet, his mind consumed by only three things. First, hatred for a world where the rules could change so easily. Second, hatred for himself for never taking the game seriously. And above all, hatred for his sister's killer, a man who clearly enjoyed slaughter. The guy grabbed some filth lying on the floor and hurled it straight at the killer's head, knocking him off balance. Holding his head, the killer couldn't understand what had just happened or why there was something like that near him. Ethan collapsed to the ground, watching the irritated killer with a twisted smile. He was glad that he had at least fought back, even if only once. But that was where the hero's life ended, as the killer immediately sliced off his head, declaring that he wouldn't allow a weak level 1 nobody to raise a hand against him. Then something felt wrong, and the main character suddenly woke up in his own bed at home. Outside, an announcement stated that there were 8 hours left until the opening of Primordial Realm. Sitting up, Ethan couldn't believe what was happening. He was alive, and he clearly remembered being killed by that level 20 bastard. Looking around, he didn't recognize where he was at first, until he realized it was his apartment from 3 years ago. Suddenly the door opened, and a female voice echoed through the room. The hero froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. Standing in the doorway was his sister, holding a box containing the Primordial Realm game authenticator. With a trembling voice, Ethan asked her what year it was right now. She replied that he must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed, and that the year was 2030, which shocked Ethan so deeply that he completely blanked out. Jumping out of bed, Ethan rushed to the window, staring outside with his mouth wide open as he realized he had returned to that very day, the day Primordial Realm was first activated. He hugged his sister tightly, swearing to himself that this time he wouldn't let them die, and that he would become the strongest player if this wasn't just a dream. On July 27, 2030, Primordial Realm, a full-dive virtual reality game, was launched, and on September 1st, it took over the world. All players gained the abilities of their in-game characters, and society's outcasts and lowest classes gained unimaginable power overnight, feeling dominance like never before. As a result, chaos erupted, and endless wars over money and power began. The main character originally chose the path of a casual explorer, which led to his death due to his low level in Primordial Realm. But by some miracle, he was reborn and sent 3 years back in time to the game's opening. That's why this time he planned to become the strongest, snapping back to reality as his sister pushed him away, embarrassed after he suddenly hugged her, thinking her brother was acting weird. Scratching his head in confusion, he muttered in surprise, wondering if he really had gone too far. We jump 8 hours forward, right before Primordial Realm was about to launch, as the main character put on his virtual reality headset. Lying back on his bed, Ethan knew there were only 34 days left until the game would seize the world, and if he could become the strongest player in that time, his sister wouldn't die. After logging in at the starting plaza, he saw countless players and a manager preparing to demonstrate an ability called Power. The first strike was normal, only splitting a large stone halfway. Then the administrator poured power into his next attack. With absurd ease, a single swing cleaved the same stone clean in two, as if a knife had passed through butter. The sight left the hero stunned, staring with his mouth wide open. Once the demonstration ended, the administrator finished the tutorial and the system transported Ethan directly into the game world. The spawn area was filled with players amazed by everything around them, but the hero was focused solely on leveling, choosing power, the core and most mysterious ability of Primordial Realm, the force that separated elite players from ordinary ones. He immediately set out to find the training pavilion. In Primordial Realm, there were no combat classes, only weapon-based specializations. Ethan rushed to locate a training room as fast as possible because the foundation of power lay in mastering a specific weapon, and once mastery reached 100%, the power skill would be fully unlocked. Because of that, he hurried toward the armory pavilion, worried there wouldn't be any space left to train. But to his surprise, the training hall was completely empty when he entered. That didn't faze him at all. He had only one goal, so he walked straight up to the weapon selection stand. Ethan decided to start with a katana since it was the weapon he loved the most, but knowing it might not be the perfect fit, he chose to test every weapon displayed on the rack. After 5 straight hours of training, the guy was completely drained, but he mastered the katana at a full 100%, meaning his primary weapon was now a cold blade. Even so, the moment he finished mastering the katana, he realized he had no time to waste, so he immediately moved on to studying another weapon. This time he chose a sword and began sharpening his skills with brutal dedication, pushing himself without mercy. We shift to the street outside the armory pavilion, where a girl and a guy walked past, amazed at how real everything around them felt. Suddenly, the girl noticed the training pavilion behind them. Curiosity sparked inside her because strange sounds were coming from within, and the guy pointed out that it had to be a training pavilion since there was a sign above the entrance. Without hesitation, the girl peeked around the corner. She spotted the main character, relentlessly training with a sword, carving his strikes into a practice dummy over and over again. The girl noticed that he was the only one training in the entire hall, which felt extremely strange to her. They walked up to the weapon stand but decided not to take any weapons, wanting first to understand how training even worked, so they examined it for a few minutes. After that, they tossed the weapons aside, calling it boring and only fit for losers. As they left, the girl's companion explained that the pavilion only increased weapon mastery and nothing else, adding that reaching 100% mastery required at least 10,000 strikes. The girl suggested ditching the training camp as fast as possible and spending that time leveling up instead, and the guy instantly agreed with her. While leaving, the girl glanced back one more time at the main character, and his image burned itself into her memory. Ethan never even noticed that anyone had entered, as he kept swinging non-stop, strike after strike. On the first day alone, he mastered the katana, the sword, and the halberd, yet still failed to obtain his long-awaited power. On the second day, he mastered the spear, axe, shield, and hammer to the maximum, but power still did not answer him. By the third day, when everyone else was already walking around with levels in the teens and 20s, the guy was still stuck at level 1, and power still refused to appear. He briefly considered that maybe he should gain a few levels and then return to training. but he crushed that thought instantly because he wanted to become the strongest player, and power was the foundation of everything. So stopping was never an option, and he continued training without pause. Once again, we moved to the street outside the training pavilion, where the same girl and guy passed by, discussing how someone had died and how punishment in Primordial Realm was brutally harsh, with levels and experience wiped completely to zero. In the hallway, the girl noticed the main character again and was shocked to see that he was still training weapon mastery. The guy beside her was just as surprised, remarking that extreme activities in the mirror realm were way more fun, while the girl couldn't understand why the hero was pushing himself so hard, and her friend guessed that maybe the guy knew some hidden secret, suggesting they master at least one weapon. The girl immediately shut that idea down, saying it was pointless since the guy had spent 3 days in the training pavilion without any visible change, while others had already reached level 20, and weapon mastery alone wouldn't help him beat them. Ethan kept training without paying them any attention because he had only one goal and no time to waste. That irritated the girl, and she commented that Ethan looked like a game addict, saying that even if he became the strongest fighter, she still wouldn't train with weapons since leveling up was more efficient, then dragged her companion away, insisting they were wasting time and needed to grind levels. After several more days, notifications flooded in, informing the main character that he had mastered 18 types of weapons and earned the title Master Weaponsmith, allowing Ethan to use the skills and traits of the other 17 weapons with any main weapon. Standing there with a whip in his hands, utterly exhausted, the guy froze as he read the notification. He couldn't understand what the hell was happening because he had perfected every cold weapon, yet still hadn't received his long-awaited power. So he abandoned cold weapons altogether, guessing that firearms might suit him better, and without wasting a second, he headed for the firearms pavilion. On the way, he remembered that before his rebirth, he had never once seen a player using power with firearms. When he entered the pavilion, an enormous room opened up before him, packed with countless different weapons. The main character chose a pistol, thinking that more than 5 days had already passed and that others were probably reaching level 30, while he was still stuck at level 1. Looking at the massive wall of weapons, he wondered if there were simply too many, and if Primordial Realm might conquer the world before he could ever master them all, questioning whether it was even worth it. But then the image of his sister being killed by level 20 bastards resurfaced. Rage flooded Ethan's veins, and he understood that he had no choice and no way back, because without power, he would never become the strongest player. So, he began training with firearms, fully prepared to die again if fate demanded it, because quitting was never an option. We returned to the sword training pavilion, where the girl, who didn't really care, decided to check on the main character's progress out of sheer curiosity. After taking a closer look, she realized no one was there and assumed the guy had left, believing she would never see him again. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from somewhere nearby, shocking her, as she had no idea what that sound even was. She quietly moved up the stairs to see what was happening inside the weapons pavilion. Watching from a distance, she spotted Ethan, who had stopped shooting after completely destroying the training stand, while a mysterious green aura poured off his body. She covered her mouth to keep from screaming, unable to understand what was happening, her eyes filled with pure terror. The main character stood perfectly still, as if staring into empty space. In reality, the long-awaited notification finally appeared before him, stating that pistol mastery had reached 100% and congratulating him on acquiring power, known as resurrection. Frozen in disbelief, Ethan himself couldn't believe that he had finally obtained his power, and for the first time, he felt calm in the face of the coming catastrophe. A smile crept onto his face, and now he could finally level up with a clear mind and catch up to the other players. At that moment, his stats were completely average. all attributes set to 5 points, except for resistance, which stood at only 1 point. He also had a separate icon for passive abilities, which he had none of, but among active abilities he had powerful cover, increasing damage by 50 points at the cost of 1 cognition point, while under special abilities there was control of flame power, and his only title was Master Weaponsmith, which allowed him to modify his weapons. Turning toward the exit, the main character prepared to go grind levels and noticed a girl standing in the passage. She tried to pretend she hadn't seen anything, turning her gaze away and casually whistling to herself. Ethan didn't bother figuring out whether she had seen anything or not, because he had no time for that at all, so he walked past her as if she didn't exist, while she stood there burning with embarrassment. Inside her head, the girl was seething with frustration, unable to understand why she was even feeling shy, wanting to say something to him and, more than anything, to ask what had just happened, but she couldn't bring herself to do it and stayed silent. After leaving the training pavilion, the main character realized that only the weapon truly suited to a player could grant power, so he decided to head to the shop for gear, needing to buy a pistol and ammunition, as well as a melee weapon, since Ethan wanted to be ready for anything. Along the way, he overheard rumors that Primordial Realm had already reached 10 million players online. Arriving at the shop, the guy bought a low-level pistol called White Dragon for 500, a box of regular bullets for 300, and a low-level dagger for 200, spending a total of 1,000 on his loadout. Walking out of the shop, the main character felt gloomy about the prices he had seen, because they were insanely expensive for him, since the in-game currency was directly tied to real money one-to-one, making the cost feel painfully real, and he thought the Primordial Realm Company was seriously overdoing it. Still, he was satisfied with his purchases, and as he looked at the dagger, a single idea flashed through his mind. He activated his ability called Master Weaponsmith, a skill that allowed him to bypass the restrictions of power which normally could only be used with compatible weapons. After everything that had happened, the guy finally decided to head to the in-game company known as the Mirror Realm, where players could pay to create a mirror copy of themselves, letting others fight against that copy. And if a challenger won, they receive money from the mirror's golden reserve along with bonus experience. But if they lost, they forfeited all the money invested in the mirror. Walking down the corridor, the main character knew that the larger the golden reserve balance, the higher a player appeared on the tournament ladder. There were 2 conditions to participate in a Mirror Realm battle. First, the challenger had to be at least 5 levels lower than the mirror copy, and second, the entry fee was 10% of the opponent's golden reserve. The guy quickly realized these conditions weren't a problem for him at all, since as a level 1 fighter with power, he felt this place was practically made for him. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him shouting in frustration about losing again. The main character noticed 2 players exiting the resurrection point, complaining that the mirror copies were way too strong. Those players were saying they had lost all their money, and the levels they had worked so hard to grind, regretting ever stepping into the battle in the first place. Near them, 2 other players sat around mocking the scene, laughing at the main character and calling him a level 1 loser who showed up with the worst weapon in the game, a pistol. One of them guessed the guy was a complete newbie trying out the Mirror Realm for the first time, while also assuming that because of his inexperience, he would probably lose all his items. Ethan calmly summoned the system menu and began figuring out how everything worked. Right after that, another notification popped up asking him to confirm whether he was truly sure he wanted to fight a mirror player. The main character knew he had to fight, but whenever he looked at his opponent, fear crept in, because even in the game, he was someone who could be intimidated by anyone in his past life. Still, he made the decision and confirmed the battle, after which a notification appeared stating the participation fee was 100 wan, followed by another warning telling players not to leave the Mirror Realm. The system began transporting the main character. A few seconds later, He was teleported onto the arena opposite another guy, and the battle was set to begin in 10 seconds as the countdown started. When the countdown hit 5 seconds, the main character grew nervous, realizing this was the first time in his life he was stepping into a fight by his own choice. Fear and anxiety flooded him so intensely that his legs started twitching, and he tried to calm it down by smacking it a couple of times. Because he was distracted by that, he failed to notice the moment the battle began, and his opponent immediately lunged at him with a red sword, making it look like this was the end. By sheer luck, Ethan managed to dodge and fire a couple of shots in his opponent's direction. Every bullet missed, and the main character began losing his balance, teetering on the edge of falling. The opponent kept pressing forward and, seizing the moment when Ethan lost balance, knocked the weapon out of his hands. The blade was already right in front of the main character, and the opponent believed he had won, as if there was no way to dodge such an attack. But Ethan got insanely lucky because he had bought an extra melee weapon, which he used just in time to block the strike. In that instant, he realized he didn't understand what he was even afraid of, because the heavens had already given him a second life. So he chose not to waste that chance again, activating Master Weaponsmith and altering the dagger's stats, effortlessly deflecting the enemy's attack. With the dagger's enhanced power, the main character calmly shattered the opponent's sword and then cut down the guy himself. Even though he won, his body kept trembling, and that fact alone made him furious. We rewind a few minutes earlier, when those same two guys were still on the arena floor, talking about how, aside from the main participants and major guilds, it was nearly impossible for regular players to win in the Mirror Realm. Then we snap back to the moment of victory, as the system returned the main character from the battle back into the Mirror Realm building, and one of the guys who had mocked him noticed that he came back as the winner. Staring with his mouth wide open, the guy could hardly believe that the main character had defeated an opponent 5 levels higher, especially while being almost completely undergeared. It turned out those two weren't looking for teammates at all, but for someone they could place bets on to make money, and one of them started checking betting odds on a site called Backyard Garden. While one of them looked up the odds, the other kept a close watch on the main character. Soon, the green-haired guy announced that the response had come in, and his partner said that was perfect, never taking his eyes off the main character, since he needed to see which mirror copy Ethan would choose next in order to place a bet. The main character checked his stats and saw that his level had risen to 5, with all attributes doubling as well. But even those stats felt too small for him, and he knew he needed to become even stronger, realizing he had to overcome his fear of battle, because if he didn't, death would come for him sooner or later. Without hesitation, he selected his next opponent, ranked 55th. The system instantly teleported him to the arena. At the same time, the two guys were about to place a bet on the main character and decided to see who he was going to fight. A few seconds of silence and pure confusion followed. It felt like lightning struck them as they realized they were completely screwed. One of them rubbed his eyes desperately, praying that he was seeing things. The other, still in shock, said it wasn't an illusion at all because the main character had truly chosen a level 10 mirror copy known as Thunder. The green-haired guy recovered first and noticed that his friend was sitting on the floor, still completely stunned. He couldn't understand why the guy chose Thunder out of hundreds of other level 10 mirror fighters, because the main character had picked the strongest possible opponent on the list. The green-haired guy started spiraling, thinking about what would happen to their bet and hoping it hadn't been officially registered yet. But the white-haired one made it clear they had already requested the bet to be opened on the main character, meaning all they could do now was pray for a miracle, and if they lost, he demanded the green-haired guy keep his mouth shut because he didn't want anyone hearing about their humiliation. Then the bookie announced the current bets for the main character versus the strongest level 10 mirror copy. After seeing the odds, the two guys got so crushed they didn't even have the energy to cry, because the total money stacked on Thunder's victory had already blasted past 200,000, and their hope was basically dead. Meanwhile, Thunder appeared in front of the main character, a level 10 with a katana, wearing gear called Persistent Fighter, and Ethan stood there at level 5 with a pistol and dagger, rocking rookie gear, as the countdown to the fight began and his legs started shaking all over again. That set him off so hard that he stabbed his own leg with the dagger just to stop the tremor. 2 seconds before the start, he locked into a fighting stance, refusing to repeat the same mistakes he made in the first battle. The moment it began, the main character didn't waste time and rushed straight at his opponent, dodging attacks as he closed the distance. Even though his gunfire hit hard, his accuracy wasn't exactly clean, so the opponent could calmly deflect the bullets. A few seconds in, the opponent got tired of it and knocked the weapon out of Ethan's hands. Without waiting even a heartbeat, he went for a killing blow, looking like he had caught the hero completely off guard. But Ethan wasn't about to fold, and he activated his ability, his eyes flaring with a bright blue glow. He burst forward in an insane dash, slipping past Thunder's strike by a hair. Sliding back a bit, the main character made sure Thunder wasn't chasing him, then started analyzing the whole situation. He had 20 health left out of 100, and his cognition power was 28 out of 30, meaning he was basically one step away from losing. On top of that, normal attacks weren't doing anything to Thunder at all, not even leaving a scratch. The main character started to realize he had chosen an opponent he couldn't beat, and that he had pushed too far too fast and should have picked someone weaker and leveled up more carefully. But in the very next moment, Ethan snapped back into his stance because the whole thing felt dangerously fun to him, and he believed this was the only way to crush his fear. Deciding it was worse to stand still, he charged straight at his enemy head-on. At one point, the hero swerved to the side to avoid a lethal strike that would have erased all his health in one shot. But he miscalculated. His opponent was too fast, and in just a few seconds, Thunder was behind him, catching him completely off guard. Ethan knew he had zero chance to win, so he figured he had nothing left to lose before the killing blow, and decided to gamble, turning to face him and fire the pistol point blank. They traded fatal hits. Thunder sliced Ethan clean in half, while Ethan's pistol shot took Thunder's head off. The main character's health hit 0 out of 100, and Thunder's health hit 0 as well. But the system judged that Ethan dealt lethal damage faster than Thunder, so it counted as Ethan's win, rewarding him with an insane amount of experience and money, along with a level boost. Now the main character was way stronger. His level jumped to 13, his stats rose to 17 across the board, except resistance, which only increased by a single point. Letting out a breath, the hero realized he had walked the edge of death, and by sheer miracle he had won that unbelievable fight. Even more notifications poured in, and the biggest one said he had reached level 13, and his rebirth power had now unlocked a choice of development paths. We cut to the two guys who had bet on the hero, now surrounded by a crowd that cornered them, because anyone who lost a bet was forced to hand over their entire amount to the other participants. One of the guys was almost in tears, trying to negotiate a deal where they could surrender and give up only half the money instead of the full amount. But the one-eyed bookie pointed at them and shut it down, saying that option wasn't happening, and they weren't escaping that easy loss bet. The white-haired guy couldn't take it and snapped back, insisting they shouldn't act like it was already over when the result wasn't even decided yet. Pointing at the board, the bookie claimed he was 100% sure Thunder would win because Thunder would never lose to some newbie, and if it happened, the bookie swore he'd eat a pile of crap. On the board, right before the bookie said that, Thunder was highlighted as one of the top leaders among level 10 copies. But a moment later, the board refreshed, and it showed that Thunder had been defeated. Everyone around them couldn't believe it, and the instant they saw it, their jaws nearly hit the floor as their whole world collapsed in real time. The green-haired guy lit up with pure joy at the sight, practically shining because they had won. Then we shift back to the main character, Returning from the arena as the victor, a list suddenly appeared in front of him, the same one he had seen before, yet he still didn't understand what abilities were actually available to him. But he decided to end the game right there, and as he logged out, his sister entered the room and called him to eat. When he got to the kitchen, he didn't waste a second and started eating immediately, and his sister Alice told him she had cooked his favorite mushrooms. But Ethan barely heard her because his mind was stuck on Primordial Realm, where he had unlocked two new abilities he didn't even know existed, and the first one was Flame of Invasion Power, which had a crazy effect. Damage per second dropped from 50 to 25, but total damage came out to around 250 health. Beyond the abilities, the main character also kept thinking about the dangers posed by such terrifying opponents, and that pushed him toward the idea of building his own team. After a quick meal, he thanked his sister and headed back to his room, which surprised her a lot, since her brother had only eaten a single plate. That even stung her a little, and then she started thinking that the hero really needed to find a girl so someone could cook for him. We returned to Primordial Realm, inside the Mirror Realm building. The bookie dropped to his knees in front of the white-haired guy, begging him to accept leaving him half the money like he had offered. But the guy wasn't that soft and brushed him off, telling him to back off. But the bookie wasn't quitting and kept pleading, saying that the money he had bet on Thunder wasn't even his, but his family's. And since he had lost it all, he was probably about to get absolutely wrecked. The guy kept mocking him, pointing out how he had rejected the exact same deal just a minute ago, only to come back now offering it word for word. Before he could even finish, a red-haired man suddenly appeared and slammed the bookie's head against the wall, making it clear that all the money lost on the level 10 Thunder would have to be paid back. The red-haired man was named Jack, a member of the New Order Guild, the group in charge of the Mirror Realm. Pinned against the wall, the man desperately tried to explain that the player who defeated Thunder had nothing to do with him, that he had only opened a bet and had no idea the main character would choose Thunder's mirror copy, let alone defeat it. But none of that mattered to Jack because the biggest winner of that fight was the white-haired guy, and even if he somehow dodged responsibility in the game, things could be handled very differently in the real world. The man tried everything to get out of it, offering to hand over everything he had won from the bet so they wouldn't touch him in real life. Jack suddenly refused, saying he didn't need the money and let the poor guy go, who then admitted he had nothing else to offer. With a terrifying look on his face, Jack spoke only of a favor the man would have to repay later, and with no other choice, the man agreed. We returned to our hero, who logged back into the game after dinner to keep grinding, knowing he couldn't afford to slow down if he wanted to be ready by Judgment Day. A notification immediately popped up, asking him to confirm the development choice for the Power of Flame Restoration. Ethan didn't hesitate for even a second and confirmed the upgrade without doubt. 3 more notifications followed. The first detailed the skill he had chosen, the second confirmed Ethan's evaluation was complete with a combat power of 15.6, and the third granted him a new title called Private. One of the biggest changes was that after choosing the skill, he gained a dual attribute, massively boosting his stats across the board. When he checked his status screen, he was stunned to see that some of his attributes had climbed past 100. The main character knew he had become insanely strong, realizing that even though he was only level 13, his new stats and bonuses put him on par with a level 26 player. Ethan grew serious as he wondered whether he could now defeat a level 20 Thunder with his current strength. That seriousness quickly turned into confidence as he decided to challenge Thunder again, seeing him as the perfect opponent to test his power. A confirmation window for the battle against Thunder appeared, and he accepted it instantly. Just seconds after the hero selected Thunder, new bets appeared in the backyard garden betting house, and someone dropped the betting link into the player chat. The ones spreading the news were the 2 guys acting on Jack's request, but one of them went all in on the main character's victory, which triggered outrage from the blonde guy, since placing bets wasn't even required. The white-haired guy was confident that Jack couldn't touch him now, because even if he tried, he wouldn't get any support from the new order. The blonde noticed his friend's smug grin and guessed Jack had forced him to announce the bets publicly. But he couldn't understand the point of it all, since no one would bet on Nick and the odds would be trash, only to be told that the goal was simply to stir chaos. We shift to the interior battle arena of the Mirror Realm, where the match was set to begin in 10 seconds. On one side stood Thunder, level 20, wielding dual katanas and wearing advanced armor. On the other side was the main character at level 13, armed with only a pistol and a dagger, dressed in rookie gear. The hero steadied his thoughts, believing that with his cognition power reserve, he could predict the right moment and wipe out Thunder with ease. As the system announced the start, the main character attacked instantly, but Thunder blocked everything with his katanas, deflecting every bullet. While attacking, the hero kept closing the distance, parrying counterattacks, and noticed that his dual attributes had almost erased the raw power gap between them. That realization boosted his confidence, as high-level opponents no longer felt as overwhelming as they once did. Dodging side to side, Nick relied solely on his pistol, fully aware of how absurdly strong he had become. Letting Thunder get close enough, Nick blocked with his dagger and aimed straight for Thunder's head, ready to end the fight. In the final seconds, a smirk crept onto his face as he prepared to kill his opponent and finish the battle. Thunder, meanwhile, couldn't believe that a low-level weakling had pushed him this far and stood frozen in disbelief. The moment the hero saw his opponent's face clearly, he hesitated, lost focus, and canceled the pistol shot. That hesitation gave Thunder just enough time to counterattack, but Nick dodged and leapt back, taking no damage. Rage suddenly surged through the hero as memories of his enemy flooded back, and he halted his assault. Grabbing his head, Nick couldn't understand why he hadn't fired, realizing he was afraid of dying. Staring at his opponent and his own weapon, he started to believe he might never truly take control of his fate. More than anything, he feared that he would never grow and would always be scared of everyone in his path, but gripping the pistol tighter, he knew this moment would decide his future. Facing his opponent, he understood that only one of them would walk away, and his entire destiny was on the line. Launching into an explosive dash toward Thunder, both fighters charged head-on. Thunder struck first, with a blow meant to take Nick's head, but Nick managed to dodge it by a hair. Slipping behind him, Nick grabbed Thunder's head and pressed the pistol against it, realizing in that instant that he had truly changed. Without hesitating even a second, the main character pulled the trigger. 3 notifications appeared immediately, one declaring Thunder's defeat, the second confirming a level up, and the third stating that he had reached level 20 and could now choose the next evolution of his power. The hero's face hardened with resolve, as he understood that he had not only grown, but now stood ahead of all other players. Back in the lobby, those who had bet on him couldn't believe their eyes. They had actually won. Suddenly, the green-haired guy remarked that their bet hadn't affected the others. Even though Jack had opened a second bet on the level 20 Thunder, he still lost to the main character, and now everyone knew just how strong Nick was. The same guy then started calculating that after defeating a level 20 Thunder, Nick must have reached level 22 or even 23, leading him to conclude that the hero could now fight only level 30 mirror copies, whose rewards were insanely high, with Thunder being the only opponent they truly knew. Still, none of them could understand where the main character's absolute confidence came from. The belief that he could defeat a level 30 Thunder with 100% certainty. So they assumed that once Nick challenged a level 30 Thunder, he would likely lose and be in serious danger. The moment the main character teleported back to the Mirror Realm, he knew he hadn't just grown stronger, he had stepped ahead of the rest of the players. Looking at the tournament ladder, he saw Thunder's level 30 mirror copy sitting at the very top. In the previous battles, he had proven to himself that he was stronger than others, but now he had to crush the level 30 Thunder Mirror copy, the one most players called unbeatable. Before entering the fight, rumors spread around him that one player had completely reset himself just to take revenge on level 30 Thunder, only to lose again, proving that the title Invincible Mirror Copy and Strongest Fighter wasn't just hype. And he also heard that New Order had risen to the top guild thanks to Thunder. After that, the main character didn't hesitate, summoning the system with a killing look in his eyes, barely able to wait for the fight with Thunder. The system asked again if Nick truly wanted to enter a battle against a level 30 mirror copy. Naturally, he didn't pause, and the system instantly transferred him. Jack, watching the main character from the sidelines, ordered all his people to open bets on Thunder's victory. We cut to the two guys again, one of whom opened a bet on the main character's win, driving the blonde guy furious because he believed Nick had zero chance against a level 30 Thunder. Yet the white-haired guy ignored him and said he believed in Nick. We moved to the arena, where the level 30 Thunder stood, wielding an unusual weapon, a katana called Last Will, and wearing gear known as Ferocious. Meanwhile, Nick was only level 23, armed with a pistol and a simple dagger, wearing rookie gear, making it look like he had no chance at all. A moment later, a notification appeared stating that his intelligence attribute had surpassed 100 points and cognition power increased by 1. Distracted by the notification, the main character didn't notice the battle begin, and Thunder wasted no time, lunging forward and instantly stripping 411 health from him. The main character was shocked, left with only 18 health, unable to believe just how fast Thunder was. The second attack should have finished him, but he barely managed to block it with his dagger and survive. With every passing second, Thunder angered Nick more, and he fully understood the seriousness of the fight, knowing that if he had blocked even a second later, he would have died without ever using healing. He deflected the attack and leapt backward, firing his pistol and dealing damage to Thunder at the same time. Every bullet flew with insane precision, as the main character refused to drag the fight out and tried to end it as quickly as possible. But all his attempts to wound the enemy were meaningless, as Thunder dodged effortlessly, making it feel like the bullets were moving in slow motion for him. With a single motion, Thunder closed the distance point blank, ready to finish the battle with one strike, a turn of events so sudden it shocked even Nick. Barely blocking the blow with his dagger, Nick still took damage, forcing him to constantly trigger healing. He failed to fully stop the attack, and another second without reaction would have sent him straight to death in the game world. Reacting just in time, he ducked under Thunder's strike and slipped to the side. He immediately widened the distance again, trying once more to deal damage with his pistol. Suddenly, Nick sank into his thoughts, realizing that even though his stats matched a level 46 player, Thunder was still overpowering him. Snapping back, he refused to give up, knowing that if this was truly all of Thunder's strength, he could unleash massive damage in seconds and claim victory. Nick decided to learn the skill Blessing, which boosted all attributes and activated a special state for 1 minute, and also learned Curse, which could randomly inflict one of 10 conditions: weakness, aging, sluggishness, stupidity, fatigue, poisoning, hallucinations, perception distortion, chaos, or madness. After learning the skill, another notification appeared confirming Blessing had been acquired, increasing his combat power by 15. Most importantly, all his attributes surged several times over, giving him a clear advantage over Thunder. The main character didn't hesitate and activated Blessing, knowing he lacked levels and would have to crush Thunder with raw attributes instead. A notification followed, stating that 400 cognition power had been consumed and all attributes were increased by 200 for exactly 1 minute before reverting. A white aura began to pour off his body, striking fear into anyone who stood before him. That aura also gave him courage, because with a full minute of activation, he knew it was enough to destroy Thunder. Thunder, unaware of what was coming, stood still for a moment, preparing for another attack. Then the opponent chose to strike first, rushing at full speed toward Nick, intent on ending it once and for all. For a split second, the main character thought about how defeating Thunder would make everyone assume he was hiding terrifying abilities, earning him the title of the strongest player. Snapping back to reality, he saw Thunder charging straight at him, weaving side to side. Even Thunder's movement wasn't enough. Nick raised his pistol and fired. The very first bullet slammed straight into Thunder's chest, interrupting the attack and throwing him off balance. Nick didn't stop after the first shot and continued firing with ruthless precision. Within seconds, more than 10 holes tore through Thunder's body, and it looked like the fight should have ended right there. But a moment later, Thunder stood completely unharmed, ready to continue, as if Nick had dealt zero damage. With a grin, Nick understood why no one had defeated him. First, Thunder's attributes far exceeded those of players at his level, and on top of that, he had passive abilities that activated at the moment of death. His power, combined with a mirror realm system that favored him, making Nick a rare exception. Settling into his stance, Nick decided to see what would run out first, the remaining time on his blessing or Thunder's so-called death avoidance power. He attacked relentlessly as the timer dropped to 25 seconds, knowing he couldn't lose now, because his true goal was to surpass his past self. Nick leapt back and counterattacked, thoughts of his past and the fate he once failed to control flooding his mind. With each exchange, Thunder pressed closer, and with only 15 seconds left on the skill, Nick pushed to maximize damage per second. The hero kept retreating and firing, while Thunder chased him down and deflected attacks without giving him a second to breathe. When only 10 seconds remained, one bullet smashed straight into Thunder's forehead, shattering his armor. Thunder's body began to shake violently. His weapon slipped from his hands, and he stopped attacking the main character. A moment later, Thunder finally collapsed, lifeless and empty, and the system began dissolving the enemy's body into nothing. The main character stared at what was left and couldn't believe his own eyes. He had just defeated the strongest Mirror World copy. In his mind, he could already see the rumors spreading. The strongest player, the one who beat level 30 Thunder, a monster with hidden abilities and the traits of an undefeated fighter. One of the guys around them pointed out that those two titles had nothing to do with them, because they were players, and the ones who carried level 30 power were a completely different breed, living in another world of strength. He backed it up with an example, showing how level 30 players were basically standing on the peak, while their own level was down near the floor, meaning they would never become anything like the main character. That fantasy pumped his ego hard, and his mood rose right along with it. After beating level 30 Thunder, several notifications popped up for Nick. The first congratulated him on the victory, and the second listed an insanely huge reward in both money and experience. He was shaking with happiness, money, experience, and most importantly, his fear was crushed, while the system teleported him back to the mirror realm. Jack, standing in the waiting hall and watching the fight, couldn't believe the guy had beaten the strongest copy in the mirror realm. What enraged him even more was the money he had lost betting on Thunder's victory. The two guys who had bet on the main character were beyond hyped, bouncing around like they couldn't control themselves. The white-haired guy, grinning, said he had been right about the hero and that his bet wasn't a mistake, so from now on he suggested they always trust his instincts. But suddenly his friend grabbed his arm and warned it was too early to celebrate, because anything could still happen, and he suggested they log out and in the real world move to another apartment so Jack couldn't find them. After that, we returned to the real world, to the main character's home. But the hero had other plans, and with a smile he decided they would go out together and he would treat them to barbecue. Walking down the stairs, the girl kept asking where he got the money because restaurants were way too expensive for them. Laughing, he told her she wouldn't believe it. He had made a decent amount of cash in the game, so they absolutely had to celebrate, and his sister was all in and didn't ask for details. We jumped to the next day after the night out, back in the hero's home. The main character ordered something online, completing a purchase that would only arrive in 2 months. Sitting at the table, he couldn't believe it, because in just 24 days, Primordial Realm was supposed to take over their world, so 2 months felt like an eternity. But he had no choice, since the nearby store he checked didn't have the item either. The main character didn't sink into sadness. He took everything into his own hands and decided he needed to work even harder while the package was on the way. We switched to two girls walking along the waterfront, both of them feeling insanely embarrassed as every passerby's gaze kept locking onto them. The best friend suddenly decided to ask Alice why the main character had invited her to meet up, and dark thoughts started creeping in that something scary might have happened. Alice, smiling ear to ear, didn't answer right away, drifting into her own imagination of introducing her brother to her friend, because that was her goal. The girl was stunning, from a good family, and had a beautiful personality, and if she became her brother's fiancée, Alice wouldn't have to worry about anything. A moment later, Alice snapped back with a smile, saying her brother had really missed her friend and wanted to see her, then casually asked where her friend had disappeared to, since lately she hadn't even written in the work group. Alice suspected her friend might have gotten a boyfriend, but even if that was true, she wasn't backing down, and she had already decided for herself that this girl would end up with Ethan. Sarah let out a heavy breath, adjusted her cap, and admitted she didn't know how to explain it. Then suddenly, she burst out that her parents were forcing her to play some insanely popular online game. That completely threw Alice off, and she had no idea how to react to an answer like that. We shift to local bars. Jack slammed a red-haired girl with full force, the one he had called over to calm him down, because something about her didn't sit right with him. The girl crashed to the floor hard, barely staying conscious. Even after she fell, Jack kept beating her, because he hated how she tried to soothe him, and it felt to him like she was pitying him, and in his mind, that was the last thing he needed. A decent crowd gathered around them, disgusted by what they were seeing, but no one could do anything about it, even if it wasn't the first time. Jack noticed the crowd staring and demanded what they thought they were doing, whispering about him like that. No one answered. Everyone scattered and ran because no one wanted to end up like the girl on the floor. Still wearing a grim face, he poured his anger onto her, spitting on her. Then his phone rang, and he instantly picked up, asking if the person on the line had found the main character's address. He was told it had failed, but the caller had a plan, and Jack listened closely, then asked if it would definitely work. When he heard the plan was guaranteed 100%, his expression changed instantly. His furious eyes made it obvious he wanted revenge on the hero. So he told the caller that once he found the guy, he would immediately send the remaining money, and the call ended there. Then we move back to the main character, who by then had logged into the game again. Standing in front of the Mirror Realm building, he thought about the highest mirror copy level, 30, and realized that with his current level, he couldn't keep grinding here anymore because he was already too strong for this place. Turning away, the hero started walking out, planning to head to the ruined kingdom, the area where he could grow even stronger. But after stopping and looking at himself, he realized he couldn't keep walking around with zero armor and started thinking about buying new gear. For that, he headed to the weapon shop. Approaching the display case, a system window opened in front of him. It was the shop's showcase, filled with various items. But the moment he saw the prices, the guy froze for a few seconds, his expression saying everything. He could survive just fine without armor for now. Disappointed with the shop, he wandered through the mirror realm, realizing there was no reason to stay there anymore. since it was impossible to obtain the solution needed to craft equipment in that place. So the guy decided to head to the Ruined Kingdom, where that solution for crafting level 20 gear could be obtained easily. And although he had enough money to buy level 20 equipment outright, he chose not to rush, knowing he would soon hit level 30 and also needed money to survive in the real world. The main character immediately set off for the Ruined Kingdom, planning to join a team since that would let him solve both leveling and gear issues much faster. When he arrived, many teams were recruiting players for dungeons of various levels, some looking for level 20 members, others gathering level 30 players for raids. Standing off to the side, the hero overheard two guys discussing the New Order Guild, saying they had gone into a level 40 Chaos Raid dungeon and all 10 participants had lost and been reset. He knew there were only 4 rules for dungeon entry. Team size was unlimited, and the more people joined, the higher the reward. But once someone entered, they couldn't leave until the dungeon was cleared. On top of that, death in the Ruined Kingdom meant a full reset and loss of equipment, which was why team recruitment was taken so seriously, and with his skills, the hero believed he could easily clear a level 30 dungeon with 10 people, thinking he'd find a way in. He approached the first recruiter and was instantly rejected, since they were only taking level 30 players. The second time, he was turned down because his gear was trash. The third group also refused him, explaining they already had a full team and didn't need new players. Completely crushed, the guy dropped to his knees, unable to believe no one would take him, even though he had beaten level 30 Thunder, thinking they shouldn't judge him by level or gear because he clearly wasn't weak. Lost in despair, he considered running the lowest tier dungeons just to upgrade his gear, but he knew it would be an exhausting grind. Just as he forced himself up, ready to take that lone path, he heard footsteps behind him and someone saying their team was missing one person and inviting him to join. Turning around, the guy tried to see what was going on, not even sure the words were meant for him. Behind him stood Jack, smiling as he offered him a spot in a dangerous level 35 raid for 10 people, saying they were missing exactly one member. Locking eyes with him, Jack continued, claiming they had enough power already and only needed one more person to activate the raid portal. The main character was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and couldn't even remember where he had seen Jack before. Jack didn't give Ethan time to think, saying that if he wasn't interested, he'd just look for someone else. Not wanting to miss this chance, the hero immediately stopped Jack and agreed on the spot. With a wave of his hand, Jack told him to follow. Together, they headed toward the entrance of the level 30 raid portal for 10 players. They arrived at the gathering point near the Ruined Kingdom portal. A massive crowd was already there, dressed in all kinds of gear, and people whispered that the leader had been desperate to find anyone, never expecting him to choose a newbie with a firearm. Ethan looked over the group and instantly saw they were loaded, their gear glowing with full purple rarity, meaning most of their inventory was at timeless-grade equipment. Holding his head, Ethan started wondering if he could somehow walk away with at least a piece of their gear. Suddenly, one of the guys shouted that since everyone was present, they should move out immediately, because he was aiming to hit level 40. A bald man walked up with a grin and mentioned that at level 40 he'd have to swap gear anyway, asking if he could hand it over once he leveled. But the guy laughed and said only if he traded his weapon for 3 inventory items, which was instantly rejected. The group moved out, while the main character lagged behind, realizing it was time to stop dreaming, since they all knew each other well, and he couldn't understand why he had been invited to a level 35 raid, though the malicious smiles hinted that this pseudo-team had its own plans. In the endless desert, a portal opened, and at its center stood a single crystal. Jack stepped out of the portal with another person, quickly scanning the area, when one of them noticed that the raid objective was crystal defense. Jack immediately gave orders for everyone to surround the crystal and protect it. Everyone rushed to encircle the crystal except the main character, and they were warned that anyone who let a monster through and reduced the crystal's durability would have to cover all the costs out of pocket. Ethan was surprised by how coordinated the team was, even though he didn't show it. He didn't rush to take a position and instead kept staring at the crystal. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes, announcing that the quest was loading and exits were closing. A few seconds later, the portal vanished completely, sealing them inside. Another notification followed, explaining the mission. Defend the crystal through 3 waves, displaying its current health and warning that if it dropped to 0, it would count as a defeat and result in the death of all players. Someone suddenly shouted that the monsters were coming, and the main character stared into the desert, seeing nothing but fog. Then it hit him. The fog was being kicked up by the monsters themselves, moving at insane speed. Spider-like creatures with massive fangs. The bald man told the newbie to stay close to the crystal, warning that if he didn't listen, he could die, and the main character didn't argue and complied. At the same time, a massive swarm of bugs rushed the bald man with the axe, making it look like his run was about to end. But he had other plans, and with a single axe swing, he wiped out several of the bugs at once. Ethan watched as others did the same, crushing giant bugs like ants. Their teamwork was flawless, and the hero could tell they knew exactly what they were doing. He felt completely out of place in the fight, realizing there was no reason for him to strain himself since he'd only get in the way. Jack continued slaughtering monsters one after another. Then he suddenly stopped and looked at his sword-wielding ally. With a serious look in his eyes, Jack silently signaled, and the ally immediately understood he needed to let one monster through toward the main character. Without hesitation, the very first enemy that attacked slipped past him, and the ally only pretended he hadn't been able to stop it. The spider-like monster rushed straight toward the hero, clearly aiming to destroy the crystal as well, and the moment it appeared, the guy reacted instantly. With a faint smile, he heard the others urgently calling for him to protect the crystal, since one of the monsters had slipped through their defense. It took the main character only a few seconds to deal with the enemy, and in that moment he thought that even though their teamwork was clean, their individual strength was no more than that of ordinary players and didn't come close to the Thunder copy he had defeated. A notification appeared in front of him, announcing that the crystal had been successfully defended against the first wave out of 3, and that the next wave would begin in 10 minutes. After wiping out the monsters, the group sat down to rest, and one of them remarked that the hero was actually impressive, since it wasn't obvious at all that someone in rookie gear could kill a monster 10 levels higher. The swordsman who had let the monster through blamed himself, saying that if their 10th member hadn't suddenly disappeared from the team, there would have been no flaw in their defense. But the bald guy told him not to stress because the problem had already been handled. The bald man told the hero that in the next wave he should stand in the defensive line with them so no monsters would slip through again. A guy sitting next to Ethan suggested they should invite the hero to join their team permanently, since he had already proven himself. He asked the main character what he thought about joining them, pointing out that he wouldn't need to look for teammates anymore, and once they synced up, they could start clearing high-level content together. The idea genuinely appealed to the hero, and for a moment he even considered accepting. Right after the hero's apparent agreement, a man in black armor immediately asked Jack what he thought about letting Ethan join their ranks. Jack smiled and said he didn't mind at all, but there were a few conditions. Ethan would have to provide his phone number and real-world address so they could protect themselves from a repeat of what had happened before. Hearing that, the main character felt deeply uneasy and stayed silent, continuing to listen. Jack went on about how hard it had been to obtain their gear, only for Sam to take everything for himself, leaving them struggling against monsters now, and added that if Ethan joined, he would have to agree to those conditions. The hero paused, fully understanding what they weren't saying out loud. After those words, Jack and his allies wore unmistakably sly, unpleasant smiles that were impossible to miss. Standing up straight, he explained that the hall had been packed with mid-level players, so it clearly wasn't a coincidence they chose him, that they showed friendliness once inside the raid, then deliberately let a monster through to test his strength, and only after that invited him to join their team permanently. With a calm smile, the hero concluded that based on all this, they were trying to dig up information about his real-world location. Looking down at Jack, whose rage was spilling over, the hero continued, suggesting that Jack was most likely an official of the Mirror Realm from the New Order Guild. Before joining the raid, he had overheard two guys talking about New Order, about how they had obtained the real address of a level 20 player who defeated Thunder, and how that guy was never seen again. Smiling, the hero said he was flattered that his efforts had been noticed after beating level 30 Thunder, and from that, he understood that Jack had gathered everyone here to uncover his real identity and deal with him. Jack refused to reveal his true nature, brushing it off and claiming the hero must be confusing him with someone else. Holding his weapon, Ethan stated that he never truly intended to join their team anyway, that he only planned to earn some money and experience with a strong group. But once they showed their cards, there was no reason for him to keep pretending. They were enemies, and enemies had to be wiped out. Jack stood up, looming over the main character with a terrifying glare. His entire squad surrounded the hero, mocking the idea that he could defeat 9 players who were 10 levels higher than him. One of them attacked from the side, shouting insults as he charged. A notification flashed before the hero's eyes, stating that he had spent 30 cognition power to increase his next attack by 1,500 damage, leaving him with 414 out of 450 cognition power. In the next instant, the attacker was dead, blasted away several meters by a single shot. Everyone froze in disbelief. He had killed one of them in a single strike. The surrounding players were stunned, unable to process how someone 10 levels above the hero had just died instantly. Something strange happened to the fallen player as his body began glowing bright blue, as if something was being drained and transformed into matter. When the transformation ended, an unfamiliar orb appeared before the hero, labeled War Trophy, Blue Pearl, with a note explaining that war pearls drop when killing a player and can randomly grant one piece of the victim's equipment or any item from their backpack. The hero grabbed the orb, his expression turning cold, and questioned what exactly was supposed to be impossible about killing 9 players. Jack exploded with rage, ready to tear him apart, seeing the hero as nothing but an overconfident brat. Jack ordered everyone to attack together, and they rushed the hero at once, desperate to finish him quickly. But to their misfortune, the hero no longer showed mercy. Within seconds, the first woman was already dead. Right after her, a guy with a hole blasted through his head collapsed as well. One by one, the hero slaughtered them, fully aware that killing them now robbed them of their chances to survive later. But he had no other choice. He couldn't die here. His sister couldn't gain a player identity, and with his current strength, he still wouldn't be able to protect her when Primordial Realm took over the world. He decided that he needed to climb to the very top, and first, he had to eliminate those who could stand in his way. To achieve that, Ethan resolved to walk forward over a mountain of their corpses. Jack and his entire squad stood frozen, wondering why they couldn't kill him, even though their levels were higher and their gear far better than the hero's. Jack burned with anger, even though he had suspected the hero was strong after defeating the level 30 copy. Desperate, Jack's allies begged the hero to stop, warning that if he killed a few more of them, they wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon and would lose all their resources. But the hero made it clear that meant nothing to him, since he could always go to a secret mirror zone and recover everything in a single day, while for them, losing their gear would leave them too weak to survive. Jack snapped back, claiming he could gather people and block the hero from entering the secret mirror zone. In response, Ethan simply laughed. Then he continued slaughtering Jack's allies, something even Jack himself couldn't believe. Jack tried to shout for them to dodge, but before he could finish the warning, two players behind him were already dead. As his allies fell one after another, Jack remembered a room where he once pledged loyalty to an important figure who told them they must remain top players in Primordial Realm, no matter what they had to do, because as long as they stayed at the top, they would be protected. As he looked at them, he added that if they failed, he wouldn't just stop supporting them, but would expose all their crimes and make sure they were punished. When Jack snapped out of his memories, everyone around him was already dead, and he was the only one left standing. The main character was ready to finish Jack for good. Jack dropped to his knees and began begging for mercy, pleading for his life. The hero said nothing, staring at him with a cold, serious gaze, which only made it worse because Jack looked so pathetic it was disgusting. Jack claimed that if he were spared, he would reveal a secret about Primordial Realm. The main character smiled and demanded he speak immediately without wasting time. Jack asked the hero to promise that he wouldn't kill him right away. In response, Jack was blasted several meters away as the hero decided that since he didn't want to talk, he might as well be sent off, because the secret clearly wasn't that important. Jack landed a few meters away, but he didn't disappear or turn into a pearl. He actually survived the shot and even tried to get back up, his entire body shaking. That shocked the main character, who was genuinely surprised Jack had lived through a direct hit. From deep within the desert, Ethan heard a strange noise and immediately realized the second wave was about to begin. Jack kept talking, saying Ethan must have known some deep secrets of Primordial Realm to become this strong, and what shocked him most was that even he couldn't deal with Ethan. He went on, saying he would report everything to his superiors, and after that, Ethan wouldn't just have to deal with him anymore, and would likely die soon and be reset back to level 1. Struggling to his feet, Jack continued, questioning whether the hero really thought he could stand against people even higher level than Jack himself, calling it impossible since progress like that was rare, and once it happened, whatever secret Ethan knew would become useless. Jack begged again, asking to be spared in exchange for his secret, suggesting they could work together with Ethan's insane power and clear the dungeon with just the two of them. The main character smiled and asked why Jack was so sure he would die and fail to clear the dungeon alone. Jack couldn't believe what he was hearing, since the hero was only level 28, and no matter how strong someone was, Jack believed everyone had their limits. Then the hero calmly asked what if he was wearing level 56 gear and whether a level 35 dungeon would really be a problem, leaving Jack completely stunned. The main character held 2 pearls in his hand and asked if this wasn't gear he supposedly shouldn't have. Looking closer, Jack spotted the blue shattered pearl in the hero's hand. He couldn't hide the shock on his face, no matter how hard he tried. With a confident smile and burning resolve, the hero commanded the blue pearl to release its equipment. In an instant, the main character was clad in striking yellow and black armor. He wore a frost shirt of purple rank that granted insane buffs. A fast combat suit of purple rank covered his entire body, boosting resistance, strength, agility, and armor, with a level 30 requirement. Combat gloves granted similar boosts, adding perception while reducing strength slightly. Speed combat boots of purple rank massively increased the hero's agility. Most importantly, there was the radiant light katana of purple rank, granting plus 160 attack power along with an additional plus 30 bonus. Now the hero's stats were monstrous, and when he ran a combat evaluation, his effective power reached level 46. Smiling, he remarked that he should thank everyone who had just died by his hand because their deaths had given him free gear. With this equipment, his combat ability had more than tripled, proving that his enemies had been trash who failed to use their advantages to kill him earlier. Jack's face twisted in absolute shock, unable to believe the hero had nearly tripled his stats. A moment later, the shock faded and was replaced by pure rage and hatred. Jack shouted that even if the hero had become stronger, he still couldn't clear the dungeon alone, because that was simply impossible. All around them, the sounds of monsters echoed as they rushed toward them at terrifying speed. One of the monsters leapt straight toward the crystal. The hero effortlessly killed it without even blinking. After that first ant fell, hundreds more swarmed behind it, all trying to kill him and reset his level. The main character refused to give in, slaughtering the ants one by one without giving them any chance. Ethan knew that if he failed here, he wouldn't be able to protect his sister, and thanks to the katana he had obtained from the pearl, he didn't even need to rely on intelligence to butcher the bugs attacking from all sides. He stood firm, defending the crystal as insects poured in from every direction. He had to rip this victory out by force, because his life was on the line, cutting down the bugs one after another. The bodies piled higher and higher with no end in sight. Whenever his health dropped close to zero, he cast healing on himself, allowing him to fight non-stop without losing momentum. Meanwhile, Jack barely managed to kill a few ants himself. He noticed the hero's health dropping, then instantly restoring, and assumed it was due to rare recovery potions, yelling that it didn't matter, claiming he only needed to dodge while Ethan had to kill, believing he would outlast him. The main character didn't even pay attention to Jack, focused entirely on slaughtering waves of monsters, while Jack kept shouting that he would enjoy watching Ethan pay for his arrogance. Still smiling, the hero finally responded, telling Jack to worry about himself. Ethan was effortlessly wiping out monsters while Jack was barely surviving, so instead of thinking about the hero's life, Jack should start worrying about his own. Those words irritated Jack even more, and he couldn't believe that even in a dead-end situation, the main character stayed this confident and kept throwing shade his way. Jack noticed an ant-like monster trying to attack him from the side and immediately killed it. Meanwhile, the hero kept slaughtering an insane number of bugs, pushing his health to the brink again and once more activating his healing skill. Hours passed, and the piles of monster corpses stretched beyond the horizon, with no end in sight, yet they kept charging the crystal the hero was protecting. Jack stood off to the side, staring at the mountain of bodies in disbelief, convinced it was impossible for the hero to have that many recovery potions, since the amount he had used far exceeded what any player could carry into a trial. Distracted by the carnage and the hero's fight, Jack failed to notice a monster rushing him from the side, grabbing his arm and dealing massive damage, dropping his health back to critical. He rushed to use a recovery potion, but when he checked his inventory, it was completely empty. That realization hit him hard, and he understood this was the end with his health at rock bottom. Enemies surrounded him from every direction, and he had no strength left to keep fighting. The monsters tore into Jack like rabid dogs, sinking their fangs into every part of his body they could reach. Even in that hopeless state, Jack kept thinking about the hero, unable to accept that he would die first without seeing Ethan fall. Looking toward the hero, he saw him effortlessly dealing with every bug attacking him, and convinced himself that Ethan would pay for his arrogance once they both respawned in the lobby. The hero, on the other hand, watched everything with a relaxed smile, not even a little tired, still full of energy, genuinely enjoying the non-stop slaughter as he leveled up and sharpened his combat skills. Jack, meanwhile, was sent back to the lobby with his level reset. A notification appeared before the hero, stating that only one team member remained, himself, and that after fulfilling all conditions, the dungeon completion reward would be increased tenfold. After several more hours of fighting bugs, the hero finally dropped to the ground, breathing heavily, surrounded by an overwhelming number of ant corpses he had slain, as the wave finally ended and the attack stopped. Looking at the mountain of bodies, he was relieved they would disappear before the next wave. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to see where the crystal was, let alone protect it. Nearby, he noticed a glowing inscription. It read Golden Loot Orb, with a note explaining that the Golden Orb allowed a player to obtain 3 random items from a slain player's inventory. The moment the hero saw it, he jumped back to his feet. With a grin, he couldn't believe a Golden Loot Orb had actually dropped, just as expected from the Mirror Copy Manager finally doing something right. Approaching the Golden Orb, the hero grabbed it and paused for a moment. He realized his cognition power was running low, and he only had about 10 minutes to rest, which would restore roughly half of it, clearly not enough for the third and final wave, and only now did he understand that attacking so early had been a mistake. Now all he could do was hope the Golden Orb would give him something clutch enough to carry him through the final wave of this dungeon. When he activated the Golden Orb, a system window appeared offering a choice between equipment and items, and the hero reasoned that since his strength, agility, and armor were nearing 100 points, gear boosting those stats would massively increase his combat power. He immediately chose equipment, and a notification appeared stating that the system was opening the orb and extracting the rewards. He obtained an amber accessory of purple rank, granting 10 strength, 10 agility, and 5 perception. The second item was an identical ring, this time for his right hand. The third reward was a pendulum pistol of purple rank, granting 200 power, plus 30 wisdom, a lock skill, and attacks that either dealt triple damage or stunned the target, with automatic reload but a 1-minute cooldown between reloads. The hero stood frozen, unable to believe his luck, thinking this was insanely good and that today was truly his day, as he had upgraded not only his gear but also his main weapon. Checking his stats, he saw that 4 attributes had surpassed 100 points. That made him genuinely happy, since his combat power was higher than it had ever been. After a moment of thought, he realized that without those who had attacked him, he wouldn't be this strong, and decided they deserved some thanks. After mentally thanking them, he smiled, ready to keep fighting, knowing that once he finished protecting the crystal in this dungeon, he would catch up to the top-ranked players. The scene shifted to a city at night. Inside a room where players respawned after death, Jack stood in the center. He bowed his head while reporting to his boss, explaining that the main character definitely possessed some secret allowing his stats to exceed his level, since otherwise Jack wouldn't have died by his hand, stressing that even if the boss doubted him, a level 28 player soloing a level 35 dungeon in the Ruined Kingdom was impossible without something special. The boss looked at Jack with contempt and said he would give him one last chance, ordering him to level up within a few days, while the guild leader himself would handle the main character and send others to deal with Ethan. Jack thanked the leader for giving him another chance and promised to do better. The scene shifted back to reality, to an unknown cafe where Alice was yelling at Sarah after learning that her entire family was playing the game. Sarah explained that not only were they playing, but they had also sunk a ridiculous amount of money into it, which completely shocked Alice. Sarah barely understood why it had to be like this, but her parents forced her to level up with them every day, and she had had enough, wanting to play her own way. Suddenly, she jumped up and asked Alice why she and her brother didn't play the game together at her place, thinking it would be fun if her brother joined too. Alice was stunned by the suggestion, especially since she didn't even have the equipment to play. Then it hit her that this was her perfect chance to set Sarah up with her brother, since playing together would bring them closer, and all she had to do was leave them alone on some excuse, so she eagerly agreed to go to her place. The story returned to the main character as the third wave began crashing down on him. He annihilated enemies one after another, and for the first time ever, he truly felt his own power. Just wearing the new gear, he felt every cell in his body evolving, especially when the buffs kicked in, making the blade in his hand feel lighter than ever before. His steps grew faster, his movement sharper, and his agility surged even higher. The height of his jumps now let him rise above every creature around him, and in moments like that, he felt unbelievably majestic. Amid the swarm, the main character noticed something unusual, a presence that pulled at his senses and threw him slightly off, yet he never took his eyes off it for even a second. He decided to unleash his strongest move, diving down from above and wiping out an entire pack of ants with a single strike. But that still wasn't enough for him, as he craved more strength, more experience, more skills. Most of all, by slaughtering the ants, he wanted to reach places he had once only dared to stare at from afar. And then it appeared, the very creature he had sensed while towering above the battlefield, a level 35 spider boss. Without hesitation, the main character moved to end it all. Suddenly, a congratulatory notification popped up, announcing the dungeon clear, with rewards listed as follows: 360,000 experience multiplied by 10, along with the title Dungeon Defender, which increased a player's stats by 10% for every ally lost in the dungeon. His stats exploded as he hit level 36, gaining massive experience and absurd boosts across damage, defense, speed, health, and cognition power, while level 30 unlocked a choice between silence, reducing all skill cooldowns by 5 seconds at the cost of cognition power, or imprisonment, binding enemies in place for 10 seconds. After defeating the monster, the hero sat on its body, satisfied, unable to believe he had truly taken down such a massive beast alone. Most of all, he was thrilled by how much stronger he had become in just a few hours, something he himself could barely comprehend. The scene shifted to the real world, to the main character's home. Logging out of the virtual world, he stepped onto the balcony to breathe in some fresh air. He reflected on his actions and felt proud of his progress, all while waiting for a login device so he could make his sister just as strong as him, ensuring she could protect herself in the future. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the front door slamming. Walking into the room, he saw that his sister had returned home. She stepped inside with another figure following closely behind her. The main character froze for a few seconds, unable to believe she had actually obtained a primordial realm login device. Then his expression changed instantly, bursting with happiness as he realized she could now level up together with him. Alice beamed from ear to ear and said that since Sarah had helped her get the device, she needed to thank her properly, which was why Sarah would be living with them from that day on. Sarah greeted the main character confidently, without any shyness. He, however, couldn't stop staring at the device, unable to believe it was real, so focused on it that Sarah felt ignored and slightly hurt. Ethan grabbed the box and started asking how they managed to get it, though, in truth, it didn't really matter to him. What mattered was that the device was finally here. His sister frowned, unable to believe her brother hadn't even glanced at the beautiful girl beside him, instead paying attention only to his toy, even though that girl would now be living with them. At that moment, Sarah was genuinely surprised, realizing that some device had excited him far more than she had. The story jumps back one day earlier, to an unknown level 40 dungeon, a forest bathed in pale moonlight. Several people sat around a campfire, discussing how clearing the level 40 dungeon would let them surpass the second team and boost their income, while also talking about an incredibly strong girl who had carried them to success. That girl belonged to the New Order Guild, and her team ranked third overall. Her name was Nika. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy approached her, saying she could request entry into the first team after clearing the dungeon, since her growth rate was far beyond normal. The comment didn't faze her at all, as she immediately understood what he meant and simply ignored him. One of the team members suddenly spoke up to the captain, saying that if the girl left, their growth would slow dramatically. Others joined in, agreeing that if she left, their team would fall apart, especially after investing so much into her, and that they couldn't just let her go now when they needed her the most. The captain exhaled heavily and said they couldn't bind someone with emotions, adding that he believed she wouldn't forget them even after reaching a higher rank within New Order. Smiling, the captain decided to test that belief and asked her directly, receiving only a smile in response. One member grabbed his head in frustration, realizing all they could do was wish her luck at the top ranks. Another agreed with the captain, saying he was right and that they shouldn't hold her back just because they themselves were too weak. Soon, everyone agreed that if she ever struggled in the first team, they would always welcome her back, just like when she first joined them, ready to help however they could. In response, the girl smiled warmly, thanked them, called them her brothers, and said they had been incredibly kind to her. Since they were so kind, she said she wanted to ask for one last favor, becoming visibly embarrassed as she spoke. Everyone around her froze, confused by what she meant, as a heavy silence fell. A moment later, a blinding light flashed, and all team members collapsed without signs of life. One person who was still barely alive, using a healing skill on himself, couldn't believe his eyes. The girl they had trusted had betrayed them, and although she was incredibly strong, her level wasn't high enough, so she activated the dungeon reward inheritance, ensuring she would become the strongest player in Primordial Realm. The captain was furious, unable to accept that after raising her up, this was how she repaid their kindness. The girl laughed, covering her mouth, and said there was no reason to be so angry since it was just a game and they could always level up again. The captain refused to listen anymore, cursed her as ungrateful, and attacked. She dodged the bullets, effortlessly, and explained that she had told them many times that no matter how hard they fired, in Primordial Realm, bullet speed was capped, and a bullet could never outrun a player with agility over 100, after which she slipped behind the captain with ease. After piercing his neck, the girl repeated that cold steel was a whole different game because its power depended on stats and speed and damage weren't capped, so she could kill the captain with ease. We jump to the next day, inside a level 45 dungeon built for 20 people. A group fought humanoid monsters while the captain was told that several members had run out of medicine, and they asked whether he had built up enough power to finish the beast, all while everyone wondered why it was so hard and why Primordial Realm didn't have healer-class players, since without one it was brutally difficult. The captain got into the zone and began tearing through the monsters with insane strength and stubborn will, earning everyone's admiration because he was ridiculously good at what he did, though his power had one flaw: building it up took too long. But once he finally accumulated enough power, even massive monsters stopped being a problem. This was New Order's top-ranked group, and their captain was Thunder, level 45. Next was New Order's Guild Master, known as Raging Breakthrough, also level 45, and he noticed yet another player with the so-called power. The captain immediately started asking questions, enemy or ally, and whether they could pull that person onto their side. The guild master answered right away that this player had killed the Mirror Realm administrator, which shocked the captain so much he scratched the back of his head. The captain began asking what the girl named Nika was doing. Then we shift to an uncontrolled forest zone. The girl stood at the edge of a cliff, staring at her system screen. A private message came in from Raging Breakthrough, stating she needed to meet a new player, specifically the main character, because he possessed power. She instantly lit up with happiness because the message didn't mention killing him or recruiting him into a team. But she started thinking, power users were rare, and if she recruited the main character into the guild, it would prove she would do anything for New Order. But if she killed him, she would be working against the guild's growth, so she reasoned that the guild master didn't care which outcome happened, both were acceptable, and since she was valuable to him, he left the choice to her. She needed to prove her worth by bringing him in. But after weighing her options, she decided that killing Ethan was the safer choice. We move to real time inside the main character's apartment. The guy sat at his desk in his room, thinking about something serious. He had written a plan on paper. First, raise his character's level to 10 and upgrade his equipment as well, and in the real world prepare a fortified camp for the coming end, reasoning that once Primordial Realm took over reality, leveling would no longer be possible, and he remembered that in his past life, the highest player level was 60. So if he reached level 60 before the takeover, he would practically be the strongest, guaranteeing safety for himself and his sister. But once the real world was taken over, order would collapse fast, supplies would run out, and until the strongest guilds rebuilt control, food would replace money as the true currency. So the hero decided to stockpile as much food as possible and establish a fortified base for himself and his sister to live safely. The core goal was simple: develop his character, avoid dying in the game, and store food at home, and then both he and his sister could survive calmly after the takeover. We return to Primordial Realm, near a surrounding pavilion, where several people in the distance discuss the strongest ability, power, and how its foundation was weapon practice, and that for maximum growth in Primordial Realm, you had to master many weapon types to awaken your power. The hero explained all this to his sister, who had just entered Primordial Realm and was only level 1. Sarah, her friend, already had game experience, so he told them that even if her level was high and her equipment was great, in Primordial Realm it wasn't level that decided everything, but power, which she still needed to obtain, and he said they would practice every weapon type to max, and the girls agreed instantly without hesitation. For several days, the main character visited the pavilion and checked how they were training. He reflected that he had changed the flow of history, since in his past life, Sarah didn't live with them and didn't train with them. But what mattered more was that his actions weren't connected to Sarah bringing the login device for herself and Alice. In his past life, he and his sister survived for 3 years thanks to Sarah, so he considered it an honor to repay her properly. He had no intention of stopping, determined to keep moving forward with level 60 as his goal. Half a day later, we shift to the exit of a level 35 dungeon. The main character emerged with a certain team, and behind him he heard them talking about his strength, saying he was so powerful he could clear a 10-person level 35 dungeon solo, and some added that without him, it would have been much harder. Ethan's team wanted to keep clearing dungeons non-stop in the same rhythm, without even taking a break. But Ethan turned around with a smile and said he had things to handle and that they'd see each other a little later. The team members were shocked and disappointed, saying it would be too hard without him, but Ethan laughed, and they asked him to add them as friends so he could call them next time, and the hero agreed without a problem. In truth, he had a serious problem. Clearing a single level 35 dungeon for 10 people took at least half a day, sometimes a full day, and the experience gained was only about half a level, meaning that in 20 real-world days he might reach at best level 50, with no realistic path to level 60. The hero sat on a bench in the Team Finder Hall thinking hard about what to do. He remembered the notification from killing the giant spider in the dungeon, the one stating that for every ally lost in a dungeon, the player's stats increase by 10%. So he saw only one way to boost his stats fast: sacrifice 9 fighters, then farm far more experience in dungeons. He covered his face with his hand, remembering that in his past life, dungeons like this were called slaughterhouses, and players who did that to teammates were labeled street rats, so he wondered if he was really about to become scum, but for his goal, if it was the only way, he was willing. Suddenly, an incoming message snapped him out of his obsessive thoughts, and he instinctively focused on it. He didn't expect anyone to contact him and froze for a few seconds, then decided to open it. It was an invitation to a dungeon. Level 40. Difficulty set for 10 people in an uncontrolled zone, meeting point 602, with the system asking him to join the party. He froze. not understanding who this Nika was and why she was inviting him. Then it hit him like lightning, and he lit up with excitement because the one inviting him was that legendary girl from his past life, the strongest fighter, and he couldn't understand why she wanted him in a dungeon run. He started wondering what her reason could be. He considered accepting the invite since it would let him level up faster. Still, he hesitated, hoping Nika wouldn't blame him for using her invitation, yet he had his reasons to be wary. She was part of New Order, and they had never met before, so he assumed she probably wasn't bringing him anything good. He remembered she had power in his past life, and he wanted to know if she had already obtained it now and whether he could handle her if things went sideways. But accepting the invitation was still his only path, because only dungeons would let him grow fast enough. After accepting and checking the roster, the hero recognized familiar names. The first was Borlet, who once earned the No Way Out reward by finishing the quest and then slaughtering his entire team, later getting torn apart in public chat. Next was Pelinashka, who killed first and framed her victim, and the rest of the party had equally filthy pasts, making it obvious this dungeon team had been deliberately assembled by Nika. This seriously unsettled the guy because he couldn't understand how she knew those players were a complete circus, leaving only one explanation: that she had personally trained them in those dirty tricks. As soon as the main character joined the team chat, Nika ordered everyone to move out to the rendezvous point, the target being a zone with a 10-man dungeon, and someone in chat asked if the main character was really the one the guild head kept talking about and why he was only level 37. The leader replied that in their team, level didn't matter, only raw power, which the main character clearly had. Without wasting time, the hero opened the map to check the route, noting he was still inside the city while the uncontrolled zone was far away. The meeting point itself made him uneasy, since the city's controlled territory was divided into 5 distinct zones. The first zone was resource supply for all city players, where all city dungeons were under control and heavily modified, mostly beginner-type dungeons. The second zone was for thrill seekers, dangerous but still controlled, with all creatures sealed inside the city, and it was in one of those dungeons that the hero once fought the Chicken Crown. Then came the truly lethal zones for players, the uncontrolled areas, where the city's influence was weak and creatures above level 30 freely roamed outside of dungeons. Beyond that were zones of guaranteed death, where monsters above level 75 wandered without restraint. And finally, the destruction zones, territories the city couldn't control at all, where dungeon creatures couldn't be sealed, and the highest level monsters of the primordial realm existed, capable of wiping out everything. And so, they moved into an unknown, uncontrolled zone. The main character headed toward the location of his future team. Unknown creatures roamed the area, and screams echoed from deep within the forest. Barely managing to stay hidden, the hero froze behind a massive rock. The monsters didn't notice him and instead moved toward the source of the screams. He reasoned that the monsters there weren't especially high level, but there were way too many, and even a single sound would draw every creature in the area, triggering endless waves once combat started. He doubted anyone could withstand that many monsters, guessing the scream belonged to a careless player who was likely already dead. Ethan peeked from cover, confirmed the monsters had left, and briefly wondered if that player had survived. But he couldn't linger, since leveling up was still his top priority. Suddenly, someone attacked him from behind, and he narrowly dodged. A spear sliced past his head, and he twisted away in pure shock, unable to believe someone would attack in a zone crawling with monsters. It was a spear-wielding player who kept relentlessly attacking him. Blow after blow rained down, until the hero finally counterattacked, striking back at his assailant. A massive explosion erupted, and thick fog filled the area. Calm and satisfied, the attacker looked at the hero and concluded he truly possessed power, now understanding why their leader chose him for the raid, revealing himself as a team member named Borlet, level 43. The main character wasn't okay with these kinds of tests and stayed on high alert, ready for another attack. Borlet continued, saying that damage from power was on a completely different level, and while it didn't match his own, the hero still earned his approval, urging them to move to the rendezvous before roaming monsters surrounded them. Ethan watched Borlet walk off into the distance while he stayed rooted in place. Borlet's arrogance seriously pissed him off, and as the first power user he'd met, Ethan suspected Nika and her team were far more dangerous than they appeared. The biggest question was whether anyone in this dungeon would get the deadlock reward, and the chance of his own death was still high, making him wonder if moving forward was worth it. Running through the forest toward the meeting point, the hero stayed razor-focused. When he arrived, he saw a girl sitting there, Nika herself, the one who invited him, looking completely ordinary and unremarkable. Her simplicity made him uneasy, but he immediately recognized her as the leader. Once everyone gathered, she stood up, clapped her hands, and announced she had a few things to say before entering the dungeon. Everyone immediately focused on her and fell silent. They listened carefully to her words. Meanwhile, the hero studied his team, if it could even be called that, seeing them as a bunch of lowlifes. Nika explained that uncontrolled zone dungeons were extremely strange, so once inside, they had to carefully read the rules, no matter how weird, and stay calm while discussing a clear plan, since clearing the dungeon was their top priority. Having said everything she needed, she told them to move out, and they immediately entered the dungeon. Walking at the back, the hero felt uneasy, still unsure if anyone here would receive the deadlock reward. The risk of dying was still high, making him question whether it was worth losing everything he'd gained. In his past life, Nika was the strongest player alive, and now he was in the same team as the strongest player from his previous timeline. A faint smile crossed his face as he wondered what he was feeling: nerves, fear of death, or fear of never reaching their level and having all his efforts mean nothing. His smile faded into a serious expression as he resolved to prove his worth, showing in this dungeon that he was not inferior to any of them. The moment they entered, a cutscene unfolded before their eyes, showing a girl lying on the floor, lifeless. Countless other bodies lay around her, equally motionless. At the center stood a strange doll named Hope, existing alongside Despair. The hero was stunned, realizing this was his first time seeing a dungeon like this. A fully random dungeon on a random map, one of the most unsettling features of the primordial realm. All eyes locked onto the marionette, the only entity standing in the dungeon. Suddenly, the marionette vanished, and a system message appeared stating the dungeon entrance was sealed, the quest titled Marionette's Tricks, with the condition that one ally would receive the marionette item, the others must kill its holder or survive 6 hours if the holder stayed alive, with the marionette transferable only by killing another teammate. The main character couldn't understand what was happening or why the quest had dropped in such a messed up way. He began to realize that this dungeon was most likely designed specifically for those chasing the deadlock reward, because if the marionette stayed with the last surviving player, the highest tier deadlock reward was guaranteed. Right after that thought, a system notification appeared, stating that the marionette system had activated and the countdown had begun. The hero immediately thought about checking his inventory to make sure the marionette wasn't on him, but stopped himself, realizing this was the worst possible moment. With a serious expression, he decided he would check only after everyone calmed down, when he could do it quietly and safely. If the marionette really was in his bag, any sign of shock or fear would expose him, turning him into the team's target, and fighting at least 2 power users at once was a nightmare scenario with brutal odds. Everyone began glancing at each other, but most of their attention drifted toward the main character. He understood that each of them was checking their neighbor, either hiding something or being trapped in the same situation as him, unable to act. Suddenly, the captain spoke up, asking if everyone saw the quest conditions, and suggested that whoever revealed having the marionette would be killed, after which everyone would fairly share part of the reward with them, then asked if those without the marionette agreed. One by one, everyone agreed without objecting to the captain. This was his chance. While all eyes were on the leader, the hero quickly opened his inventory to check if the marionette was there. The moment he looked inside, his blood ran cold. Out of the entire team, the marionette was in his bag, and he had no idea what to do, having just joined this group and already being handed a death sentence. Keeping his expression locked down, he stared at the marionette from the corner of his vision, calculating a plan, knowing his only way out was to kill one teammate so the marionette would transfer. Standing behind the others, Ethan weighed his options, realizing that even if he passed the marionette on, facing two hostile power users afterward would still be insanely dangerous. The girl smiled and casually asked if no one really wanted to confess. The main character stared at the floor, doing everything he could not to give himself away. Nika stepped right up to him, looking straight into his eyes from close range, calmly stating that it was time for their little colleague Ethan to admit the marionette was his. He couldn't believe his ears, unable to understand how she had seen through him, rage flaring inside as she continued talking, introducing herself, casually listing her interests, and prompting him to do the same. The hero stayed silent, his mind racing, searching for a way out of the trap. Even if he killed her, a crowd of high-level players stood behind her, ready to erase him instantly, a perfect deadlock with no clean escape. It finally hit him that they never checked anyone else's reactions. They already knew the marionette was on him. That was when he understood they were all working together against him. Watching her closely, he pieced it together. The invitation to a strong team, the so-called test, the dungeon itself, everything had been staged to eliminate him, with this hand-picked group gathered specifically to bring him down. That realization snapped something inside Ethan, raw aggression pouring out as he understood they invited him only to clear the dungeon. But he wasn't about to roll over and die because he needed the deadlock reward and had no intention of surrendering. The girl kept acting smug, assuming he wouldn't resist, calling him rude yet oddly appealing because of the power he'd shown, claiming he wasn't even close to their level and that the sooner this ended, the faster he could start over from scratch. One squad member suggested giving the hero a chance to defend himself, thinking it might be entertaining. The girl pretended to be gentle, saying that would be too cruel and that such things scared her. Then her true face slipped through, her eyes making it clear she saw the hero as nothing, while she considered herself a god, warning her team not to toy with him. The main character rejected that completely and summoned his weapon, the pendulum claw, straight into his hand. Without hesitation, he aimed at the girl and her team, fully prepared to fight. She covered part of her face, acting disappointed, questioning why he wouldn't simply give up or recognize when someone was showing concern. Somewhere behind them, one of her teammates shouted that they had been warned about the guy with a firearm, mocking him as an idiot who couldn't even beat normal fighters without power. Another added that if there was a warning, then the hero must have something special. Maybe his shots trapped enemies in a cage. Laughter broke out, saying Borlet really knew how to joke, because cages in the primordial realm were basically fantasy-tier nonsense. Nika heard the jokes, laughed as well, and said she liked that attitude. Then the main character activated imprisonment, and the smile vanished from her face. Nika leapt backward in panic, instinctively retreating from him. Even after jumping away, she stayed on edge, expecting some hidden trick. For a brief second, nothing happened. But that moment of fear was real. Realizing things had gone completely off script, she ordered Borley and the others to stop playing around and attack together immediately to finish him. Hearing her command, the hero smiled, Knowing she still didn't see the full picture, one of her followers was already frozen in place, wrapped tightly in chains, unable to move at all. Panic spread as they stared at him, frozen in fear, scrambling for a way to help their ally. Nika was just as shaken, her confident smile long gone as everything spiraled out of her control. These were the main character's level 30 abilities, silence and imprisonment, and he had just used the latter. Burning with fury, the hero triggered another command, Pendulum Lock. His damage tripled at the cost of 100 cognition points, empowering his next strike to a brutal 5,000 damage. Channeling all his power into the pistol, the hero fired instantly, driven by pure vengeance and the hunger to win. The bullet flying toward Borley, bound in chains, meant instant death, painless and absolute, sending him straight to the respawn lobby. One single shot was all it took to drop one of the strongest enemies surrounding him. Every eye locked onto the guy Ethan had just erased, as the body hit the ground like a sack and showed zero signs of life, then started glowing, the kind of glow that meant it was final. A system alert popped up. He had killed Borlet and transferred the marionette to another player, and a second alert followed right after, stating the dungeon party was now down one member, Dungeon Defender had activated, all stats rose by 10%, and the hero received a pearl. Everyone stood there with jaws hanging, unable to process that he iced their ally with one shot and didn't even blink. The hero had feared two worst-case scenarios, the first being Nika and Borlate teaming up and striking together, since that combo could have crushed him, and the second being that besides them and him, there might be a fourth power user hiding in the squad. Either scenario would have boxed him into a dead end and ended in death, especially the second. But judging by Nika's earlier words, only she and Borlet had the strength to stand against him, meaning only those two had power that could actually match him. So he dismissed the second scenario and focused on the first as the real danger. He exploited the moment Borlet relaxed and misread Ethan's power, letting Ethan kill him clean, shattering their strongest duo and making the rest of the job way easier. And he was about to move immediately, because victory was basically guaranteed now, even though the most profitable timeline would have been dropping Nika first. But at the most dangerous moment, she dodged his shot, and Ethan stopped hesitating and issued a warning. The marionette had passed to someone among them, so they'd better protect their teammate carrying it, because he planned to destroy that holder next, and once their team shrank, they wouldn't even have enough people left to get revenge. When the hero looked at Nika, he understood he had to be insanely careful, because if he wanted the dungeon reward called Slaughterhouse, he first had to identify who held the marionette, so he wouldn't accidentally kill the holder too early, since the holder had to die last. Nika immediately realized the situation was way worse than she thought. She ordered her people not to move, because after saying all that, the hero was clearly trying to spot the marionette holder, but it was already too late. The team instinctively clustered around the holder, exposing them. Behind that wall of bodies stood a dark-looking girl with white hair, while everyone else shielded her with their own backs. The hero caught it anyway and smiled, planning to wipe them all out and save her for last. The girl he identified as the holder was Blanky, and she was terrified, not understanding what was happening, but that didn't slow the hero down at all. A notification flashed. He spent 400 cognition points, and his stats surged by 200. Moving at insane speed and ignoring Nika, he launched himself toward the squad and the marionette holder, determined to end this fast. Seconds later, her whole team was getting crushed because they dropped from a single strike with no resistance. And to him, normal players were just too weak. Nika tried to act, attacking from behind, but it was already too late. Half her squad was gone, and she still refused to surrender. Ethan noticed her instantly and parried her strike with his katana like it was nothing. During the clash, Nika kept trying to ensure Blanky stayed alive no matter what, and by analyzing the situation, she guessed the hero was aiming for the dungeon reward slaughterhouse, admitting to herself that the guy had nerves of steel. The hero, smiling, made it clear that was exactly it. He only needed to deal with Nika first, and then he could claim the reward in peace. That lit a fuse in Nika, and she activated a power skill called Time Leap, adding that he would regret choosing her as his target. A second later, nothing remained around him except faint traces of the skill's effect, and for an instant he actually froze. He scanned the area, confused about where she had vanished. But she was already behind him, ready to end him on the spot. He tried to turn and react, swinging his blade, but there was nobody there. Instead, she somehow reappeared at his back again and drove a dagger straight into his chest. That hit shook him hard, and Nika chained several more thrusts, ripping away about half his health. But Ethan didn't break. He triggered his power ability restoration, instantly granting him plus 9,000 HP. Nika spun back and saw him preparing to strike her, and she was even more stunned to realize that the 9,000 HP he restored was only about 75% of his total health pool. She judged him an absurd tank and assumed his restoration was some kind of trick, thinking he'd eventually run out of healing potions, and that once he dropped, the win would be hers, while the hero only smiled and stayed silent. Nika fired off a sudden burst worth 10,000 damage, but the hero recovered instantly like nothing happened. That completely shook her, because the strongest level 30 restoration only healed about 1,000 hit points, and dungeons only allowed 10 bottles max, so watching him heal over 19,000 hit points within seconds made no sense, especially with his massive health pool. Ethan seized the opening and landed his first clean hit on her, ripping away more than half her health. Smiling, he murmured an apology and made it clear there would be only one winner here. After a few silent seconds, he focused his power into another strike, aiming to finish her with a decisive blow. Nika barely noticed in time and jumped away, and while Ethan didn't look shaken, he did start to get irritated that she kept running. She reacted fast, retreating back toward her follower to catch her breath. Furious, she kept talking through it, insisting he couldn't possibly have brought so many level 30 instant heal potions due to the 10-bottle limit, yet he had already healed more than 19,000 HP, so she factored in his huge health pool and concluded he must have a support-type power. Ethan smiled and didn't deny it, instead pointing out that based on her movement, she had dumped all her stat points into agility, and from their exchange he'd realized her power was close-quarters combat, with speed that wasn't normal and damage that almost always landed like crits. Nika said nothing, only smiled like she was hiding something nasty for him. Then, brushing her hair back, she stated that her cognition reserves were low and nearly depleted, so she concluded she had already lost this fight. From a distance, Ethan watched as she discussed a plan she wanted to execute, killing Blanky on the spot to end their raid immediately. He understood he had pushed her too far and forced her into that move, and he went deadly serious because she was so fast she might kill Blanky before he could react. And if she accepted she couldn't beat him, she'd just erase Blanky and end the raid. Her behavior threw him off, like her words said one thing but her eyes said the opposite, and with a cold stare, he asked what she was waiting for. Knowing she was planning something since she still hadn't killed Blanky, and he couldn't relax, planning to finish them the moment his imprisonment cooldown ended. Nika explained that if she killed Blanky, she wouldn't be able to kill the main character, so it was a brutal choice, because in this dungeon, the real target was him. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before the hero, stating that all his stats were stable and that the imprisonment skill had finished its cooldown and was ready to be used again. The moment the chance to use imprisonment appeared, the hero intended to activate it. But something felt off. At that exact instant, Cookie acted first and killed Nika without a second thought, right as the hero was about to trigger the skill. With a twisted, mocking smile right before death, Nika vanished and was sent back to the dungeon death lobby. Before killing Nika, Cookie had received a message from her, instructing her to kill Nika first and then immediately take her own life, so that Cookie alone would receive both rewards. Cookie followed the plan without hesitation. The moment she finished off her leader, she performed self-destruction and was also sent to the dungeon death lobby, resetting her level. The hero froze in shock, unable to believe that the girls had truly chosen such a path. And what mattered most was that by failing to kill Cookie when he had the chance, he had effectively lost. As Nika disappeared into the lobby, she mocked him with a sneer, calling him a loser for missing his shot at victory. After both of them vanished, only the hero remained, standing alone, completely stunned and unable to move, as if reality itself had cracked. The shock overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, clueless about what to do next or why everything had turned out this way. When he opened his inventory, the marionette had returned to him. He began analyzing Nika's actions, initially thinking she planned to end the raid, but eventually realizing it was all done just to deny him victory, a realization so petty it almost made him laugh bitterly. Grabbing his head, he screamed in frustration, knowing he was trapped in a hopeless situation, and that if he didn't find a solution, death would come for him in a matter of hours. Holding his head, he wondered if he had truly missed his one and only chance to win and turn everything in his favor, and now had to figure out how to overcome this deadlock. Several hours passed with the hero lying on the ground, lost in thought, but no solution came to him. Realizing he couldn't stay like this, he stood up and considered the logic that if all allies were dead, the primordial realm wouldn't simply allow the raid to end in failure. From that, he concluded there had to be another way to clear this dungeon, the problem being that he had no idea what it was. He wandered around the area and approached the dungeon's edge, only to find a transparent wall that refused to break no matter how hard he struck it. Looking around, he realized the dungeon's entire territory was limited to the size of the platform he stood on, making escape impossible. He walked toward the large platform where the same marionette from his inventory was displayed. He understood that the uncontrolled zone existed only directly ahead, on the cylindrical platform holding the marionettes. Without hesitation, he climbed onto it, trying to understand what made this place so important. He stood there for several minutes, piecing things together and trying to connect this structure with the opening scene of the dungeon. On the structure were engraved the words, "Hope and despair coexisted." Looking closer, the hero noticed another inscription beneath the first one. He touched the lower engraving, which read, "Words alone cannot open this door," and wondered who could have carved it. Suddenly, the inscription responded to his touch and began to glow. New information appeared before him, something he had never seen before. A window popped up, stating that to open membrane number 602, he would need 1,000 cognition points. That number enraged him. 1,000 cognition points was an insane cost, especially since Despair counterattack was active, amplifying costs by 1.5 times, and after the battle, he had barely over 1,000 points left. Not knowing what lay beyond, he couldn't risk spending everything blindly, so he calculated a workaround, spending 700 points to boost all abilities by 350, which would then grant him enough cognition to still have over 300 points remaining. Entering unknown territory unprepared was suicide, so he stopped overthinking and committed. First, he spent 700 cognition points to enhance all abilities by 350, then spent 1,000 more to open membrane door number 602, with the final notification confirming the cognition was consumed and the membrane had opened. A blinding light burst forth, accompanied by thick mist pouring out. He was dragged toward the opening, his consciousness blurring as he lost grasp of what was happening. Seconds later, He heard a voice urging him to hurry and press some kind of button. Rubbing his eyes, he struggled to focus, overwhelmed by the brightness and the presence of an unfamiliar blond man urging him to make a choice. The blond man rushed him, begging him to choose quickly, pointing at options involving focusing on those who followed him or dissolving and mapping everyone, words that made no sense to the hero, who had no clue what power or mapping meant. Standing there, facing the stranger, the hero decided to ask what the difference between the choices was. The blond man pressed him harder, telling him to think carefully and decide fast. Ethan still didn't understand where he was or who stood before him, but assumed this was a fixed program, an isolated test required to access membrane number. Shesto Drugi. He looked around the room, trying to figure out his next move. Focusing ahead, he saw the two options clearly, even though he didn't fully understand them, knowing only that to pass the test, he had to pick one. He hesitated, wondering what would happen if he chose wrong, the weight of the decision pressing down hard. He realized that according to the script of this fixed historical program, the character he controlled and the character beside him were meant to face some catastrophic event. The man in front of him demanded a choice, and after it, the hero's computational power would be displayed. What troubled him was what came after that display, whether it meant survival or becoming a tool to avert catastrophe within that story. The complexity overwhelmed him, and he ran his hands through his hair, thinking how in his past life he never made it past level 1 and never encountered anything like this. He reasoned that if he had the right to live and stay with his sister, he would choose to focus on those who followed him, but if he was meant to be a tool to stop catastrophe, then cooperation was the only path, since disaster in this story seemed inevitable. Staring at the choices, he realized that displaying computational power was meant to identify those with enough capacity to survive catastrophe. But what haunted him was how to be certain he was choosing the right kind of person. He wanted proof that the overlooked option held perfect computational power, and this whole situation echoed his past life, where anyone not from the first world couldn't raise their level. And as he pieced it together, he realized he might not be making such a bad choice after all. With that, the hero made his choice and selected the option to dissolve and map everyone. The instant the option was confirmed, he was transferred back into the dungeon. But after looking around, he noticed no visible changes at all, which left him genuinely stunned. Staring at the platform, he felt a heavy pressure in his chest as nothing had changed, leading him to conclude that he had chosen the correct option. Sitting inside the dungeon and waiting for his cognition to regenerate, he reasoned that since nothing had shifted, the correct answer must have been focusing on mapping those who followed him. He had only 350 cognition left because the marionette acted like a parasite inside him, as if he were in constant combat, drastically slowing regeneration. Yet even so, the remaining 5 hours would be enough to restore 1,050 cognition points, allowing him to attempt the test twice. 2 attempts were enough for him. All that remained was to wait patiently. An hour and a half later, his cognition had recovered to 700 points, which was sufficient, so he immediately went back to attempt the task. Returning to the same room without hesitation, the hero instantly selected the other option. He assumed that if the test was about infiltration, then all he needed was to choose one of the options, though it felt far too simple, and he still questioned why the brother figure mentioned earlier was so important. He also remembered the backstory, stating that the door would not allow the marionette to pass, preventing it from returning to the research institute it called home. He began questioning what the real issue was, considering cognition power as one possibility, but lacking clarity. The only useful information he had was the opening animation from entering the Hidden Kingdom, where it was revealed that the marionette had left the institute due to stubbornness and now wanted to return, yet the door refused to open. He concluded the problem might not be about choosing the correct option, but about choosing the correct attitude. Yet how to choose an attitude when only two options existed remained unclear. After standing there in thought for a moment, the hero trusted his intuition. In the end, he chose the same option twice. Returning to the testing zone, he waited calmly for any changes. Seconds passed, but nothing changed. Everything remained exactly as before, with no path opening. He now had only one attempt left, and if he failed, he would be forced to wait again. But since he trusted his reasoning, he planned to choose the same option once more. After sitting there another hour and a half and waiting for his cognition to fully recover, he prepared to take the test again, knowing this was his final chance. He became deadly serious, fully prepared to lose everything if it came to that. Once more, he was pulled into the same scenario where he had to choose between the two options. Without hesitation, he selected the same option he had chosen the previous two times. As soon as he was transferred back, he immediately scanned his surroundings, hoping to see some change. And this time, after a few seconds, a massive pillar began to shake. It slowly sank downward, and the hero felt a rush of relief, knowing he had succeeded. This was the true core of the cognition test. It was not about choosing the correct answer, but about persistence and loyalty to one's conviction, meaning the door would only open if the same choice was made 3 times in a row. His gamble paid off. A passage downward opened, revealing a secret level that was clearly meant to be cleared by a full party. Yet he was the first to complete it solo, choosing the same option 3 times, and as he descended the stairs, he wondered if he was finally about to escape. Standing in the corridor, he reflected that at this moment, no one else in the primordial realm had managed to reach this hidden level. As he walked forward, he thought about how cautious he had been in his fight against Nika. The desperate situation had forced him to push through an impossible wall. Still, he knew courage did not mean recklessness. If he had known how unhinged Nika truly was before joining the team or entering the dungeon, he would not have made the final miscalculations that led to so many deaths. Suddenly, he noticed a silhouette in the distance and sped toward it. It was the girl from the cutscene, the one who had been lying lifeless on the floor from the very beginning. He stared at the female corpse, unable to look away, as if something about her was pulling him in. A few seconds later, something began glowing on his chest, causing brief panic, but he forced himself not to move. The glow detached from him and drifted toward the female figure. Moments later, the long-awaited notification appeared, congratulating him for executing the perfect strategy, stating that the corrupted marionette had been purified, and the reward was 1% of computational power. The hero finally exhaled in relief, realizing he no longer had to fear imminent death. Another notification followed, granting him the achievement titled No Way Out. Seconds later, Ethan leaned weakly against the wall and put his weapon away. He could hardly believe that he had actually become afraid of dying in the primordial realm. Grabbing his head with one hand, he felt deep embarrassment as his legs trembled from the aftershock of those thoughts. With the quest completed, he received multiple rewards and his level rose to 44. But most importantly, after surpassing level 40, new skills became available. The first completely immobilized a target's body, lasting 1 second per 10 levels for a total of 4 seconds, and the second was Mark, allowing him to tag a target within a 1,000-meter radius, with all effects lasting 10 minutes at a cost of only 50 cognition. The hero clenched his fists, unable to believe that just moments ago his only thought had been defeating Nika. And yet, he had truly done it, not just in theory but in reality. A fact that overwhelmed him with joy as he celebrated the end of this dungeon. The scene shifted to Alice and Sarah, who were training together with a massive axe. The girls were overjoyed as they felt themselves growing stronger through their training. Briefly, the scene shifted to the player resurrection point, where Nika stood, waiting and hoping the hero would die in the dungeon. But to her disappointment, he never appeared. Then a message exchange appeared between Mika and an unknown individual, where she explained that she had died in the dungeon and failed to kill him, but had obtained valuable information about the hero. And when asked if anything needed to be done, she replied that they needed to find a mirror space, as a single mirror image would be enough to restore her level after the summoning, and most importantly, they had to find the hero again and continue backing those who possess power. The scene shifted to that mysterious individual, who turned out to be a blonde guy named Alex, as someone informed him that the person he had been searching for possessed support-type power, namely the hero himself. The scene shifted again to a room where two men sat together, Alex and another unknown figure, inside the primordial realm at the New Order Association headquarters. Alex was visited by a man known as Deadwater, who pointed out that support-type power was insanely rare, making it possible for him to help manage operations outside controlled zones. In exchange for that help, he demanded 100,000 Secret Kingdom riders. Alex agreed instantly, without hesitation, wearing a calm smile as if the price meant nothing to him. The scene moved outside the New Order headquarters. Deadwater stepped out of the building. A man standing nearby noticed him and immediately approached. It turned out to be Deadwater's brother, who quickly asked how things went, since they had been searching for a support-type power user for a long time and assumed the association would be thrilled to meet him. Instead of answering, Deadwater vented his anger by smashing a nearby metal pillar. His brother did not expect such a reaction, and a chill ran down his spine. Deadwater finally spoke, saying that everything was settled, but that someone demanded 100,000 Secret Kingdom riders. Even then, his brother could not understand why he was so furious, since this was only the first step of their plan. Deadwater explained that what truly enraged him was the fact that he himself was not special, not a player blessed with raw energy like the hero. Because he lacked that uniqueness, he could not see a clear path to executing his plan to climb to the very top of the New Order. And with that thought, the scene ended. The scene shifted to the real world, inside the hero's home. The hero sat at the table, staring at a phrase he had written down, permission to use brute force, trying to understand its true meaning, suspecting it referred to control over massive mechanisms. He recalled that after completing the Secret Kingdom, rewards included access to high-rank missions. But he wondered if the phrase carried a deeper meaning, especially what would happen once his computational power reached 100%. At the moment, it stood at 88%, and he tried to connect brute force authorization with the computational power test, but his mind was overloaded with questions tied directly to his future. Deciding to drop the overthinking, the hero chose to relax and take a bath. Leaving his room, he noticed Sarah, who had just finished bathing herself and was drying her hair. She greeted him casually and went to her room. The hero found himself thinking that whenever Sarah was home, the air carried a pleasant scent. Snapping out of it, Ethan slapped his cheeks, realizing his thoughts were drifting, and reminded himself that leveling was the priority, meaning he needed to log back in and set goals for the next stage. The scene shifted to the primordial realm, to the equipment crafting and sales area. The hero stood there, staring at a screen, trying to sort through information. He realized that at level 44, he still needed 16 more levels to reach 60, which meant entering the Secret Kingdom 32 more times, taking roughly 20 days, but only 22 days remained before the primordial realm merged with reality. Time was dangerously tight, and failure was a real possibility. On top of that, he had equipment issues, with only two ways to obtain primordial realm gear: directly contacting the Secret Kingdom spirit or using it to upgrade low-level equipment. Guilt suddenly hit him, since he had accumulated 11,000 Secret Kingdom spirit points, 6,700 from 3 runs, and the remaining 4,200 from dismantling unused crafted gear. The system offered him the option to craft 40 pieces of purple equipment for 650 spirit points, or upgrade purple gear from level 30 to 40 for 400 spirit points. But he still lacked three core pieces: headgear, necklace, and emblem, and combining everything would cost 5,500 spirit points. Upgrading purple gear would take 1,100 seconds, and he still needed 16,000 spirit points to reach level 60. Standing there, he realized he would need to gamble on 40 more trials than last time. If he truly wanted to reach his goal, he had to take risks to secure one or two extra rewards. All that remained was choosing a target, or at least marking one. Suddenly, a new message arrived, completely throwing him off balance. Messages usually came only during emergencies, which made his tension spike. Opening it, he saw it was from the president of the New Order, asking if he was free and requesting a conversation. The moment the hero saw the sender, his expression hardened and turned deadly serious. In his past life, he had once encountered the New Order's lower ranks and was brutally humiliated, told that trash like him had no place there, especially with the president's arrival imminent, as the New Order eventually dominated the southern region of China and became the strongest guild in the game. The hero held deep resentment toward them, since the New Order valued only elite control, treating low-level players or those without talent like disposable animals. As someone who had died once before, he knew firsthand that it was impossible not to hate the New Order, though back then he had been powerless. He replied and asked what the issue was, learning that the New Order planned to form a team specializing in uncontrolled zones of the Secret Kingdom and lacked manpower. And having heard that he possessed support-type power, they invited him, promising to negotiate any conditions he had, confirming that support was exactly what they needed. For reasons he could not explain, that answer made him furious. He asked why they were heading into uncontrolled zones, and the president replied that there were personal reasons, so Ethan said he needed time to think, ending the exchange. It was a heavy decision, as joining would disqualify him from the Madness reward, but the speed at which he could gain experience and spirit points would far exceed normal teams. Yet one question haunted him. Why venture into uncontrolled zones where a port to a secret area existed, guarded by monsters above level 70? For now, he chose to ignore it all and focus on upgrading his equipment. A few hours later, the hero was fully geared up, his combat power surpassing a major threshold, granting massive boosts, with overall performance doubling and raw strength increasing by 30%. At this pace, continued optimization would unlock even more potential, and he began wondering how many points were needed for the next breakthrough, 200 or 1,000. Suddenly, he frowned, realizing that if the combat power system was active because of his power, then others likely had access to it as well, including members of the team being assembled by the New Order's president. A squad like this was basically 10 clones of him rolled into one, crazy enough to step outside the comfort zone, and with that kind of stacked lineup, pushing into the no-comfort territory suddenly didn't look so impossible. The hero immediately messaged the New Order president that he was in, and the reply came back calling it a smart choice, plus a promise that the team already had support-type power, so nobody planned to mess with him, and on top of that, they would hand him 100,000 Secret Kingdom credits. Basically, currency in that world, though the hero still couldn't figure out why the guild leader would do something that generous, chalking it up to Alex being loaded, and he wasn't about to refuse since it meant real food money. Ethan also made it clear that this was the price for a single run, and Alex agreed instantly, no hesitation, looking genuinely hyped by the deal. The second the hero accepted, he was added to the team chat, got greeted, dropped a quick intro, and then the president set the meetup point at the northern gates. The hero wasn't against it at all, so he immediately disabled his headgear, brought a regular pistol just in case, and for his own safety, hid a knife where he could reach it fast. Because uncertainty was always a threat, and he needed to know exactly where everything sat. The scene shifted to the northern gates. The team roster was already visible, and nobody on it was below level 45. The hero walked in with an easy stride to the meetup, where everyone was already waiting, dressed in plain, low-key armor. Across from him stood the New Order leader, already posted at the entrance like he'd been waiting for this moment. Every pair of eyes locked onto the hero, but nobody made a scene or showed much on their faces. Out of nowhere, Deadwater popped up and started waving, beckoning the hero over. Deadwater introduced himself immediately, greeting the hero with a wide grin and max-level friendliness. Ethan returned the energy, since he didn't feel any hostility from them yet. Standing there together, they overheard the crowd murmuring that they had never met support-type power users before. And now, there were two of them right in front of their faces, which was wild to them. Then Alex, the guild president, spoke up, saying that before they headed into the comfort zone frontiers, he wanted to show them two secret kingdoms that would be useful later. Watching the way Alex carried himself, the hero wondered if this was really the New Order president, one of the strongest figures in the primordial realm, because he didn't match the hero's mental image. Then Alex suddenly asked everyone to show their abilities so he could evaluate them. The guys exchanged looks, and Ethan wondered how the leader could have invited them without already knowing what they could do. Without hesitation, Deadwater stepped up first, swinging his arms like he was warming up, while Ethan behind him scratched his head, not eager to expose his secrets. Deadwater turned back toward Ethan and pushed him to be bolder, saying the team would trust him more that way. Ethan couldn't dodge it, so he agreed that if it mattered, he was down. Deadwater approached Alex and explained his abilities, saying he had tested things with strong friends, and that both power and distance depended on how far the weapon could strike. He used his own kit as the example. His weapon was gloves, his effective range was about 1.5 meters, so he had to stay within that distance to land hits, and that was Deadwater's biggest weakness. Alex picked up on it fast, realizing Deadwater was describing the link between weapon type and skill behavior, and Alex found it genuinely interesting. The hero was surprised, since to him it was obvious from the start that boxing gloves meant short range, so 1.5 meters made sense. But the hero's weapon was a pistol, and his true range was still unknown because he had never properly tested it. That realization froze him for a second, since he assumed it was around 100, maybe 200 meters. And now he finally had a chance to check it, because his skills always interacted through his own attacks. The hero started getting nervous, because not knowing his range was a real problem for team coordination. Meanwhile, Alex showed his first skill, Restoration, letting him heal himself. His second skill was Mantra, something usable on a boss, and his third skill was a chain of debuffs that could land weakness, aging, and slow on a target. Deadwater added that his silence skill could help lock down targets, even bosses, and that was enough to contribute. But he chose to hide his fourth skill for later, hoping the president would understand. Alex just smiled and allowed it, saying Deadwater could keep that fourth skill hidden until the right moment. That's when it clicked for the hero. He could show only what mattered for teamwork and keep his own fourth skill as a trump card. Ethan stepped forward and said it was his turn, explaining that his weapon was a blade with about a 3-meter range, a bit better than Deadwater's. His first skill matched Deadwater's, his second was Blessing, and his third was Imprisonment. To prove it, the hero immediately chained the guild leader in place in the same instant. It was a shock move, but he dispelled it right away, explaining that imprisonment could immobilize a target for 10 seconds, though he didn't know if it worked on bosses, and that blessing could cleanse any abnormal status from the target. With a calm grin, he added that he could even cleanse his own imprisonment. But just like Deadwater, he decided to hide his fourth skill for later. He dropped the harsh reality. Even with just 10 people, this was the lowest difficulty. Yet the danger matched a 70-plus team. Monsters gave no rewards, so the moment one appeared they had to hide. And if that failed, they needed a distraction plan, even if it meant sacrificing a few members. Ethan and Deadwater traded smiles, both hiding their real faces behind that friendly vibe. The captain processed their kits and said it was clear enough and that they should be able to handle it. Then Alex raised his voice to everyone, saying that because support-type power users were so rare, they had been forced to stay on the edges of the uncontrolled zones. But now they had two supports. With his hand raised, Alex declared that this meant they had to push deeper and explore the secret depths beyond the controlled zone. Everyone backed the captain immediately, no doubts, no hesitation. So they moved out at once, while Ethan walked behind them, watching. He couldn't shake the thought that the reward value from raiding chaos zones and uncontrolled zones was basically the same, while the danger level was completely different. So Alex's obsession with the Secret Kingdom's uncontrolled depths felt suspicious, like Alex was hiding something. Deadwater noticed the hero had stopped and wasn't moving with the group. He called Ethan over right away, telling him not to fall behind because the team had to stay together. With a small smile, the hero said he would catch up. But inside Deadwater's head, one thought kept looping. There was only room for one support in this squad. And that meant he planned to get rid of the hero, so soon the team would go back to having only a single support-type power. The scene shifted to the entrance of the uncontrolled zone. Alex began explaining that there was a real difference between a chaotic, uncontrolled zone and a straight-up lethal danger zone, and that the surrounding environment of an uncontrolled zone directly scaled the difficulty depending on how many people were in the squad, which was exactly why he had assembled a team of 10 and not a single person more. He emphasized that even with 10 people, this was still the easiest tier. Yet the danger matched a 70-plus squad, leaving no room for mistakes. And since local monsters gave no rewards, they had to hide on sight or rely on distractions, even if it meant sacrificing a few teammates. After the captain's words, everyone fell silent, unable to argue, since objections weren't an option, and if the captain said this was the rule, then this was how it had to be. With that, the squad jumped straight into the unknown, while the hero waited a few seconds after they vanished. Then, without hesitation, he followed them in, lost in his own thoughts. The hero felt like he had been falling for a long time, with no ground in sight and no sense of scale. Eventually, he landed on his feet, kicking up a small burst of noise. Something overhead caught his attention, and he looked up. Above him were several towering structures, and an enormous lightning strike tore through the sky beside them. Glancing around, he realized he had fallen behind the main group and decided he needed to catch up fast, because lagging alone out here was a fast way to get wiped. Somewhere above, perched on the roof of a building, a monster was watching the squad. The creature looked fork-shaped and animalistic, with spikes on its head and elbows, long limbs and fangs stretching almost to its ears. The hero instantly sensed its presence above him and began weighing his options. Suddenly, Alex's voice came from ahead, reminding everyone of the rule that if there was a chance to hide, they should always avoid fighting and stay out of sight. The beast perched on the rock was already preparing to attack and even lunge toward the squad. Then, out of nowhere, the forked creature was seized by an impossibly massive paw. What grabbed it was a monster nearly 100 times larger, far more savage and feral than the one that had been about to strike the team. The scene shifted to the squad as one of the members heard the same guttural roar and asked if anyone else had heard it too. Looking up, the man spotted a massive shape in the air, chasing them relentlessly. He immediately reported to the president that they were being hunted by a gigantic man-eating leopard, that escape was unlikely, and that they were in deep trouble the moment they crossed the boundary, though he couldn't understand how something like this had appeared so fast. Alex shut him down sharply, telling him to stop panicking and focus on avoiding the man-eater, because if it caught someone, there would be no saving them. The squad kept running without stopping for even a second, and Deadwater asked if the monster chasing them was really that strong. The same man who had warned them replied that the guild had already sent 10 squads into uncontrolled zones to gather intel, and 5 of them had been completely wiped by that exact kind of beast. And after hearing that, he wondered if Deadwater still doubted the man-eater's power. The squad couldn't shake the monster, and it was steadily closing the distance at terrifying speed. Alex realized they weren't going to outrun it, and that something had to be done. He turned to a man wearing a headband and ordered him to distract the giant beast, and the man obeyed instantly, stopping in his tracks. The headbanded man used a skill called Provoke on the leopard, forcing it to target him for a full minute, lowering its speed by 10% while boosting its attack power by 10%. The monster immediately changed direction and charged after the one who had provoked it, pulling its focus away from the rest of the team. Everyone noticed, but none of them slowed down, using the opening to gain as much distance as possible. Deadwater ran alongside the hero, quietly considering pulling the leopard onto Ethan instead, convinced that the beast was every bit as dangerous as the stories claimed. This felt like the perfect opportunity to exploit the situation and erase the hero. Deadwater placed a mark on the hero, a skill that made the target detectable to all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius for 10 full minutes. Every monster within that range immediately noticed the hero carrying the mark. The real problem was that the leopard suddenly stopped chasing the head-banded man as well. The man noticed and couldn't understand why the beast had stopped pursuing him and was staring off in another direction. The hero felt nothing at first and kept running, irritation flashing across his face. Then, out of nowhere, a monster burst from the side and slammed into him, knocking him off his feet. The hero and the creature crashed into a wall together, dust exploding around them, and the squad didn't immediately grasp what had happened. Looking around, they saw monsters converging from all directions. The problem was that their target wasn't the squad at all, but the hero, who was drawing them in because of the mark placed on him. The captain couldn't understand what was happening or why all the monsters had locked onto Ethan specifically. Deadwater stood off to the side with a chilling smile, convinced that his plan had worked perfectly. Suddenly, Alex broke away and ran toward the hero, ordering everyone else to return to their original hiding spot because he intended to try and save Ethan. That decision stunned the entire team, leaving them frozen in shock. Deadwater couldn't believe what he was seeing and thought their boss had completely lost his mind, convinced that, at this rate, Alex wouldn't come back alive. One of the men tried to rally the group, saying that the boss probably knew exactly what he was doing and that they needed to retreat fast so they wouldn't become dead weight, even though at first nobody wanted to leave. Then a massive explosion went off, throwing everyone into confusion. One of the team members stared in disbelief as the leopard suddenly sped up again, which meant the provoke had worn off and they needed to get out immediately. And without another second wasted, the entire squad turned and sprinted back toward their shelter. The focus shifted to Alex as he sprinted at full speed to help the hero, his only thought being that the kid had to survive. Out of nowhere, a monster lunged straight at him. The captain tried to fight back, slashing the creature with a cutting strike. It did absolutely nothing since the monster's defense was absurdly high, to the point they didn't even bother dodging blade attacks, which shocked Alex and forced him to retreat. Leaping several meters back, Alex realized he couldn't handle this without activating his abilities. There were simply too many enemies, and even if he used his skills, the odds of saving Ethan were still insanely low. Suddenly, he heard a loud crash from the side and turned to see what was happening. It was the hero, completely surrounded by monsters, boxed in with no escape, activating a freezing enhancement on himself. The freezing effect locked the target's blood in place, costing no cognition power, with every 10 levels adding 1 second of immobilization, completely freezing enemies during its effect. The hero felt a massive surge of power, and on top of the freezing, he also activated Blessing. A system notification flashed before him, stating that he had consumed 2,700 cognition points, but his attributes had skyrocketed. Most importantly, after activating Blessing, the hero dispelled the mark that had been attracting all monsters within a 1,000-meter radius. With a single strike, he wiped out every monster close to him. He was fully locked in, intent on killing everything around him and leaving zero chance for escape. Alex watched it all unfold as the leopard rushed past him at terrifying speed. The beast charged straight at the hero, trying to strike from behind. It looked like this was the end for Ethan. Like his story would end right there, since he noticed the leopard far too late. By sheer instinct, he managed to react, grabbing the monster's paw with such force that its claw cracked as he halted its momentum. The hero burned through skill points, boosting his attack power to 135,000, turning his next shot into total annihilation. The beast barely managed to struggle, desperately trying to resist. It was already too late, as the next shot pierced straight through the leopard, leaving it no chance to fight back. The massive monster collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The hero stood before it completely calm, not even twitching an eyebrow. The leopard's body began dissolving into the air. Alex stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the kid had soloed the leopard. Suddenly, Ethan extended a hand toward Alex, who noticed but couldn't react, still frozen in shock. Passing by Alex, the hero moved with a serious expression, signaling that they needed to leave immediately. Too many scavenger-like monsters were still watching them, ready to tear them apart the moment they slipped up. The moment Alex realized the hero was pulling ahead, he rushed after him, refusing to fall behind. Some time later, the scene shifted to the portal area at the edge of the uncontrolled zone, near the dungeon entrance. The remaining group stood there arguing, unsure of what to do since their leader had gone after Ethan, and they had no idea what condition he was in, with many too afraid to even send a message, fearing no response. Deadwater spoke up, suggesting they simply retreat, saying the odds that Ethan survived those conditions were extremely low. A guy with a tied ponytail snapped back internally, unable to believe that, convinced their leader and Ethan were still alive. Deadwater, staring at the ground, reasoned that if neither had lost health, they probably used some skill that temporarily locked their HP bar. But he emphasized that Ethan was the unluckiest one, dragged into a massive swarm of monsters with no real way to escape, making him nothing more than a doomed partner. Those words irritated everyone, some staying silent with arms crossed. Suddenly, one of them shouted after checking the map, quickly informing everyone that he had spotted the hero and their leader near the shelter. Deadwater couldn't believe it, since he had been counting on both of them dying. Everyone else erupted in relief and excitement, unable to hide their happiness. Deadwater, on the other hand, grew visibly irritated, warning that the hero and the leader could be dragging monsters with them and telling everyone to prepare for defense and not relax for even a second. The team braced for combat, waiting for monsters, but despite being on edge, they heard no heavy sounds nearby, which only made the tension worse. Two silhouettes emerged from the darkness, one being the hero and the other Alex, both completely unharmed. Everyone immediately felt relieved seeing their leader safe, especially with Ethan right beside him. Deadwater was clearly unhappy, questioning how both of them had survived, feeling nothing but frustration toward the leader of the new order. Alex's team surrounded them, praising their resolve and calling them incredible for overcoming such a dead-end situation, acknowledging that Alex had saved the hero. The leader turned to look at the hero, who avoided his gaze, lowering his head and saying nothing. The hero then moved away entirely, sitting down at a distance from the rest of the team. Alex also sat down to rest, brushing off the praise and saying it wasn't needed, emphasizing that they should recover quickly before heading straight into the dungeon. Everyone was overflowing with excitement, unable to contain their emotions, while Alex and the hero silently exchanged glances. Deadwater fixed his gaze on the hero and decided to approach him. The hero sat there quietly, his mind completely blank, unaware of what was about to come next. Closing in, the guy pressed the hero for how he escaped, acting mad curious like it had to be some wild cinematic run, begging for every detail. Ethan barely even looked at Deadwater, face empty, eyes cold. Then a system notice hit. Blessing had activated. The immobilization on the target got cleansed, and the mark stuck to the hero also got wiped. Ethan finally smiled and let it land. Deadwater should know better than anyone how they escaped and why the beasts were even chasing them in the first place. That line went straight through Deadwater like a spear. Deadwater didn't expose himself, just laughed it off, acting like it was a misunderstanding since he was a teammate and couldn't possibly do that. Still sitting there with that calm grin, the hero laid it out. Blessing wasn't even available to Deadwater, and Blessing cleansed any debuff, especially a mark meant to lure monsters in and get someone quietly erased. Deadwater's face shifted, going serious for a split second, realizing he'd been read like an open book, even if he tried to hide it. The hero kept going, smile wide, saying that Mark was a level 40 skill, and in their squad only 2 people could even have something like that: Deadwater and the hero himself. The hero pulled his pistol and leveled it at Deadwater, admitting that he'd wanted to smoke him the moment he joined the squad, but since Deadwater started the talk first, it made the hero realize his hesitation was nothing but thirst. With the pistol still trained on him and that same smile on his face, Ethan made it simple. When thirst hits, it needs to get quenched immediately. Deadwater froze for a few seconds, having no comeback, because the hero was calling everything exactly as it was, and denying it was already pointless. Then Deadwater blew up, yelling about how the hero really wanted him dead even though they were partners, not enemies. Deadwater's outburst drew eyes. The whole crew didn't understand what was popping off between them. In Deadwater's head, the hero looked like a clown for trying to kill him with a gun, like this was some cheesy action flick. And it felt even better for Deadwater because it made it easier to paint the hero as a problem to isolate. Plus, he could claim the monster swarm had been staged by Ethan. One teammate rushed in to stop it, stepping between them and demanding to know what Ethan was doing, aiming a weapon at Deadwater. Off to the side, their leader stayed quiet, sitting still, watching the whole thing play out. Ethan just smiled and didn't answer. Deadwater performed for the crowd, saying he only asked how the hero escaped, and the moment he asked, Ethan immediately pulled a weapon on him. Deadwater kept pushing, playing the room, asking if it was really okay to point weapons at teammates. Alex stayed silent, doing nothing, just watching, reading the whole situation like a strategist. Then Deadwater tried a new angle, saying Ethan was doing this because Deadwater was also a support power user, and killing him would make Ethan the only support. After that, Ethan would start making demands and the leader would have to accept just to clear the dungeon. Deadwater basically confessed the play he wanted to run on the team. Ethan still stood there, pistol steady, while Deadwater waved his arms, pointed fingers, and tried to sell Ethan as some shady trash who never should have been allowed in their squad. The hero didn't speak. He waited for Alex to move because the team's fate depended on the captain's call. 2 guys stood at the center of it all, and the leader had to choose who to believe. Deadwater insisted they needed to ditch Ethan before they went farther, while Ethan stayed quiet, knowing that if they chose wrong, he could wipe them all right there. The squad gathered around, some saying they needed to stop this and settle it back in a safe zone. The one talking felt a hand land on his shoulder and turned. It was Alex, finally stepping in, smiling as he told them that if Ethan truly wanted Deadwater dead, he would have pulled a sword. But drawing a pistol was a signal that this conflict should be settled together. The ponytail guy and the others didn't even understand what the captain meant. Deadwater got angrier, unable to grasp why the captain's words were going the wrong way for him. The leader took the hero's weapon and asked him to lower it. Ethan did it instantly, and the leader stepped beside him and asked one question: why Deadwater was trying to spark hatred between them. Right after that, the leader launched at Deadwater, grabbing him by the throat before he could even dodge. And Deadwater rasped out, demanding what the leader thought he was doing. Deadwater was furious. He couldn't understand the leader's stats or where that insane power came from. With a hard, serious face, the leader made it clear he trusted Ethan way more than Deadwater could even imagine. Hanging in the air by the leader's grip, Deadwater tried to talk him down, saying the captain wasn't seeing the truth. Ethan was the one who aimed the gun first. Suddenly, the leader's arm turned red, and some strange liquid wrapped over his skin. The leader's whole body flushed crimson as he said that if Ethan acted like this, there had to be a reason. Ethan wouldn't move without a solid cause. Deadwater struggled and screamed that the leader couldn't just trust Ethan like that, claiming he was innocent and that this was unfair. Alex didn't listen. He activated a skill, Mercy Seal, Blood Shadow Shell, and the entire space washed red as the captain turned into a cloud-like mass. Deadwater realized instantly it was a terrifying ability. Blood Shadow Shell wrapped the target in a blood cocoon. While inside, both the target's HP and the user's HP drained, the user could spend cognition power to reduce the target's HP faster. The cocoon target couldn't use any skills, and the effect lasted 2 minutes. Choking inside the blood shell, Deadwater only caught Alex's voice saying that when he believes in something, he never backs down, even if it's wrong. Deadwater fought for breath, trying to understand what kind of technique this even was. His HP kept dropping every second, and on the side, Ethan watched without interrupting. Deadwater tried to trigger a healing skill and it wouldn't work. He panicked internally, begging for it to kick in, but it stayed dead. Seconds later, Deadwater was on his knees in front of Ethan, while the hero looked down at him with pure arrogance. A few minutes after that, with no oxygen and no HP left, Deadwater's consciousness snapped, and his body started dissolving into the air. Alex canceled the technique, but it was too late. Deadwater was already sent to the respawn zone, stripped of all his gear. Alex said nothing. He and Ethan just looked at each other. Then Ethan sat back down and said he appreciated not having to dirty his own hands. Alex was satisfied that he'd kept the hero under control, because he knew that if Deadwater hadn't been deleted, Ethan would have handled the squad the same way he handled those monsters, and every last one of them would have been dead. The captain stepped up to Ethan and asked if he wanted to join the new order. If he did, the captain promised him the highest position and also apologized for killing Deadwater. The leader added that there had been friction and unresolved tension between Ethan and the new order in the past, but by standing alongside powerful players, those old conflicts could be buried, which was exactly why they were inviting the hero into the order. Everyone around was stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen the chairman personally and earnestly ask someone to join, and on top of that, offering top-tier conditions. The members grew restless, remembering the brutal selection trials they themselves had endured, unable to understand why the hero was being treated with such care. With a stone-cold expression, the hero asked what the real price would be for joining their team. The question threw the captain off completely. He didn't even grasp what the hero meant. The people around were just as confused, thinking the hero was talking nonsense and should at least ask about the benefits first. But the hero continued, saying that joining a guild wasn't just about perks and that before anything else, he needed to know the price he would have to pay. Alex stood there seriously, pausing for a moment in thought. Then he smiled and said there was no price at all, that the hero could join freely with no taxes or conditions. Of course, Alex knew the hero wouldn't believe that so easily, and also knew that when the real price came due, the hero would likely refuse. Alex finally revealed it. The hero had to be ready to pay when the guild needed him, levels, gear, everything, with the promise of massive compensation afterward. The hero instantly understood and said firmly that the dungeon in the uncontrolled zone would likely end in a massacre, and not everyone would survive. Alex couldn't believe the hero said something like that openly, without a shred of fear. Not only the captain, but the entire team froze, shocked by the hero's words. After a few seconds, the captain tried to lighten it up, joking that the odds of such an outcome were extremely low. But the hero stood his ground, saying there had been too many promises already, and he simply couldn't trust them. That clearly disappointed Alex. He had nothing more to offer, and threatening the hero would be pointless. The hero stated he was willing to form an alliance, but would never give up his gear or his level, nor would he negotiate further after the dungeon. Those were his conditions. The team couldn't believe his audacity, saying he didn't appreciate the value of top-rank membership, especially when the annual pay exceeded 2 million, and the price was only temporarily giving up gear and levels. They thought the hero was either stupid or insane. The captain had no choice but to accept it, saying regretfully that, while it was a shame, an alliance was still better than nothing. The hero smiled and thanked them for understanding. They exchanged smiles, and the topic of joining the guild was officially closed. Sitting across from the chairman, the hero reflected that if he hadn't suffered so much stress in his past life, and if he had known how much gear level affected survival, everything might have turned out differently. Being personally invited into the new order was an incredible opportunity. For a moment, the hero even felt a twinge of regret that he couldn't join because it required surrendering his gear and level. He sat there for a few seconds, deep in thought. Then he smiled, realizing there was no regret at all. The only reason the chairman wanted him was his power, so all he needed was to keep growing stronger and stay alive, and people would naturally gravitate toward him. Alex sat silently across from the hero, reviewing the dungeon's conditions. Suddenly, he noticed one requirement: deadlock, which seriously interfered with his plans. The first attempt to buy the hero had failed, but Alex knew they couldn't move forward without his strength, so he had to keep pushing. Remembering Ethan's words, Alex considered bringing in another player with different abilities, just in case a massacre happened and the hero refused cooperation. In that case, Alex might have to unite with others and eliminate the hero, though he desperately hoped it wouldn't come to that. Once the hero officially joined the New Order's operation, he finally witnessed the chairman's full power. The raid in the uncontrolled zone could only be declared possible because the chairman was both the core tank and a support tank. Support fighters never removed the bands from their heads and had to use their skills with perfect timing. Support fighters and heavy damage dealers tore through enemies with blades effortlessly, forming the backbone of the squad. The main damage dealer was an assassin-type blade user who killed monsters from the shadows while others distracted them. Everyone played a critical role. With tight coordination, a level 10 dungeon took only 4 hours. And as they pushed deeper, cleared dungeons piled up. By the 4th day, they had cleared 12. The hero reached level 50 on the 3rd day, unlocking new powers and abilities. By the 6th day, the squad finally found what the chairman had been searching for, and he was overwhelmed with joy. Before them stood a special portal, an uncontrolled zone dungeon promising insane rewards. Around that time, a replacement arrived for the fallen dead water. It was a second-rate guild member temporarily filling the slot, Thunder, level 56. Everyone was thrilled when he appeared, since he was their field captain, while Alex was the chairman. Thunder immediately pointed downward, calling them brainless chickens for leaving without him. The greeting left everyone stunned, and they joked that it probably applied to the chairman too. Thunder waved it off, saying it didn't apply to the chairman, smoothing things over. Alex, however, wasn't happy about this second member joining. From the side, the hero watched in disbelief. It really was Thunder, one of the top 5 players of the primordial realm before his rebirth. This was the same Thunder whose copy the hero had defeated in the Mirror Realm, and he couldn't help wondering how different the real deal was. Thunder glanced at the hero and wasted no time, clearly locking onto him. Thunder walked straight up and questioned whether the hero was really the guy the chairman had been talking about. He mocked that the hero's strength was only enough to match one of Thunder's toes, saying it with a grin that only fueled the hero's irritation. The chairman couldn't believe Thunder was being openly rude, knowing full well how strong the hero truly was, possibly even stronger than Thunder himself. Everyone around froze, waiting to see how the hero would react. The hero's expression hardened, disbelief flashing through him at being compared to a toe. In his mind, he decided that Thunder would lose that toe one day and should pray the hero wouldn't take his life along with it. The chairman stepped in immediately, ordering Thunder to stop talking nonsense, apologizing on his behalf, and explaining that Thunder talked trash but wasn't a bad person at heart. Thunder suddenly turned to the chairman, saying that if the hero was really as strong as his toe, then that was already impressive by Thunder's standards. The chairman snapped, gesturing sharply and telling someone to take Thunder into the special dungeon already. The others reacted instantly, grabbing Thunder and dragging him toward the portal, saying that since he was so strong he should prove it on the battlefield, while Thunder complained that he didn't need to be pushed and could walk on his own. Watching Thunder get dragged away, Alex wondered how he ever ended up recruiting someone like that. His gaze then locked onto the special dungeon in the uncontrolled zone, unable to believe they had truly found it. Turning to the hero, the chairman stated that his true objective in the uncontrolled zone was this special dungeon, swearing that no matter what happened during the raid, the new order would owe the hero a debt. Ethan didn't understand what exactly the chairman was after in this dungeon, and it felt deeply suspicious. They exchanged looks for several seconds, neither speaking. Alex finally turned and said it was time to go, since everyone else had already entered the dungeon and only the two of them remained outside. Standing by the portal, the hero reflected that in his past life, he never had the chance to interact with the chairman and knew nothing about his true attitude toward people. As a low-level player back then, all he had were rumors about the guild leader being cruel and indifferent to others. Yet now, after spending several days under his command, the hero felt a completely different impression, even sensing that they might have become good friends. He snapped himself out of it, realizing those thoughts were foolish, since true friendship only formed between people with shared goals, and his feelings came from enjoying teamwork. Stepping into the portal, the hero understood that in any conflict, everyone except his sister would be his enemy, so he could never let his guard down, and if the new order ever turned against him, he would have to accept them as enemies and fight to survive. The scene shifted into the dungeon's opening cutscene, shown from a first-person view of two people discussing how the incubation had been a success. Nearby, several others talked about how computer power was truly omnipotent, having even produced a mythical creature. They continued discussing how quickly the experiment progressed, with one asking about brainwashing, only to hear that nothing worked and the creature only became more unstable and aggressive. The perspective shifted to the creature itself, towering over the scientists as they panicked and fled, unsure of its intentions. The monster shattered glass, reflections revealing a massive maw that swallowed the people whole. The last survivor tried to escape and stop the experiment, but met the same fate, devoured like the rest. The scene jumped to a portal opening deep within a forest, from which the New Order's squad emerged alongside the hero. The hero immediately realized it was a cutscene and couldn't believe he was truly inside a special dungeon. A system notification appeared stating the dungeon quest had been generated, the teleport was sealed, and the dungeon was titled Experiment Gone Out of Control, requiring them to escort a life source called the Screaming Serpent to embryo number 304 at the Ancient Incubation Research Institute, with the note that the life source vial couldn't be stored was directly linked to the carrier's life, and shattering it meant instant death. The vial appeared before the entire team, leaving them stunned and unsure of their next move. Alex reasoned internally that each of them had received a vial, assuming that the perfect clear required everyone to reach the incubator core without breaking them. The hero recalled he had only seen cutscene dungeons twice before, and guessed Alex had experienced special dungeons as well, aiming for a perfect clear to secure the highest reward. Their thoughts were cut short as a massive serpent slithered out of the forest toward the squad, catching them unprepared. Alex and Ethan reacted instantly, deploying defenses at lightning speed. Alex ordered everyone to form up into their original defensive positions. The serpent unleashed an unknown spell, releasing sound waves so intense the team couldn't endure them. The first three vials shattered on the ground. The players who broke them died instantly and were sent to the resurrection lobby. Alex couldn't believe what he'd seen. That top-tier players had died from a single monster attack by breaking their vials. A notification appeared, stating the team had been hit by the Screaming Serpent's sonic attack. Suddenly, Ethan heard a shout behind him. It was Thunder, charging forward and declaring he would deal with the monster easily and avenge the fallen players. The team panicked, begging him to be careful, since three were already dead and they couldn't afford to lose him too. Thunder ignored them, focused solely on carving the beast into pieces. He clashed head-on with the serpent and struck first. His attack failed to pierce the serpent's scales, and he was hit in return by an attack he never expected. The serpent swallowed Thunder whole and then went eerily calm. The entire team stood frozen in disbelief at what had just happened. The serpent slithered away with the captain inside it, leaving the survivors helpless, already down 4 members the moment they entered the dungeon. Suddenly, the leader noticed that the shattered vials didn't just disappear. They dissolved into raw matter and flowed into the remaining flasks. Alex glanced at his own vial and saw it glowing intensely. Ethan, like the captain, sank into thought, realizing this truly was a special dungeon. That meant the guild's representative was clearly aiming for a perfect clear. Just like Ethan in the dungeon with the evil puppet, where he earned 1% of membrane-level computer power, he understood that the leader's true goal was that same computer power. Suddenly, someone shouted that the captain was still alive, and everyone rushed to check the map, guessing he was still inside the monster. Some suggested rescuing him, while others were shocked, questioning whether they really had to chase a beast that killed 3 players with a single attack. In the end, the whole team placed their hope in the leader and prepared to follow whatever decision he made. Alex shut down the chatter, saying it was pointless panic. If Thunder hadn't died instantly, he was likely still alive, and their priority was reaching the objective. Alex's words struck Ethan hard, but he stayed silent. Everyone agreed and moved out immediately, not wasting a single second. Alex replayed the cutscene in his mind, focusing on the idea that the Screaming Serpent had to be dealt with. If his original plan of delivering 10 separate sources was wrong, then perhaps they had to merge them into a stronger Screaming Serpent. He reasoned that this was likely the puzzle's solution, and their real challenge was figuring out how to kill it. 20 minutes later, one player reported that Thunder was nearby and moving toward them at insane speed. Ethan heard a strange sound behind him and slowed down, turning to check. It quickly became clear it wasn't the captain. It was the beast that had swallowed him, and everyone braced for impact. The creature didn't hesitate and lunged straight at the chairman. Alex barely avoided the attack by activating Blood Shadow Shell. Alex ordered everyone back into formation and told one member to relay to Thunder that he should attack the serpent from inside. The team immediately formed up and launched a full assault on the screaming serpent from all sides. Neither melee nor ranged attacks could pierce the serpent's hide. After just a few minutes, the team started taking heavy losses. One member used Provoke on the monster, drawing its attention. Moments later, that player ran back toward the captain, hoping for protection and support. As soon as he reached the captain's back, both he and the leader relaxed for a split second. The serpent seized the opening and unleashed a sonic wave capable of shattering vials instantly. By the time the bandana-wearing fighter realized relaxing was a mistake, it was already too late. His vial shattered in an instant, ending his run. He was immediately sent to the resurrection lobby to start over. Everyone stared in disbelief as they lost yet another fighter to a single lapse in focus. As they watched the fallen player dissolve into matter and vanish, the team informed the chairman that a message had come in from Thunder. Thunder reported that attacking the serpent from inside hadn't worked. Its skin was too tough, and escaping that way was impossible. Alex began suspecting a cruel game mechanic. Since the vials couldn't be stored, the serpent could kill them simply by using sonic waves, meaning their survival depended entirely on the monster's next move. Ethan wondered if their squad was really about to be wiped out almost immediately after entering the dungeon. Then, unexpectedly, the serpent turned away and stopped attacking. Ethan couldn't believe it had simply left them alone and questioned why. The liquid from the fallen player's vial flowed into the remaining vials. Holding his now upgraded flask, Alex guessed the serpent wasn't actively testing them yet. With a focused gaze, Alex began planning their next steps through the dungeon. Meanwhile, the hero tried to fully grasp the chairman's true objective, suspecting that the perfect clear might not be killing the screaming serpent at all, but sacrificing players and merging all their liquids into one. Alex warned everyone to stay alert. They'd gotten lucky that the serpent retreated, buying them time to reach the research institute. 20 minutes later, a player behind Alex warned that the serpent was closing in again at terrifying speed, and the chairman unexpectedly ordered the dual-blade fighter to shatter his vial. The entire team was stunned, unable to understand his intent. One of them protested, saying they couldn't afford to lose another person. Alex replied that even with more people they couldn't defeat the serpent, and right now what they needed was speed. Driving it off would buy them time to investigate. Without hesitation, the dual-blade fighter obeyed and smashed his vial, sacrificing his stats and gear for the dungeon's perfect clear. A notification appeared for the whole team, announcing that the dual-blade fighter had died. Alex was informed that the monster had retreated again, and that, thanks to Thunder still being inside the serpent, they could track its movement on the minimap. As they approached the Institute, Ethan began to suspect that if the chairman truly knew the method for a perfect clear, he might eventually turn on him, especially in terrain where Ethan could be easily surrounded. Suddenly, Alex shouted near Ethan that they had to move faster. He could already see the Institute building ahead. They burst forward at full speed and reached the building entrance in an instant, the air thick with the feeling that the dungeon clear was just one step away. Suddenly, the hero stopped at the main door, realizing he couldn't allow Alex and his squad to corner him. The others noticed him freeze and turn back in confusion, but he addressed Alex directly, pointing out that if the chairman's real goal was a perfect dungeon clear. Alex stared at him in silence, clearly not understanding where this was heading. Standing in front of them all, the hero demanded that Alex lay his plan out in the open. The hero already had a strategy in mind: split the chairman from his people, then wipe them all out. At that moment, Thunder suddenly contacted Alex through a private channel, reporting that he had escaped and was rushing toward them. The hero questioned why Alex was hiding the method for a perfect clear from the rest of the team. Alex's expression hardened to a level it hadn't reached before, clearly plotting something. The chairman turned to the hero and claimed he was mistaken, insisting there was no plan for a perfect clear and that his only goal was to finish the quest. If trust was an issue, Alex suggested the hero wait outside while the three of them completed the objective, pointing out that whatever dangers awaited inside, the serpent was far more likely to appear outside. One of the members jumped in, questioning what was wrong with the hero and why he assumed the chairman meant him harm, saying it sounded more like a bad joke about the guild trying to trick him. Another added that they'd worked together for a long time and that trust didn't mean brotherhood, implying the chairman owed the hero nothing of that level. Ethan began seriously considering whether he should attack Alex's team right then and there. Checking the map, he saw Thunder's position and calculated that, given his speed, he'd arrive in about 10 minutes, while the serpent attacked roughly every 20 minutes, meaning the next strike should come in 13. That gave Ethan a window to clash with the chairman before Thunder arrived. Alex turned away and said he wasn't going to force the hero to go with them, since all they needed was to finish the quest. With the chairman's back turned, two members muttered that the hero was dead weight, someone the guild didn't need. Ethan tightened his grip on his blades, calculating that freeze lasted 10 seconds and blessing 60. Factoring in Thunder, there were 4 powered enemies against him, but if he stacked everything at once, victory was possible. Yet attacking now meant losing any alliance with the New Order, while holding back meant all his effort would be wasted. The two sensed danger and questioned what Ethan planned to do, warning that attacking them would be suicide and urging him to just move on without getting his hands dirty. Ethan made his choice, activating Freeze, Blessing, and a full attribute boost on himself. Without hesitation, he lunged at them, while Alex instantly activated Blood Shadow Shell. As their captain vanished into the shadowed shell, the others declared they'd handle the hero themselves. They didn't even get a step in before the hero sliced them cleanly in half. The second unleashed his power, splitting into countless clones that attacked from every angle. The hero countered effortlessly, shredding the clones in seconds. In just moments, he erased 2 obstacles and felt the rush take over. All that remained was the leader hiding somewhere inside the shadow shell. Ethan decided not to search and instead obliterate everything around him. The map showed the chairman right next to him, yet despite leveling the area, he found nothing, realizing Alex's skill was far trickier than expected. For several seconds, there was nothing but rubble and dust. The hero shouted for the chairman to stop hiding like a coward, mocking his dependence on shadows. As blessing time ticked down, he continued provoking Alex, claiming cowardice becomes habit and shadows can't hide forever. Alex stalled just long enough for Thunder to arrive. The moment Thunder appeared on the horizon, the chairman stepped out of the shadows, acknowledging the hero's boldness. He pointed out that by revealing all his cards and slaughtering subordinates, the hero had turned himself into a monster in their eyes. Now, with 2 against 1, all that remained was to finish him and secure the perfect clear. The chairman ordered Thunder to attack and deal with the hero. They struck simultaneously from opposite sides, catching him off guard. An uneven battle erupted between Thunder, the chairman, and the hero. Ethan stayed razor-focused, matching them blow for blow despite being outnumbered. Thunder scoffed that the hero's level wasn't worth the chairman's concern, claiming he could handle him alone, or else that the chairman had grown weaker, or perhaps they'd always been weak without realizing it. The chairman snapped in anger, ordering Thunder to shut up and finish the fight. The hero activated Blessing again, burning 2,000 cognition points as his attributes surged by 1,000. Power flooded him, reaching a level that rivaled God's. The chairman saw it instantly and couldn't ignore the threat. Thunder was thrilled, admitting the fight just got interesting, while Alex threatened him to draw his sword or be killed on the spot. Thunder tanked the hero's attacks, urging him to come harder, revealing that since gaining explosive power, he'd been stockpiling strength into his blade. With an arrogant grin, Thunder claimed it would be an honor for the hero to die by his sword. Thunder's ability allowed him to store power in his weapon by spending cognition points. Outside combat, each point increased attack power and speed by 5, but in battle, each point boosted them by 50. This was Thunder's true might. The hero committed fully, refreshing his freeze buff and preparing to unleash everything. The Sorcerer Reset activated, a skill that wiped all active spell effects. Its cooldown was 12 hours, and the frozen buffs he reset now locked the target's health bar without consuming cognition points, with every 10 levels adding 1 extra second of immobilization during capture, while the cooldown for this control skill stretched to 24 hours. A massive flash erupted, and an unreal fog swallowed the battlefield. Thunder slammed down with overwhelming force, convinced this blow would end the fight and crown him the winner. When the fog finally thinned, he saw the hero standing untouched, completely unharmed, while a massive crack split the ground behind him. It turned out the hero had cast Blessing on himself, burning 4,000 cognition points and boosting every attribute by 2,000. He counterattacked instantly, landing clean hits on Thunder's body, strikes he couldn't dodge due to the freeze locking him in place. Thunder grinned, admitting the chairman hadn't been wrong and that the hero really did have an ace hidden up his sleeve. The hero poured on damage, but Thunder activated Compensation, a skill that nullified all incoming damage before attacks for 30 seconds with a 60-second cooldown, rendering every hit completely useless. Thunder mocked him hard, calling him a straight-up idiot for provoking an attack just to have his insane damage erased. Suddenly, the hero switched targets, abandoning Thunder and blitzing straight toward Alex at insane speed. Alex answered with a sly smile, activating Union, a power that fused attributes, health bars, cognition points, skills, equipment, and achievements with another player for 10 minutes. In a blink, Ethan saw the chairman merge with Thunder, their bodies glowing deep crimson. The sight shocked him, and to make it worse, his buff timers were running out. Freeze ended, his health and cognition fully unfroze, and all his abilities dropped to 1/3 effectiveness. Thunder, on the other hand, was thriving. After the fusion, his attributes doubled, and he thanked the chairman for such a broken skill. The hero immediately retreated, admitting they were insanely well prepared and that this felt planned from the start. Thunder replied that they were simply cautious, adding that none of this was done for the hero, since he wasn't worthy of that honor. Thunder laughed when he saw the hero draw a ranged weapon, mocking the idea of shooting from that distance. He had already been warned about the hero's arrest skill and openly provoked him to use it, curious whether it could really kill him. Ethan was thrilled when a system notification popped up. Compensation had ended, the first blessing was over, and the second blessing still had 20 seconds left. Facing Thunder head-on, Ethan locked in for the kill, while Thunder waited for the shot and the chairman warned him that compensation was gone and dodging would be smart. The hero didn't hesitate and aimed the pistol straight at Thunder. Alex warned Thunder that the weapon wasn't ordinary and carried a special ability with absurd attack power. Thunder questioned whether it would even work at that range, while Alex told him to wait for his skill to finish before they killed the hero together. Suddenly, spikes of light erupted around Thunder, freezing him completely as the hero cast the forbidden spell, Arrest. Thunder was stunned, trying to understand how this was possible, guessing the hero's power was tied to the pistol. Alex immediately rejected that idea, questioning how he could use such power with a sword as well. The hero stood before Thunder, pistol aimed, and the last thing he gave him was a cold farewell. While Thunder was bound, Alex told him to break free quickly. Thunder admitted he couldn't, but claimed he had a death avoidance skill lasting 10 seconds, which made Alex panic, yelling that Thunder was an idiot since the hero only needed to shatter their life source bottles. Thunder checked and said everything was fine. The bottles were on his belt and reaching his back would take at least 10 seconds, but just in case, he urged Alex to use Blood Shadow Shell. Alex refused, saying he couldn't reuse it so soon after dodging the hero's earlier attack. Before they could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out, piercing Thunder completely. The sheer force stunned him as the hero not only killed the chairman, but also drained nearly all of Thunder's health, the shot punching through his body and smashing the life source bottles. Thunder realized it was over and that he had lost, with no way out. He collapsed with a hole torn through his stomach, his system dissolving him and sending him to the fallen lobby. Before disappearing, Thunder admitted defeat and vowed to return for victory. The system confirmed that both Thunder and the chairman had been killed. Pearls dropped from both players, carrying valuable loot, yet the hero felt no joy, maybe because they hadn't truly died, or because he knew their thirst for revenge wouldn't end. Still, he smiled, realizing that growth demanded enemies, especially one stronger than himself. As long as this was the game, they didn't scare him, even if the real-world threat still lingered. Holding the pearls, he felt proud that he'd grown strong enough to defeat two players far above his power. Their rivalry would continue until the primordial realm became reality, and until then, he vowed to become as strong as possible. Suddenly, he felt a gaze burning into his back, and the moment of relief shattered. He leaped backwards several times without hesitation. Ethan realized he was completely screwed. Those few seconds of celebration made him forget the most important thing. The serpent was still hunting him. Now it was just the hero and the serpent, one-on-one, and he had to clear the dungeon alone by finding the perfect route. Unexpectedly, the serpent retreated, slithering back into the forest. The hero stood there stunned, unable to understand why it didn't attack. Then it clicked. The chairman's and Thunder's life source bottles were destroyed, so the serpent had no reason to pursue him for a while. Ethan knew he had to move fast. Alone now, he had 20 minutes to finish the quest, or he'd be the last one to die. Pushing through the final zone, he spotted an unassuming sphere that looked like it required a bottle of liquid to activate. He could hardly believe it. He had finally reached the long-awaited incubator. Clutching the incubation liquid, he stepped toward the sphere, ready to end it. Walking up with his guard half raised, he couldn't understand why the institute was empty. No monsters, no staff, so he guessed the only living thing down here had been the screaming serpent. As he set the vial into its slot, the thought hardened. The whole area seemed to have just one living presence, and it was that serpent. Ethan didn't rush to clear the quest. His mind snapped back to the last dungeon, where the only creature was the puppet. Back then it felt like the puppet built the whole nightmare just to clown the players. Then it hit him that this was another special dungeon with a single living being, so he started suspecting the quest itself might have been issued by the thing that had been crawling after them the entire time. He used the puppet pranks quest as his blueprint. From the outside, it looked like the puppet was just bullying everyone, but the true perfect clear was granting its deepest wish. And with his jaw hanging open, he finally caught the pattern. Mockery and wish fulfillment were the hidden key to a perfect clear in special dungeons. Ethan figured the creature had every chance to wipe their squad instantly, but instead it picked them off in chunks and dipped, like it was playing with them on purpose. Turning back, he decided the perfect clear meant fulfilling the desire of the creature hunting them. The problem was simple and brutal. He had no idea what the screaming serpent actually wanted. If the quest came from the serpent itself, then incubating a new monster wasn't meant for them to kill. So he guessed the incubation was meant to create the serpent a companion because it felt lonely and had nowhere else to go. Or the second option, it just wanted out of the dungeon entirely. He didn't even know why that conclusion popped into his head, but he couldn't rule it out. The scenario felt way too plausible. The only question was whether the serpent could enter the Institute. If it could, then the incubate a companion theory fell apart, and if it couldn't, then all he had to do was wait 20 minutes and see whether it came to kill him. If the serpent showed up, he wouldn't complete the quest yet. He'd watch how it acted first. If it stayed outside, he'd try to pull the glossary entry soul subjugation and use it to force a master pact. The scene flashes back to the equipment crafting and sales hub. Ethan stood there staring at the screen, seeing new order members already hitting level 50. He thought he'd caught up to the top dogs, but in reality, he still had miles to climb. He'd long suspected that once he hit level 45, he'd need level 50 gear and a real team. But now, everyone had already linked up, and nobody was waiting an extra day for him. Logging into the system, he remembered he still had one enhancement pearl in reserve. He could trade it for items, even though upgrading each item cost 100 units from a special dungeon. Suddenly, he decided to check the backside of the enhancement pearl. His instincts told him this detail would matter later. First, he traded special dungeon units for 3 pearls and 3 glossary pearls. Sitting there, he calculated the odds. Getting the glossary entry soul subjugation as an equipment add-on was a 1% chance. He wondered if he could even call himself lucky, because if he pulled that skill with odds that microscopic, it would be insane. Back to the present, a small earthquake rippled through the room around him. He sensed it immediately. The serpent was close, and he had to brace for contact. He sprang up, face locked into a win-or-die focus as he waited for it to arrive. Ethan realized the serpent had been roaming outside this whole time without entering the Institute, and now the question hit him. Was that deliberate or not? He almost went to check, then stopped and decided to make it wait a few more minutes. 3 minutes later, he decided that was enough and stepped outside. The serpent was waiting calmly at the entrance. With knees trembling but eyes fearless, Ethan walked out to face it. Face to maw, the next moment would decide his entire fate. He thought he probably needed to say something, but what worried him most was the awkward possibility the serpent couldn't even interact with him. Then the serpent spoke first, asking why he still hadn't completed the quest, and that single move rocked him. Ethan froze, standing there on the edge of death, not knowing what to do. But he was relieved. This was way better than guessing first. Feeling bolder, he answered that he suspected it wanted to leave this place. After that, the serpent whipped its tail into a mountain and shattered it with a single strike. Ethan was stunned by the raw power, watching a whole mountain get erased in one hit. He stared in disbelief, realizing a player was absolutely not a match for this monster. Then the serpent spoke again and asked whether Ethan knew a way out. Ethan said he knew a way out, but only if the serpent accepted a master-servant pact and acknowledged him as its master. If it refused, he'd just finish the quest and be done with it. If it agreed, he'd use his pistol to obtain the glossary entry soul subjugation. The serpent asked with reverent intensity whether he truly believed himself worthy of it bowing to him. Ethan answered with calm certainty that he didn't think he was worthy, but it was the only way for it to leave the dungeon. Deep down, he knew the situation was getting more dangerous by the second, and he needed to get away fast, because at any moment it could erase him. Just as he was about to retreat, a system notification hit. The screaming serpent wished for Ethan to become its master, and that shocked him to his core. Another notification followed. Ethan had become the master of the artificial screaming serpent. To escape the dungeon together, he needed soul subjugation. The serpent's stats were absurd, disaster class, completely incomparable to a player. Its skills were wild. The first, Voice of Illusion, placed illusion effects on a target and enslaved it. The second skill was Ultrasound, releasing brutal sonic waves with constant damage. followed by earthquake that hit everything in range with power scaling by radius, Spirit of Earth creating 5 energy orbs that attacked and shielded the Master at half the Breaker's stats, and a final ability that temporarily gathered all Breaker attributes, after which the Serpent asked if they could finally leave. Ethan didn't deny it, saying they would try to break out together right now. The main character stared at the unique pearl, knowing that success or failure now hinged on a single decision. The moment he became the master of the Screaming Serpent, the dungeon quest vanished, which proved that the true quest giver had been the serpent itself, leaving him with zero room to retreat. Before acting, he thought about how this was exactly what he'd been aiming for all along, since he hadn't used the pearl earlier out of fear of exposing his position. Still, gaining such a monstrous ally was insane luck, and the thrill started to take over. Before defeating Grom, he hadn't known whether those 4 players had power or not, and had gambled everything on fate. If all 4 had possessed power, he'd be dead by now. Now he was betting everything on a 1% chance, cursing the fact that the rules couldn't normally be bent. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before his eyes, asking whether he wanted to alter the membrane rules in order to modify the Pearl's mechanics. He instantly confirmed that he wanted to change the rules. The sphere in his hand began to glow violently, blinding him as shock stole his voice. The serpent also reacted, sensing the same abnormal change. A few seconds later, the main character was holding a completely different pearl, one that felt vastly superior. It was called a modified pearl, capable of adding a glossary entry from a dungeon boss to any equipment above level 50. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but it felt like pure jackpot luck, so he immediately wished to add the glossary entry Soul Subjugation to his weapon. The joy that hit him was unreal. He had actually succeeded and somehow rewritten the rules. Now he could finally do what he wanted, without doubting whether it would work. Stepping closer to the serpent, he extended his weapon and signaled for it to act. A flood of notifications followed. The quest experiment gone out of control had been perfectly cleared, granting him 10% membrane computational power. The final completion reward for the special dungeon multiplied the No Way Out achievement reward tenfold. He gained a ridiculous amount of experience, jumping several levels in a row. His stats became absurd, putting him close to the strongest player on the server. Another notification calculated his combat power at 120.4, followed by confirmation that his membrane computational power exceeded 5%, reaching 11%. He also unlocked the skill system Architect, allowing him to use computational power to alter the rules of the primordial realm. The duration was 11 seconds, scaling with computational progress, while cooldown varied based on difficulty. The scene shifts back to the uncontrolled zone, drowning in chaos and destruction. After completing the dungeon, the main character decided to return to the city's safe zone, with 17 days remaining before the primordial realm descended into the real world. The scene transitions to the real world inside his home. He sat on his bed, realizing he'd spent nearly every day grinding the dungeon and was completely drained. Aside from sleep, he'd lived inside the dungeon, barely eating, but it had been worth it. Only 3 levels remained until 62, and he now had the Screaming Serpent as an ally. He decided to check on his sister and her friend, curious about how their power acquisition was going and whether they'd completed their weekly objectives. On the way, he wondered if he'd been neglecting his sister. After she started playing, he'd only explained power once before disappearing to grind solo, making him question whether they should level together instead. Just as he reached their door, he overheard a strange conversation about how her friend had matured. Before he could knock, he caught bits of awkward talk about letting someone touch something to check its quality, because it was supposedly important for her brother. He flushed hard, unable to keep listening, especially as strange sounds started leaking through the door. Without knocking, he turned around instantly, deeply embarrassed, and abandoned the idea of asking about their character progression. Seconds later, he hurried away, deciding it would be better to meet them in-game instead. The scene jumps back to the primordial realm at the northern entrance of Mushu City. Holding his head, he realized exhaustion was driving him crazy. His sister and her friend were offline, and he couldn't even rest properly, so he decided to message them and check how things were going. He knew he shouldn't get distracted and needed to focus on upgrading his gear and getting proper rest. His current level was 57, but he was already able to equip level 60 gear. The problem was not knowing how many pearls or dungeon runs it would take. If it wasn't enough, he'd burn a terrifying amount of money. Thinking about cash reminded him that the New Order Guild still hadn't settled payment for the perfect dungeon clear. Suddenly, a server message arrived that immediately put him on edge. It was from the New Order leader, stating that since his level hadn't reset, it confirmed he'd cleared a special dungeon and included a reward of 100,000 primordial realm currency. He stood there confused, unable to grasp what this really meant, feeling deeply unsettled. In the next message, the president of New Order requested a personal meeting whenever he had time, wanting to personally apologize for what had happened. For a moment, he thought they wanted a truce. They'd taken massive losses, but an alliance could still be profitable. Another message followed, saying the president didn't want hostility and had been forced by the dungeon situation. Ethan replied that it was fine since he hadn't really lost anything. Ethan noticed the president's tone felt strange, especially considering what kind of services he might be angling for. He guessed it was because of his membrane computational power, but he didn't care. His priority was upgrading his gear and becoming the strongest in the primordial realm before worrying about politics. After Alex's message, another one opened automatically. He hadn't expected it and was surprised, assuming it might be from his sister. It was a letter from the fragrant goddess. His sister reported she'd obtained strike power, her first weapon being a giant axe, while her friend gained a power called lightness with dual blades, and they were now leveling in the mirror realm. Deciding it would be a good idea to watch them in action, he headed for the combined dungeons of the mirror realm. Entering the main hall, he overheard rumors that due to a shady deal, New Order had completely lost control over the mirror realm, and people preferred their rule far more than Backyard's control, since Backyard threatened ordinary players over the smallest disagreements. Three guys walked in discussing it. One told the others to keep their voices down in case Backyard heard. Another said it didn't matter since they couldn't find them in the real world, suggesting players should unite in the mirror realm because they'd played far longer than Backyard's members, while the last scoffed that it would never happen since most players preferred solo play. Moving deeper inside, they saw groups clustered together. Someone mentioned a guy being surrounded for insulting the Deviless of Beauty in Backyard, yet technically he was safe since combat was forbidden in the mirror realm. Another pointed out a player who'd already been imprisoned there for 5 days. The main character listened as they wondered why the trapped player couldn't just log out, only to hear that it was useless since players would respawn in the same spot until others moved. Suddenly, from somewhere in the crowd, he heard that the goddess had scored another victory, and those who bet on her made a fortune. The crowd around them went wild with support, shouting that even though the two were stunning beauties, their power was absolutely unreal. Since the moment the girls appeared in the mirror realm, they had been stacking serious win streaks. Some said they truly deserved the title of goddesses, some even dreamed of marrying them in the real world, while others shut that talk down hard, claiming these were their goddesses, and they were ready to crush anyone who stood in their way. On the scoreboard, another victory lit up. One girl defeated a level 32 opponent, the other crushed a level 40. The two girls stepped out of the fight, the main character's sister and her friend. They were already heavily leveled, one at level 39 and the other at 31, and people openly called them goddesses. A crowd of fanatics instantly swarmed them, firing off questions about how they beat mirror copies so effortlessly. Some even begged the girls to teach them how to fight like that. Beyond raw power, the girl's beauty was overwhelming, almost unreal for some players. The main character stood off to the side, mouth slightly open, unable to believe his sister and her friend had reached this level of popularity. Ethan couldn't process what was happening or how they'd blown up like this in just a few days. With a smug smile, his sister thanked everyone for the support and compliments, clearly enjoying it, but reminded them not to forget to send over half of their winnings. Standing behind, the main character overheard three guys talking. One asked whether they thought the girls were just as beautiful in real life, and another replied that he didn't care. Game or reality, he accepted them completely. One of them, eyes tearing up, said that if they were that beautiful in real life, he'd be ready to die for them. Admitting the thought of them marrying someone else made him insanely jealous. The guy behind them grew nervous too, realizing he now felt the same jealousy. A white-haired player suddenly grabbed the main character by the shoulder, warning him not to even think about things like that, since girls like them would never have anything to do with people like them. Dating girls like that was something that only happened in dreams. Nothing more. The main character was surprised by how intense they were, laughed it off, and said that was definitely going too far. The white-haired guy said the main character talked like he spent every day with them, but Ethan stayed silent. Suddenly, from within the crowd, Ethan's sister noticed her brother. She immediately headed straight for him, shocking the fans who all expected her to come to them. The white-haired guy smiled confidently, saying he knew the main character was just hiding his feelings because they were all in the same boat and felt the same way. Unnoticed by everyone, Ethan's sister walked right up to him and stopped in front of him, leaving the guy standing next to Ethan frozen with his mouth wide open. The crowd erupted, speculating about who the main character was and why the goddess approached him. Some guessed they were a couple, while others refused to believe it. Even the main character himself was confused, wondering what was happening and why his sister came over. She stood there for a moment, smiling at him, doing nothing at first. The white-haired guy nearby couldn't wrap his head around it, questioning how a goddess could be paired with some ordinary guy. Suddenly, the girl lunged forward and hugged him tightly, triggering collective shock as everyone grabbed their heads and stared in disbelief. Instantly, hatred surged toward the main character, with people calling him a bastard. Even though he hid his name and level, he'd definitely attract trouble now, and many wanted him gone on the spot. But the moment the goddess called him her brother, the entire place froze. No one could believe they were actually siblings. The emotional whiplash sent the crowd into chaos. Suddenly, a server notification arrived for Ethan's sister's friend. People lurking in the shadows whispered that once again, the red-haired girl and her friend had rejected an offer. An unknown woman mocked them as fools for refusing to join the blooming garden. Since the girls rejected an alliance, she claimed they had no place in the primordial realm. She ordered her subordinate to call people and surround the players. While the girl was still hugging her brother, she noticed two unfamiliar figures behind the supportive crowd. The Deviless of Beauty from Backyard was watching Ethan and his sister. She had offered cooperation earlier, demanding the girl intentionally lose once so Backyard could win and split profits 50-50. Now came threats, saying the girls were foolish to refuse such an opportunity, followed by vile insults and warnings of extreme measures. Ethan's sister tried to ignore the messages and personal threats, far more concerned about hugging her brother in front of everyone. She hoped people weren't forming weird ideas in their heads, thinking how hard it was to be beautiful when even her own brother was getting dragged into it. Meanwhile, Ethan only thought about how strong his sister had become. If this kept up, even he might struggle to keep pace. The crowd grew uneasy, wondering why the Deviless had appeared and who she planned to punish this time. Everyone stared at her and her people. The main character, his sister and her friend tensed up, unsure who she was or what she wanted. Ethan realized the hostility and knew something had to be done. He stepped forward, raising his arm to shield his sister, knowing he was considerably stronger. Alice quietly told Ethan that the woman had come for her and asked him not to interfere, saying this was her issue and she wanted to handle it herself. The Devilish of Beauty sneered, calling Alice trash, saying she'd waited a long time for this meeting, threatening that Alice would either beg on her knees or be permanently expelled from the world of Yuan. Ethan was stunned and asked the red-haired girl what had happened. She explained that the Devilish wanted them to rig fights to scam other players, which was why she came here, to settle the score. With a cold expression, the Devilish ordered her subordinates to surround Ethan and the two girls. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted at the soldiers, demanding to know what they were doing. Ethan took a deep breath, realizing a fight was probably unavoidable given the Devilish's intentions. One guard yelled for everyone to stay out of backyard garden business, telling them to get lost. The woman, furious and confused, questioned whether they dared start a rebellion, threatening irreversible consequences for opposing backyard garden. Three men froze, unsure how to respond. At that moment, a smirk appeared on Ethan's sister's face. Tears welled in her eyes as she said they shouldn't go against them for her sake, insisting they could handle it themselves. Ethan was shaken, never expecting his sister to say something like that. The three men stood there in silence, just like the people behind them. Ethan couldn't wrap his head around it, wondering why a Yuan couldn't just explain what was going on and why they were doing this. The red-haired girl finally laid it out. It was all because they refused to throw matches on purpose to drain other players' money. Ethan's face twisted the instant those words landed. The red-haired girl just smirked, shut her eyes like she was chilling, and stuck her tongue out at him. Ethan told his sister they were in this mess because of them, so why was she making him stay on the sidelines? The girl snapped back that she wasn't an idiot and wasn't about to let him help if it could get them hurt. She made it clear everyone had to make their own calls, and she couldn't allow anything that might put them in danger. The whole crowd was stunned by her nobility, mouths open, nobody even knowing what to say. The Devilish of Beauty kept pressing, saying she was seriously delusional if she thought a single push would make the crowd rush to her aid. With Backyard Garden's influence and power, nobody would go against the Devilish for someone like that, and anyone who dared would be challenging the entire backyard garden. A guy in the crowd fired back that this was supposed to be a game. Stress relief, emotions out. But now their goddess was in trouble because of them, so how could they hide like cowards? If they just watched her get humiliated, they'd never be able to call themselves men again. The Devilish of Beauty never imagined anyone there would dare to do or say anything like that. A gray-haired man added that their brother-in-law was watching too, and if they did nothing, how would they ever look him in the eye? Ethan's mouth fell open in total disbelief at that line. The red-haired girl laughed at his expression. In the next instant, the crowd of men surrounded the Devilish's squad. The soldiers weren't ready for that at all and asked the sister what to do, since they'd only brought a few people. They suggested retreating before they got overwhelmed. The Devilish of Beauty kept threatening them, warning that going against her meant going against Backyard Garden. But the crowd didn't care anymore. Plenty of them already hated Backyard Garden. They realized she had no right to threaten them, and a new idea sparked: trap them inside the secret mirror zone and make sure they couldn't get out. Two soldiers slammed her head to the wall, but she still kept spitting threats about killing everyone. Ethan and the two girls were now posted near a massive building. The three of them stood there, talking strategy. They were using ordinary players to push back against the Devilish and Backyard Garden. If they wanted to deal with her cleanly, they had to lure her into the ruined kingdom and finish it there. Ethan's sister said otherwise the players of the Mirror Realm would stay under Backyard Garden's boot forever. When the two girls first arrived, the local players welcomed them warmly and tried their best to repay that kindness. Even though Backyard Garden currently controlled this place, if ordinary players united, no force could keep them chained. The only reason they kept losing was because they were split up, getting crushed again and again. This whole situation made Ethan's sister furious. So they seized the moment, using the conflict with the Deviless to try to rally everyone. Against all expectations, it worked way better than they ever thought. Almost too clean. They couldn't help the crowd any further. Now it depended on the players. Could they truly unite and withstand the next hit? Or would they fall apart again? Either way, the first step was done. Now they had to reinforce that unity. And if you looked at it another way, having a strong enemy wasn't always a bad thing. While they talked, Ethan chewed on his own thoughts. Should he protect her more or take her with him to level together? Then he realized he was stressing too hard. His sister played great without his guidance, like she'd already chosen her road. These players needed to become solid pillars for the future world. If a Yuan could unify them, they had every chance to become a massive force. Ethan understood his sister's path was totally different from his. Even if he couldn't fully get it, her future looked bright, limitless potential. He hoped she'd pull it off, but it would take real grind and real effort. The scene shifted to a second backyard garden squad. Two men trading looks, saying they heard they'd been sent to the mirror realm to handle things. Their average level was around 45, meaning the situation had turned critical. Meanwhile, Ethan entered the building after telling his sister to be careful. He decided to leave this place behind. Ethan's eyes swept over the entire backyard garden army. The whole army locked onto Ethan, not understanding why he was even here. Ethan thought it through. Even if their average level was about 10 higher than the Mirror Realm players, this was still a safe zone, so level didn't mean much here. A Yuan only needed to lead the Mirror Realm players through this crisis, and her popularity would skyrocket. But she'd have to push herself hard. As for Ethan, with only 10 days left, he had to grind even harder and get stronger. He believed his little sister could handle her side. Then he heard the army's order. Kill everyone who comes out of the Mirror Realm lobby. Don't let them escape. They were furious that Ethan dared ignore them. 3 people lunged at him, aiming to end him. Ethan was confused, just staring for a few seconds, not even sure what was happening. Back in the Mirror Realm, the crowd of men shouted that Backyard Garden people were already here. The Deviless started laughing, claiming they dared raise a hand against her and would now face the consequences. The main character's sister thought fast about what to do next. She yelled for everyone not to panic, saying help was already on the way. Her family guild had power no less than Backyard Garden. Plus, they were still in a safe zone, and here numbers mattered most, so they had nothing to fear. The crowd agreed, unite, and no force would scare them. But then the question hit, what about the real world? She called everyone to follow her, saying they should negotiate first. As for the real world, she insisted game conflicts had to be settled inside the game, not outside, so nobody should be afraid. And there it was, the entrance to the realm's lobby. One of them peeked inside and felt something was off, like it was way too quiet. In the next moment, he froze in shock, unable to move or even speak. The others didn't understand what happened and rushed to figure out why he was standing there like a statue. The girl said again that with their numbers advantage, they had nothing to fear. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Inside stood Ethan, alone. No allies, no enemies. Just him and the fat stack of experience he'd carved out. Ethan turned and saw the whole crowd, and his sister, staring straight at him. Nobody could move. Only his sister slowly stepped toward him, while everyone else stood frozen in total confusion. The blonde guy's jaw dropped as he tried to process how Ethan had solo-wiped an entire backyard garden support squad. It felt straight up impossible. Somewhere in the northern sector of the uncontrolled zone, Saun Yundong, the leader of the Star Court, level 55, calmly asked a soldier whether everyone was dead. The soldier bowed deeply and begged forgiveness, believing it was all his fault. He kept bowing, hoping the leader wouldn't kill him or wipe his levels, while everyone else just stood there watching. The leader looked down at him and decided that he should die, lose his levels, and then rest for a while. About 20 days, he added, would be the punishment. Nearly 100 elite level 45 fighters had died, and the penalty was just a level reset and 20 days off. Someone muttered that it sounded more like a reward than a punishment. The warrior broke into tears. When the captain asked if something was wrong, he replied that he was deeply grateful and thanked him over and over. With bloodshot eyes, the leader waved him off and told him to rest, promising new work after he recovered. Smiling faintly and narrowing his eyes, he asked whether they had managed to dig up information on that player. They found out the player was somehow connected to the New Order. Over the last 7 days, he had entered dungeons multiple times alongside the guild leader, and when they tried to investigate further, the chairman himself shut it down. He concluded that the player most likely belonged to leader Chiju. He suspected Chiju already possessed at least 10% of membrane computer power and that it was hidden inside that man's body. Otherwise, such strength made no sense. What he couldn't understand was why Chiju would invest membrane power into that player. What made him so special? Either way, if he truly was Chiju's man, they would eventually meet again in the uncontrolled zone. When that happened, they would kill the unknown player without breaking the four leaders' non-aggression pact. With a terrifying grin, he added that if Chiju's people died too, he could pin all the blame on Chiju himself. The scene shifted to the realm lobby. Ethan asked the players to look after his sister, promising that if they ever ran into trouble he would help. He told them not to see him off, wiping his eyes and saying they were way too kind. He barely managed to get out of there. After what he'd done, they all treated him like an invincible legend. Thanks to the chaos, he'd gained a full 100 level 45 pearls, an insanely good haul for him. Checking his inventory, he was stunned by how much secret realm essence he'd get once he dismantled them. He practically jumped with joy. This unexpected but insanely welcome windfall erased all his worries about lacking essence. He was genuinely happy, smiling wider than he had in a very long time. Still riding that high, he walked down the street when a man suddenly appeared in a narrow alley. At first, Ethan didn't recognize him. He froze in shock when he realized it was the leader of the New Order. He hadn't expected to see him there at all and had been caught completely off guard. The blond man suggested talking about why Ethan was so obsessed with membrane and computer power. Ethan just stared at him in stunned silence for a moment. They locked eyes, neither looking away, until the New Order leader suggested grabbing coffee, casually mentioning that he already held several percent of computer power. He also made it clear he knew Ethan had already figured out that his dungeon runs were all about computer power. He finally explained why membrane mattered so much. It was essentially a pass that granted entry into the destruction zones. Ethan didn't get it at first, then remembered how, before the realm descended on Earth, several major guilds had organized expeditions into those zones to investigate strange activity. None of them ever returned, and rumors about the zone's danger exploded afterward. The man added that what truly mattered was that the destruction zones hid not only life force, but full control over the primordial realm itself. Ethan was stunned, unable to process what that even meant. He almost found it funny that someone would casually reveal such critical information. It felt unreal. The blond man smiled, noting that Ethan laughed at the idea of controlling the primordial realm, but he didn't deny it either. He simply watched Ethan in silence. Normally, control over a game should belong to the company that created it, not exist within the game itself. Yet the man instantly realized Ethan wasn't joking either. Since Ethan already knew something, there was no point dancing around it anymore. Ethan stayed silent, staring at him without a word. Alex explained that the key to controlling the primordial realm really was hidden in the destruction zone. Ethan could believe it or not, but it was the truth. Alex said it with clear hope that Ethan would accept the invitation and fight alongside him for dominion over this world. Alex told him straight up that he needed Ethan's strength and asked if he would join him, adding that Ethan could refuse at any time. Ethan hesitated, torn and unsure whether Alex could be trusted at all. He felt anger bubbling up, knowing Alex wasn't someone he could trust. Betrayal was still on the table, and there were zero guarantees Alex was telling the truth. It even felt like Alex might just be laughing at him. Looking away, Alex said that this time the goal was a joint exploration of the destruction zone. He promised that a dead-end situation like last time would never happen again. He added that entering the zone required at least 5% membrane computer power. That meant the team, including Ethan, could only have 3 or 4 members. Given Ethan's strength, those people would be the last ones to ever betray him. Ethan still didn't know what to do. Alex could be lying, yet his words sounded disturbingly convincing. As for power, Alex hoped they could share it, but that decision was Ethan's alone. Whether Alex could even go depended on whether he managed to gain more computer power in the infinite trial zone soon. If he failed, the whole conversation would be meaningless. And the fact he even brought this up proved Alex didn't want their paths to split. Ethan still didn't say a single word, just sat there staring at Alex. They remained locked in silence, watching each other. Alex waited for an answer. Ethan couldn't decide what he should do. Alex rose from the couch, watching Ethan in silence, making it clear he still had a few days to think it through, while the blonde headed straight for the infinite grinding zone to hunt more computer power. Even after everything Alex laid out, Ethan stayed mute, locking his gaze on him without a single word. Alex left, and Ethan was left alone, turning the situation over and over in his head, weighing what his next move should be. Rumors said that no one ever came back from the expeditions into the zones of destruction, but whether that was truth or myth was unclear, and whether someone had survived, earned the New Order leader's trust, and used that power to seize control of the primordial realm, and even the real world remained unknown. Ethan kept thinking, fully aware that this single decision could decide his entire fate. In the end, he realized it was better not to choose at all, because he could not afford to step into a place that dangerous. His priority was to preserve his strength and wait for the primordial realm to fully descend upon reality. Ethan carefully slipped out of the cafe on his toes, remembering how the first time he came here he was looking for his sister, the second time he was stopped by the green courtyard, and the third time intercepted by the New Order chairman, hoping this time no one would track him down. Suddenly, a new message popped up, sending a sharp jolt of fear through him. Nervously scanning his surroundings to make sure no one was watching, he spotted his original destination, the Item Enhancement Building. Ethan let out a heavy breath of relief. It was a false alarm, and he was glad that, at least this time, his sister's fans had not caught him. He opened his tablet and learned that after level 10, equipment could gain additional attributes, and every 10 levels after that increased the number of available attributes, something he had never even known before. Ethan felt deep contempt for his past life's game knowledge, realizing he still had 9 pieces of gear to raise to level 50, requiring 6,300 essence. And because his special combat suit occupied 2 slots and consumed double essence, fully enhancing all level 50 gear would cost 2 attribute spheres and nearly 9,000 essence. Thanks to electric arc and load reduction, Ethan could wear level 60 gear, but to reach that threshold, he would need to add extra attributes across the board, demanding another 26,200 essence. Fortunately, members of the Backyard faction had gifted him piles of gear, And with load reduction, he could even push equipment toward level 100, making level 60 gear almost irrelevant. So now it was time to see just how much essence those backyard members had handed him. Opening his inventory, every slot was completely filled with crafted gear loaded with strength and agility bonuses, lacking even a shred of intellect, so he dismantled everything without hesitation. He began upgrading immediately, pushing all gear to level 60 while reviewing his stats. Level 57, attack power 2512, defense 1384, PSY 163, agility 170, constitution 214, intellect 1630, perception 147, 0 unassigned points, health 8560, knowledge power 8150, abilities including life coding, recovery, blessing, sealing, freeze, reset, architect, knowledge gathering, and a current combat power of 129. Ethan was stunned, realizing that compared to his past life, he stood on a completely different plane. He even cried tears of joy, overwhelmed by how powerful he had become. His next objective was adding extra attributes to every piece of equipment, so he activated Architect, using pearls to overwrite random attributes with specific ones he selected. As soon as the skill triggered, one item was upgraded, but the ability was locked on cooldown for 2 full hours. Trying to use Reset Caster on Architect, the system informed him it was impossible, crushing him, since that 2-hour cooldown was the only way to keep using Architect, and there was no bypass. To fully upgrade all his gear would take 2 days and 2 nights, so he decided not to rush, accepting a cooling effect that reduced efficiency by 5% while halving cooldown times. Not wanting to waste time, Ethan decided to head into a dungeon to level up while waiting for Architect to recharge. The scene shifted to the team dungeon lobby. Ethan fell into despair when he remembered that entering a dungeon required a 5-person team. Worse still, the level gap could not exceed 10 levels, and with the highest ordinary players only reaching level 43, this rule completely blocked him. His power gap was too large, making solo dungeon grinding impossible. Disappointed, Ethan sat on a bench and thought things through, considering waiting until players reached level 47, but that would leave only days before the primordial realm's descent, which he could not afford to waste, leading him to consider joining a major guild. Alex's words echoed in his mind again, about the zones of destruction hiding the key to ruling the primordial realm. Ethan even considered going there himself, where simply playing could grant control over the entire game. That path promised fame and glory, but the risk was insane, and his true goal was different: to preserve his strength and secure his advantage, since a failure in the zones of destruction would erase all his progress. The weight of these thoughts crushed him, and he sat motionless, gripping his head. Then a thought surfaced, wondering if there was any way to avoid the death penalty in the uncontrolled zone, even once. If that were possible, he would go immediately, knowing death would not cost him everything. Sifting through his memories, he recalled the return sphere. The return sphere recorded a player's data, and upon death, shattered while restoring everything the player had at the moment of recording. If he could get one, he could attempt the zones of destruction and search for the key to ruling the primordial realm. Smiling, Ethan recalled his goals before the world takeover, one of which was obtaining level 60 gear, already achieved. So he decided to gamble everything, knowing that losing would not be catastrophic. If he won, however, he could earn enough to push toward level 70, so he leapt up from the bench. He headed straight for the Game World lobby. The tower had 21 floors, each generating an enemy template based on the player, with one stat boosted per opponent, designed to test overall strength. To clear it, a player had to start from the first floor and complete all floors in one run without rest, and only then could claim the reward, with the return sphere as the grand prize. Entering the building, Ethan saw a massive crowd, voices rising as everyone announced the tower run was about to begin. A player named Bai was one of the challengers, telling himself he had to stay detached or he would fail. Another challenger was Han, who believed breaking out of a deadlock was the mark of a real man and was determined to beat his previous tower record. An enormous audience watched the two, Han basking in attention while Bai quietly died of embarrassment. Stepping into the hall, Ethan knew the tower opened every 8 hours, and he had arrived at exactly the right moment. This was the perfect window to challenge it, with the next round about to start in minutes, and Ethan's resolve was rock solid. All eyes were locked on the two challengers, because when true masters stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere shifted entirely. And once it became clear that the strongest players were competing, everyone else withdrew without hesitation. Out of nowhere, the main character appeared beside Bai and Han, stepping onto the stage and instantly drawing every eye, some thinking he was chasing clout by challenging the tower alongside legends, others dismissing him as a straight-up fool. The crowd buzzed with speculation, calling him a newbie since all his information was hidden, and no one knew who this unknown challenger really was. B quietly thought the guy had insane guts, daring to face the tower alongside them without fear. Han, on the other hand, openly walked up and slapped the newcomer on the shoulder, sensing a fresh rival and feeling even more fired up to fight harder. Ethan simply smiled, recalling how in his past life, the two standing beside him had ranked 6th and 7th globally in power, and how they were the first to ever claim the return sphere. Still, he had no intention of backing down, locking in with deadly seriousness, because his life itself was riding on this run. The tower challenge began instantly, teleporting them into another dimension as Ethan aimed straight for the top of the leaderboard. From afar, two men who had once made massive money betting on Ethan watched everything unfold. They could not believe their eyes, convinced it was impossible for him to be participating in the tower run. Without wasting a second, they exchanged glances, knowing they could not afford to miss an event like this. They immediately began shouting that bets were open on who would clear the tower first, framing it as a showdown between veteran elites and a completely unknown newcomer, offering even odds as a full-scale battle ignited. The moment Ethan entered the tower, notifications flooded in confirming all his skills were ready, including life coding, recovery, blessing, sealing, freeze, reset, architect, and knowledge reset, followed by an error stating architect could not be reset, with its cooldown still at 1 hour and 20 minutes. The system then demanded he choose the percentage of funds to stake, and he instantly selected 100%, deducting 7,400 credits, setting the rule that each cleared floor would reward half the staked amount while failure meant losing everything. After the prompts ended, he was transferred into a combat chamber where a system-controlled bot awaited him. His opponent was the first gatekeeper at level 57, a defensive specialist with no flashy abilities, armed only with a katana resting on his back. As soon as Ethan appeared, he briefly blamed himself for being overconfident in unknown territory, since in his past life, he only knew the tower rewarded the return sphere and nothing about its actual mechanics. Even so, he refused to retreat, needing money more than ever, believing that a little overconfidence would not ruin his run. The battle between the gatekeeper and Ethan erupted. Ethan fought with composure, understanding that rewards never came without risk and that sheer resolve was required to break through the obstacles ahead. After deflecting a strike, he immediately countered with a clean blow straight to the head. Several follow-up strikes landed instantly, shredding an absurd amount of the bot's health. Ethan was stunned, realizing that nearly 2,000 damage had wiped out most of its HP. making him question whether the bot was truly a defensive specialist. The scene shifted to the main hall, where crowds stared at the leaderboard tracking tower progress. Some spectators mocked the rankings, saying that without Bai and Han, it would be a hall of shame, since they breezed to the third floor effortlessly while everyone else failed to even reach the seventh. One guy claimed he had heard Han had grown much stronger recently, and bet that Han would be the first to clear the tower. That same guy had earned a special skyscraper badge just to join, planning to follow Han through and brag about working with the most famous player. Meanwhile, the two bookmakers discussed how bold the newcomer was for entering the tower, guessing many others probably believed he had real power to dare such a challenge. They agreed the odds should stay balanced, since some people would surely bet on the unknown challenger. After around 20 minutes, they decided to check the betting totals. Only $325 had been placed on Ethan, while nearly $1.5 million had gone to Bai and Han. If Ethan lost, the bookmakers would be in serious trouble, forcing them to quietly hope he cleared faster than anyone else. Back inside the tower, Ethan was mowing down bots one after another, climbing floors at insane speed and reaching the seventh floor within minutes. His health remained untouched, the bots never landing a single hit, and he had not even spent any knowledge power. The bots felt strange to him, lacking the presence of true defensive specialists, leading him to suspect his high level skewed the encounters. He guessed the tower gatekeepers adjusted enemy strength based on the challenger's stats. The seventh gatekeeper stood before him, specialized across all attributes, and since Ethan's main stat was intellect, he suspected this was the source of his overwhelming damage output. If that theory was correct, he had nothing to fear, and with a confident grin, he prepared to face the seventh gatekeeper, known as one of the tower's hardest walls. The seventh gatekeeper attacked first, while Ethan continued analyzing, realizing that if every gatekeeper scaled to the player, their stats likely doubled his own after bonuses. That meant the fight mirrored his own power curve, making the tower's logic clear to him as he charged forward without using any skills. The view returned to the spectator hall, where someone shouted about the newcomer clearing floors at breakneck speed and already reaching the seventh. The crowd grew restless, stunned that he might surpass Bai and Han, jaws hanging open in disbelief. One spectator was completely shaken, unable to understand where this guy even came from. He yelled for people not to get their hopes up, claiming the seventh floor was easy to reach but nearly impossible to clear, since it housed a first-class specialist no ordinary player like the newcomer could defeat. He went on explaining that the seventh gatekeeper's stats were double those of the challenger. According to him, only members of massive guilds or players with unknown powers could win there, making victory for a newcomer like Ethan supposedly impossible. Seconds after his dramatic speech, everyone stared at the leaderboard in shock as Ethan cleared the seventh stage. The speaker froze, convinced it had to be a dream because it made no sense. The scene shifted to the eighth floor, where Ethan faced a gatekeeper specialized in agility, second rank, and immediately lunged to split him in half. The gatekeeper proved insanely fast, dodging in a blink and slipping past Ethan's strike, leaving him genuinely shaken by the speed. On top of that, the gatekeeper actually tagged Ethan and ripped 1,800 hit points off him, becoming the first opponent in this tower run to make the main character bleed. Ethan still refused to fold, snapping into ceiling to lock the target in place, dashing back in one clean step, then whipping around into a sharp counter. He ended up taking down the 8th floor gatekeeper by stacking 8 hits or more, carving the dude clean in half like a cinematic finisher. The system announced he had defeated a second-rank specialist and dealt 50,000 total damage, yet Ethan felt zero hype about that result. He started breaking it down, replaying the 8th gatekeeper's movement in his head, because it was nothing like the 7th floor, where the gatekeeper had been slower and weaker by a whole tier compared to this one. That made Ethan suspect a nasty rule. Every 7 floors, the enemy's core stats double and jump into a whole new league. Weirdly, that discovery actually boosted his mood, because now he knew he had to move smarter from here on out, since the tower monsters were officially capable of giving him real trouble. The scene cut to the spectator hall, where Ethan kept climbing the ranking board, starting 3 gatekeepers behind, then steadily closing the gap until he was dead even. The whole hall got shook, wondering where this guy came from, because he had no guild backing him and still marched into the tower beside 2 insanely famous powerhouses. That same loudmouth kept insisting that even if Ethan caught up, he was still below them, since the other 2 had high-tier guild support and some random solo player could not compare. A guy next to him argued he was underrating the solo, while the other snapped back that big guilds had people, resources, and intel to speedrun growth, while a first-time tower newbie had basically nothing. A blonde dude jumped in, saying he was a lone wolf too, so acting like solo players were trash was clown behavior, even if Bai and Han were legit monsters. The critic flashed his badge that let him join Skyscraper and acted like that made him Skyscraper family already, claiming they could not be compared to solos, then instantly realizing he should have actually joined first, but the words were already out. The focus shifted to Han, thinking about how many times he had run the tower, easily 20 or more, spending every downtime between guild events grinding this place because it was the only spot in the primordial kingdom where failure did not mean death, only lost money. And to him, essence was just numbers anyway, with the tower once being pure rage and hatred before turning into a badge of honor. That grind carried him higher and higher until he hit the 14th floor, where he had already lost 7 times, making this run, in his mind, the one he had to clear. Then the long-awaited notification hit him. He had defeated the all-stats second-rank specialist, and his final reward was doubled. He could not believe it, because clearing the 14th floor had been insanely brutal for him. The instant he dropped his 14th floor opponent, he nearly cried from happiness. Back in the spectator hall, the leaderboard showed Han as the first to defeat his opponent. The fanboy hyped it up, calling it the true power of their skyscraper guild player. He celebrated loudly, bragging that while most people around him could not even clear the 7th floor, skyscraper members were already breaking into the 14th, calling them eternal winners, and the crowd started hating him, labeling him a nasty little gremlin. His happy face was unreal as he kept flexing that their guild had a monster like Han. Then someone instantly ruined his whole vibe by pointing out that the 14th floor was also cleared by Ethan, a solo player, making it look like the guild guy was not that special if a newcomer was running neck and neck. That hit the fanboy hard, leaving him embarrassed all over again after all his loud speeches. On the leaderboard, only Bai remained, still not cleared on the 14th floor yet. The fanboy shut down, hoping the newbie was about to burn out and crash, but he also felt Bai and Han were starting to look less reliable, making him wonder if he could switch sides again without getting his reputation cooked. Meanwhile, Ethan had crushed his 14th floor opponent with ease by boosting all his stats, looking fresh with fully restored HP and only a small chunk of knowledge power spent. Staring at the defeated gatekeeper, he thought that even with the enemy scaled up, it had still been ridiculously simple. A system message confirmed the all-stats second-rank specialist was defeated, the final reward doubled, and Ethan collected $150,000. Even with that bag secured, his mind stayed cold, calculating that if this pace held, he would clear the tower and cash out close to $300,000. The scene shifted to Han as the system announced it would transfer him to the 15th floor. Han stared at his hands in disbelief, realizing he not only won but kept his condition above 30%. Plus, he had chosen explosive self-destruction, a build where lower HP meant higher damage and lower knowledge power meant an even nastier blast. With that tactic, Han planned to push several more levels and already believed he had beaten Bai. Landing on the 15th floor, Han locked in, dead serious, refusing to back down. In his head, he started calling himself the best tower fighter, the one who finally broke past floor 14. The 15th floor gatekeeper was level 53, a third-ranked defense specialist, and he came loaded with special skills like explosive strikes, bloody exchange, and barrier. The moment Han saw him, fear spiked for a split second, because special skills were not supposed to appear unless a stat hit 1000, yet a third-ranked defense specialist relied on body-based offense boosts, meaning the opponent's strength and endurance had already crossed that 1000 line. The system announced the battle start, with a 5-minute clear limit. Han forced himself to breathe, swearing not to fear, because a tower runner had no right to panic, and even if he was destined to lose, he wanted to get max enjoyment out of the clash. Even if the opponent's stats dwarfed his by several times, Han still refused to surrender, since it was not decided who would win, and both charged straight in, no hesitation, pure head-on violence. It took the gatekeeper a single strike to kill Han, who had no chance and had been way too arrogant. Now all Han could do was wonder how he got erased in one hit. Back in the spectator hall, people could not believe their idol Han died on the 15th floor, and even though Bai also reached the 15th, nobody knew if he could clear it, since Bai and Han had been seen as equals. The whole hall froze, waiting to see if Bai could break through and keep setting records. People immediately started roasting the skyscraper fanboy, asking if this was really all that guild power amounted to. He instantly switched up, claiming he grabbed the wrong badge and that he actually meant to take the badge for joining Shelter, the guild Bai belonged to. A wave of hate slammed into him, some angry, some calling him a straight bootlicker, while he played it off like he simply forgot he wanted Shelter. Sweating bullets, he secretly celebrated that he had a second Shelter badge, because if Bai climbed even one floor higher than Ethan and Han, his dream of hyping Shelter as the strongest guild would explode in popularity, and now everything depended on Bai. The scene cut to the 15th floor with Ethan, as he began the fight against his own opponent. Ethan's 15th floor opponent was a level 57 endurance specialist with a special skill called Bloody Exchange, a move that dealt 5% damage to the enemy while restoring 20% HP with no cooldown, and it could be interrupted by the opponent. After 2 full minutes, the main character froze in disbelief because the skill description clearly said enemy regeneration could be stopped. Yet for 2 straight minutes of fighting the gatekeeper, he failed to shut down the opponent's healing even once. The gatekeeper kept choking him with faster and faster pressure, while Ethan could only dodge and stall, his mind racing as he searched for the trick behind canceling regeneration, wondering if some hidden condition had to be met and what exactly that condition was. Backpedaling, he glanced at the timer showing 2 minutes and 30 seconds, realizing that if the round was not finished by then, it would auto-fail, and at this pace, he would die long before the limit even hit. The only thing keeping him alive was Blessing, and a ridiculously strong one at that, restoring 2,000 hit points per tick and doubling all of his attributes. The scene cuts to the other side of the 15th floor, where Bai had just been transferred in, completely unaware of what kind of nightmare was waiting for him. Exhaling hard, Bai analyzed his situation and realized he was still in decent shape, having barely spent anything reaching floor 15, yet he also knew this was not the point to relax, guessing he could maybe clear a couple more floors, but refusing to dream about a full clear. Standing before him was a level 53 strength specialist with the special skill Explosive Strike, a move that doubled the damage of the next attack while halving damage afterward, costing nothing and having no cooldown. They both slipped into combat stances, and it felt like the gatekeeper was mirroring Bai himself. As the fight began under the same 5-minute limit, Bai immediately realized he could not tank explosive strikes head-on without dying, making this the first floor he could not casually clear through agility like before. They crashed together head-on, echoing Han's fatal clash earlier, but Bai was prepared to squeeze out every last ounce of survival. The perspective jumps back to Ethan, now completely worn down after spending 3,000 knowledge power, yet his HP remained full thanks to repeated blessing refreshes. He stood over the corpse of the 15th floor gatekeeper, finally realizing the problem was speed, because interrupting bloody exchange required landing 3 hits within 1 second. Ethan knew that unlocking such mechanics required over 1,000 points in endurance, just like intelligence unlocks resets, and he guessed the same rule applied to strength, agility, and perception, realizing with some regret that blessing could not permanently push stats past that threshold. The system announced the defeat of a third-rank endurance specialist and awarded him $150,000 plus a bonus of +1 endurance, shocking Ethan so hard he just stood there, realizing that from floor 15 onward, tower rewards included permanent stat boosts, which raised a new question about re-entering the tower. The system answered by initiating teleportation to the 16th floor and warning that his blessing status would be dispelled. Back in the hall, players lost their minds as the no-name solo cleared floor 15 and advanced to 16, instantly becoming either a rising idol or a freak genius who reached these heights on his first run. A blonde spectator mocked the elite guild crowd, saying they now had to sit back and watch solo players tear through the tower. Rage boiled inside the guild fanboy, who had already switched loyalties more times than anyone could count. Moments later, the leaderboard showed Bai advancing from floor 15 to 16, catching up with Ethan. The fanboy pointed wildly at the rankings, shouting that Bai had caught up again, claiming this was true elite guild power and that one win meant nothing without final results. Right after stepping onto floor 16, Bai was instantly eliminated. The crowd exploded in shock, unable to process how Bai died the moment he entered the floor, desperate to know what happened. The guild loyalist threw his entry badges away, cursing elite guilds as weak frauds. In the same breath, he flipped sides again, praising solo players as the best in the world. He started preaching Ethan's invincibility, while everyone around stared at him like he had lost his mind, some telling him to switch opinions a little slower. A minute earlier on floor 16, Bai lay half dead, with 0 knowledge power and almost no HP left. He had barely survived floor 15 thanks to the weakened follow-up after explosive strike, which allowed him to live long enough to be transferred upward. Knowing he would go no further, Bai faced a level 53 third-rank intelligence specialist with skills that drained knowledge power and restored 50% of it over 10 seconds. Bai mistakenly thought this was an easy win, grinning with confidence as if fate itself wanted him to advance, charging straight in without any caution while the gatekeeper stood still for several seconds. Then the gatekeeper sidestepped with terrifying speed, dodging Bai's strike, leaving him stunned. The gatekeeper used forward grip followed by a heavy dodging strike, where forward grip boosted damage and the follow-up attack after a dodge was guaranteed to hit. Bai was cut clean in half, completely unable to process how the gatekeeper used power-based skills identical to his own. The system announced his death, the tower challenge failed, and all rewards nullified. The view returns to Ethan as he is transferred onto the 16th floor. His opponent was a level 57 third-rank perception specialist with a skill that warned the user 1 second before death per 1,000 perception and negated fatal damage, with a 1-hour cooldown. Ethan noted how perfectly this skill fit his own style, since surviving lethal damage would let him recover using life coding and effectively cheat death. He decided that once his gear was upgraded, perception would be a priority stat to unlock that ability. For now, he rushed the gatekeeper, forcing it into a desperate low dodge just to survive the opening strike. Ethan struggled to land clean hits and sharpened his focus to the limit. He finally dealt 2,000 damage, calmly reasoning that perception could not fully compensate for raw stat gaps forever. Smiling, Ethan activated his warrior boost, doubling his speed, spending 500 knowledge power and raising all stats by 250, making him 6 times faster than the gatekeeper as he smashed straight into it. The system confirmed the defeat of the third-rank perception specialist, awarding $140,000 plus 1 endurance and plus 1 perception before teleporting Ethan to the 17th floor. Confidence flooded in, as the tower felt easy to him now, with the only real challenge being the rank scaling of gatekeepers. As long as he managed his knowledge power, the tower posed no real threat. His next opponent was a brutal third-rank defense specialist with explosive strike, bloody exchange, and barrier. The scene cuts to the tower waiting room, where Han admits he fell behind again since Ethan lasted 5 minutes longer than him. Bai boasts that he reached floor 16 this time and asks how far Han made it. Han collapses in frustration, admitting he only made it 1 floor higher than Bai, and that, no matter how hard he tried, he could never truly surpass him, leaving Bai as the top tower runner in his eyes. Bai smiles and suggests they begin their traditional information exchange. Leaning against the wall, Bai recalls how Han died with a smile still on his face. Han admitted that luck was not on his side, because he died due to a layered effect triggered by a special ability. That layered effect caught Bai's attention, pushing him to ask what exactly Han meant by it. Han explained that he also did not understand what happened at first until he checked the combat log, realizing he had been defeated by a third-rank defense specialist. And since defense specialization required both strength and endurance, it meant the opponent possessed 3 special abilities. Han initially believed the barrier skill came purely from defense specialization. However, he noticed that when barrier was combined with explosive strike, it unlocked an attack capable of stripping an enemy completely defenseless, as if all their equipment had vanished. Bai had no response to that revelation and stood there in silence, absorbing every word. Han continued, explaining that at one point all the stats from his equipment disappeared, and in that state he could do nothing against a fully geared opponent, making the fight feel unfair when facing multiple stacked abilities at once, though it also made him curious about what other combinations might exist. The scene shifts to the main character, who now faced an enemy packed with terrifying special abilities, initially planning to test raw power before layering blessing on himself. The 17th Gatekeeper mirrored his stance, turning the duel into a true fight to the death. As always, Ethan charged straight in, colliding head-on with his opponent, blade against blade. Suddenly, the enemy unleashed the same devastating combo of barrier and explosive strike, instantly nullifying all armor buffs and base stats, effectively stripping Ethan of his equipment. The main character could not believe his eyes, having never imagined such a scenario was even possible. But he was no ordinary fighter, activating status reinforcement to barely withstand the incoming blow. He blocked the strike with both hands on his blade, struggling to hold back the overwhelming pressure of Gatekeeper 17. The enemy prepared another signature combo, this time linking barrier with bloody exchange. Instead, it backfired partially, costing the Gatekeeper half its HP. But that was no comfort, as Ethan's damage and health were crushed, his HP dropping to nearly 0 at 99.9% loss. Reacting instantly, Ethan burned 5,000 knowledge power, boosting all stats by 2,500, and used Blessing to neutralize the negative effects still clinging to him. He gathered himself and prepared to counterattack seriously, despite his opponent's overwhelming advantages. The main character restored 5,000 hit points and empowered his next strike to deal 125,000 damage. One hit like that should have ended everything, yet the enemy still stood. The Gatekeeper activated layered barriers, boosting defense for 10 seconds and reducing incoming damage by 75%. The fact that his opponent survived enraged Ethan, pushing him to unleash a relentless chain of attacks. The system announced the defeat of a third-rank defense specialist, bringing his total earnings to $143,000 along with bonus endurance, perception, and defense. With the 17th floor gatekeeper down, the system initiated his transfer to the 18th floor. As he arrived, Ethan reflected on how careless he had been, realizing that even with caution, he still had to account for layered abilities plus massive HP and defense pools. He knew he still had one remaining use of status reinforcement and could summon his serpent at any time, giving him confidence that raw abilities alone would carry him through the tower. He attempted to use soul subjugation to summon the serpent, but the system reported the summon refused to fight, leaving Ethan in a bad position. To make matters worse, his opponent was an 18th floor gatekeeper, a third-rank intelligence specialist with knowledge reset as its special skill. Without wasting time, Ethan took a combat stance, knowing that without his serpent, a full triple specialist assault would be deadly, while everything else posed less threat, as long as he preserved status reinforcement until floor 21. The scene returns to the tower waiting room, where Han asks Bai how he died, and Bai admits it was to a third-rank specialist. Han could hardly believe it, thinking Bai was joking. Bai clarified that the gatekeeper wielded true power, which shocked Han deeply. Bai explained that the key difference between third-rank specialists and lower ranks was access to special abilities, assuming intelligence unlocked knowledge reset, and he clutched his head, wondering how anyone was supposed to keep fighting. Bai realized how grim the situation was, feeling relieved his main stat was not intelligence, yet fearing the final gatekeeper on floor 21 would possess both power and mastery, finally understanding why the tower's reward was so insane and why normal players had no chance. The scene cuts back to Ethan as he charged straight at the 18th floor gatekeeper, pondering whether special skills could be fused with other attributes. Judging from the defense specialist's battle, he concluded that barrier was the core requirement for skill combinations. He pushed those thoughts aside, knowing everything would become clear once he reached floor 21. Refocusing, he committed fully to the fight at hand. Closing the distance, Ethan noticed his opponent had applied blessing across all stats. He thought his eyes were deceiving him, because such a thing should have been impossible. Then the gatekeeper reset the cooldown of status reinforcement, and Ethan took a hit while the enemy cleanly dodged his counter. Reeling, Ethan froze in disbelief, realizing his opponent had just used blessing on itself. Staring at the gatekeeper, he wondered how it could wield power abilities identical to his own. Pulling himself together, Ethan spent 4,500 knowledge power to raise all stats by 2,500, knowing this fight had to end in one blow, since the gatekeeper's intelligence was 8 times higher than his. A direct headshot should have ended the battle, but the enemy suddenly activated status reinforcement. Ethan realized his situation was dire because every one of his abilities existed on the enemy as well. The gatekeeper immediately reset blessing and applied it again. Without hesitation, it launched a relentless assault, striking from multiple angles in rapid succession. Ethan struggled desperately to defend, stunned by just how far his opponent had amplified itself. Under the crushing barrage, he searched for a way out, unable to summon his serpent, forced to consider the few remaining options he could not yet use. Not for even a heartbeat did the opponent slow down, and while Ethan tried to build a plan in his head, the gatekeeper kept piling on damage like a non-stop combo string. Then a wild idea sparked, and Ethan decided to gamble by threatening the serpent. If it refused to come out, he would destroy the pendulum, the pistol that the serpent was sealed inside. He laid down a hard ultimatum, because if the serpent did not help, the gun would get smashed, and every wish the creature ever had would turn to dust right along with the pendulum. Status reinforcement was about to expire, leaving him 1 second to move, and he accepted that this was the line he was crossing, ready to command the system to destroy the pendulum, when the serpent finally responded and demanded help from Ethan in return. At the very last second, right as the reinforced status ended, Ethan agreed because it was his final shot, and if he refused, the opponent's finishing blow would have erased him. The moment the deal was sealed, Ethan burst into blinding light, and the enemy got blasted back several meters, though it did not die. That light was the serpent breaking free and siding with Ethan, and in exchange it demanded Ethan's help too, because Ethan had cast Blessing on it, boosting all its stats by 5,000, and its disaster-level aura flooded the arena, cutting the stats of everything below that catastrophe tier by 30%. Ethan moved to carve up his enemy, while the serpent warned it was limited by the quality of Ethan's gear and could only lend its power for a short time. Plus, it could grant only 3 abilities total. Ethan did not hesitate and decided that was more than enough, rushing the gatekeeper to finish the duel, locking in his status and smashing through the enemy's weapon with victory already inches away. He noticed the opponent had gotten way weaker than before, and he figured that was the catastrophe aura doing its work. Standing over the opponent already dropped to its knees, Ethan made it clear that even if it used status reinforcement, it would only delay death by 10 seconds. With the outcome already written, Ethan ended it, and the system announced the third-rank intelligence specialist had been defeated, awarding $150,000 plus bonus rewards, plus 1 constitution, plus 1 perception, plus 1 defense, and plus 1 intelligence. While Ethan was taking the win, the scene cuts back to Han and Bai as they kept talking, with Han saying it was time to go and that a 14th floor result was still something to be proud of. Bai agreed with a satisfied grin, because they truly put in work and earned that pride. Walking down the corridor toward the spectators, Bai wondered if they could really just step out like that because the crowd would lose it, and Han's side of it was simple. That hype was the whole point of grinding to floor 15, and the idea of hundreds of excited eyes was the reward. Bai was already imagining them bathing in pure spotlight after climbing that high. But when they stepped out, they froze for a few seconds, because nobody greeted them at all. Every spectator's eyes were locked somewhere else, and the two of them were basically invisible, making them assume they had missed something huge. Han followed the crowd's stare, trying to see what had hijacked the entire room. Then he got hit with shock, telling Bai to look at the ranking board because this was not a hallucination. Bai was scared to even turn because the idea of someone passing them felt impossible. The second he looked, he was stunned, because a rookie had climbed to the 19th floor while they had spent forever clawing just to reach 14. Soon Ethan hit the 20th floor and the audience went feral with disbelief, wondering how anyone could get that strong when the server had only been live for 10 days. Han and Bai stood there watching it happen, realizing Ethan had beaten a third-rank specialist stacked with multiple skills, and Bai asked if Han seriously believed Ethan might clear the tower on a first run. Han snapped back that nobody could possibly wipe the tower that fast. Then the same flip-flopping loudmouth showed up again, preaching that the truth was right there, and solo players were the real pros. The bleach-blonde dude kept grinning ear to ear, clearly flexing in front of his former idols. Suddenly, the whole room erupted because Ethan had reached floor 21, and every single person watching the board snapped to attention. The crowd started rallying behind Ethan like he was their champion, and the hype got so intense it almost turned into a full-on clash between factions tied to the Primordial Kingdom and the Mirror Kingdom. The scene shifts to Ethan's enemy, the floor, 21 Guardian, level 57, a third-rank all-attribute specialist with special skills, including Explosive Strike, Speed Boost, Bloody Exchange, Barrier, Information Gathering, and Warning. After the fight on floor 20, Ethan had already used healing and also information gathering on himself. He knew that winning meant the return sphere, $300,000, and plus 2 to every attribute. That +2 to everything was insanely tempting, because it would shove his power into a new tier, but to claim it, he had to beat floor 21, and that was not going to be easy. The pressure hit hard because Ethan had to figure out how to even attack a monster like this. He applied the Serpent's Blessing to himself, and all his attributes surged by 5,000. The Serpent warned him to stay sharp because the aura only reduced enemy stats by 30%, and it also explained that its strongest gift was Blessing, since all its other skills depended on it. Ethan analyzed the Guardian and realized it was in the same situation, with its skills also hinging on Blessing, and the real problem was knowledge power. The Guardian's intelligence was 8 times higher, so its boosted attributes would scale absurdly. Its knowledge power exceeded Ethan's by 52,000 points, and even after the aura reduction, it still had over 36,000, while Ethan had only 33,000. Ethan did not wait and instantly used his own blessing to amplify all his stats even further. The Guardian also did not wait and used the same kind of blessing as Ethan. Ethan kept pushing forward, calculating the clash as 18,000 versus 16,500, and even though his raw stats were lower than the floor 21 Guardians, he still had bonus boosts of +1 to all attributes backing him up. He continued attacking, hoping he could win clean because his key skill was still on cooldown. So he chose to pull back and manage knowledge power carefully, planning to fire off another blessing near the end of the first one using whatever knowledge power he had built up. Mid-fight, Ethan realized the Guardian's power was straight up monstrous, and without the Serpent's boost, he would have had zero chance. Yet even with that boost, he still could not land a single clean hit. He understood that if he forced an opening recklessly, the opponent would delete him instantly, and only now did he fully feel it. Every floor was harder than the last. An earlier blessing had simply erased the difficulty. He kept blocking attack after attack, waiting out the blessing cooldown like his life depended on the timer. With 10 seconds left, he just had to survive a little longer and catch the cooldown window. When 3 seconds remained, he finally pushed back, striking the Guardian and interrupting its momentum. In that opening, Ethan spent his knowledge power to trigger Blessing again and raise all his attributes even higher. Now he stood on the same level as the floor 21 gatekeeper, and even a single step from him made the ground quake for several meters. Ethan knew the moment he landed that second blessing, the fight was already decided, because even if the Guardian powered up again, it would not change the ending, and Ethan could simply wait out a minute and finish it for good. Suddenly, Ethan noticed his opponent moving toward him with absolute confidence, like the outcome was already decided. A split second later, disbelief froze him in place. The gatekeeper had activated Blessing as well, the exact same kind Ethan was using. Ethan realized he was in deep trouble because the Blessing cooldown was identical to his own, and now he started questioning whether this enemy could even be beaten at all, since its abilities were amplified eightfold, and it also possessed the full set of Guardian skills. The gatekeeper shifted into a battle stance, clearly preparing to continue the fight without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ethan was still shaken, fully aware that he was in a brutal situation and that matching this opponent head-on seemed impossible. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the enemy rushing at him at insane speed. Gritting his teeth, Ethan realized it was not over yet, because his advantage was weight and endurance, and all he needed was to survive 5 more minutes to regain a chance at victory. The moment he tried to retreat and stall for time, the system warned him that evasion was blocked, as the gatekeeper had activated a skill that disabled dodging for 1 minute with a 10-minute cooldown, and as the enemy leapt toward him, Ethan understood it was a chained combo, one he could survive only once. After the strike landed, Ethan was left with less than 5% health, fully aware that doing nothing meant certain death. Just as the Guardian moved in to finish him, several glowing shields suddenly surrounded Ethan, intercepting the follow-up attack. He could not understand what had happened, because by all logic the battle should have already ended. As the gatekeeper continued attacking, the serpent explained that this was its final defensive skill, the last thing it could use to protect Ethan. Ethan noticed there were 6 shields, 2 already shattered, leaving him with only 4 hits left before total collapse. This time, he did not hesitate and immediately retreated the moment the gatekeeper charged again to break another shield. Ethan understood that although the serpent had saved him, it had only delayed his death by a few minutes, and he had no idea how to fight barehanded. Clenching his jaw, Ethan decided to fight to the end, knowing he only needed to survive until Blessing refreshed, even if the odds felt hopeless. Refreshing Blessing would instantly erase any advantage again, making victory seem impossible, and the irony almost made him laugh, because the stakes were insane. Clearing the tower meant plus 2% weight capacity, $300,000, massive gear upgrades, and a leap toward becoming the strongest player in the Primordial Kingdom. Suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that Architect had finished its cooldown and was available again. After that alert, Ethan no longer looked at the 21st floor gatekeeper with fear, and for the first time he truly believed he could win. He planned to use Architect to end everything in a single move, but first he needed time. So, he immediately began running from the 21st floor gatekeeper. While fleeing, Ethan tested multiple Architect commands, trying to clear the tower, kill the Guardian, reduce its level to 0, or strip its equipment, but every attempt was denied for violating system rules, which only fueled his frustration since he did not even understand those rules. Then Ethan stopped, stared at the Guardian, and realized the framework he was fighting under. Death came when health hit 0, skills consumed knowledge power, and all abilities were bound by cooldowns. And as he mentally listed these rules, a new idea clicked. Focusing on cooldowns, Ethan realized it was time to exploit the Guardian's own rules and instructed Architect to remove cooldowns from his abilities, and the command went through. In that moment, Ethan understood the 21st floor Guardian was completely exposed. With Blessing no longer bound by its 11-second cooldown, Ethan spammed it repeatedly within that same window, causing his attributes and knowledge power to skyrocket with every activation. The Guardian stared in shock, frozen as Ethan began glowing like a living sun, unable to comprehend what was happening. In moments, Ethan reached a peak of 200,000 knowledge power, instantly realizing it was more than enough to end the fight. He wasted no time and lunged at the Guardian, unleashing every ounce of strength and bottled-up rage he had endured while weakened. With a single strike, Ethan cleaved his opponent apart, winning without hesitation. The scene shifts to the observation hall, where the crowd erupted in joy as Ethan became the first player to clear the tower on his very first attempt. Fueled by raw emotion, people rushed toward the return chamber, since someone was finally emerging from there instead of the resurrection room. The view returns to Ethan as he receives the long-awaited return sphere, while the system confirms the tower's completion and initiates his teleport back. Ethan was overwhelmed with relief, knowing defeat had been inches away and that Architect recharging in time had saved everything. After returning, he finally understood why entering the ruined realm required at least 5% computational power, and he was fully prepared to pursue it for the sake of Architect, since that power could break him into the ruined realm. As soon as he appeared, thunderous cheers erupted behind him, praising him endlessly, which startled Ethan because he had no idea what was happening. Standing on the stage, he found himself surrounded by a massive crowd that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Players flooded him with offers to team up, while others openly marveled at how strong he was. The chaos overwhelmed Ethan, leaving him shaken and confused by the sudden attention. Looking at the crowd, Ethan could not wrap his head around it, since he only had his sister in mind. And for a moment he even wondered if she had somehow built a whole following, never imagining the crowd was cheering for him. At last, he held the return sphere, which recorded a player's state and shattered upon death, restoring everything to the saved moment, meaning his tower-clear condition. Ethan was relieved to finally have it and began thinking about heading into the ruined zone, while knowing the sphere had to be used carefully. He also wanted to test whether Architect could modify party size limits. For now, though, he looked at his pistol with the serpent sealed inside and wondered what to do with it. The serpent could communicate with him at will, and it was his second trump card after Architect, carrying a request Ethan knew he had to take seriously. When Ethan asked about that request, the serpent revealed it wanted freedom, which shocked him, especially given how advanced the artificial intelligence of the primordial kingdom truly was, prompting him to ask what it needed from him. The serpent explained it wanted to be taken to the edge of the world, sensing that its true body lay there, and although Ethan believed the world's edge was part of the ruin zone, something told him the serpent had been designed with a hidden clue, so he agreed on the condition that the serpent would help him if things became dangerous. The serpent immediately accepted and asked for one more favor, offering in return to awaken one ability of Ethan's choice, which stunned him, and they sealed the agreement without hesitation. The scene shifts to the shopping district, since that was where the serpent's second request would be fulfilled, and Ethan told it to name its price. Ethan was confident he could afford anything, since he had $300,000, and if the serpent truly could unlock any ability for him, he was ready to burn all that cash without hesitation, because a chance like that did not come twice. As his gaze shifted to the item purchase board, his satisfied expression instantly froze into total shock. The serpent had selected a modular assembly deformation unit, a piece so insanely expensive that Ethan would have to spend literally all his money to fulfill the serpent's second wish. Ethan stood there clutching his head, fully understanding the serpent's desire for freedom, yet still wondering why it could not have asked for something cheaper, maybe around 30,000. The serpent explained that it did not want half measures, because with this module it could unleash massive damage almost instantly, while without it its power would be limited to a single skill, which was far too risky. And Ethan noticed in the description that direct weapon usage required a mediator, since attacking directly could damage the weapon and cause its positive effects to disperse. Ethan purchased the module, after which the serpent told him to convert it into a ring and wear it, and Ethan realized that this ring had likely been the serpent's true goal all along, while the journey to the world's edge was secondary. And he also noticed that the serpent's stat descriptions had turned gray after the module was installed. When they first met, the serpent had wanted Ethan to exchange something for it, but due to a lack of funds, it had been visibly irritated. Those thoughts made Ethan uneasy, but he dismissed them as nonsense, since it made no sense for a colossal serpent to behave like a greedy chick. After Ethan fulfilled his promise, it was time for the serpent to keep its word, though, for that, Ethan needed to reach level 60 and awaken his special ability. And 3 hours later, he found himself in the Chaos Zone, entering a random dungeon. Looking at the portal, Ethan knew he could not enter the Ruin Zone until he reached level 60 and obtained the special ability from the serpent, but that was not his only goal, since he also wanted to test whether Architect could modify dungeon entry rules, and if Blessing could be used without cooldown inside a dungeon, he would become nearly unstoppable. Ethan activated Architect and changed the dungeon entry rules, removing the team size restriction, and Architect executed the change instantly, filling Ethan with excitement. He was now fully prepared to enter dungeons and grind his way to level 60. Without wasting a second, he stepped straight into the portal. Even though he could now enter dungeons solo, the reward was only 1/10 of the normal amount. Fortunately, Ethan had the Desperate Warrior buff, which allowed him to receive full rewards, and at that pace he could clear 2 or 3 dungeons per day, gaining 1 level for every 3 full clears. 3 days later, Ethan finally reached level 60, And after all the runs, he managed to install 10 more spheres that reduced equipment cooldowns, while all earned stat points were poured directly into intelligence. The system notified him that he had reached the limit of computational power and could no longer accumulate experience, meaning he could not level beyond 60, leading him to assume that increasing computational power would allow further leveling. But for now, dungeon experience was locked. After the notifications, Ethan returned to the city of Musa, sitting on his bed and realizing why in his previous life no player had ever exceeded level 60, since raising equipment to level 70 would likely trigger the same restriction, and at the same time the serpent told him to choose any ability he wanted. Ethan said he wanted a special perception skill, but the hardest one to obtain was Barrier, and after a long internal debate, he chose the Barrier skill from the defense specialization. The serpent told him it was a good choice and instructed him to confirm all incoming notifications, and although Ethan briefly wondered if the serpent was tricking him, he agreed. When multiple notifications appeared, he noticed the first one was confirmation of transfer to the spiritual dimension, which meant he would be under the serpent's control, but he accepted anyway, knowing that without risk there was no reward. He was instantly pulled into the spiritual dimension. Yet he did not panic. Ethan calmly looked around, trying to understand where he was. Since it was his first time inside the serpent's spiritual realm, he understood nothing, as thick fog surrounded him and a storm loomed in the distance. Suddenly, he sensed something above him, but could not react in time. An attack struck him instantly from an unseen opponent, moving so fast that Ethan could not even perceive it. Lying half dead on the ground, trembling in pain, Ethan had no idea what had happened or who had attacked him inside the serpent's dimension. Looking closer, he recognized Pocky, the serpent itself, telling him to stand up. And as Ethan struggled to rise, he realized this was the serpent's true form, and that the pressure here exceeded even star-level intensity, while Pocky stated that defeating it in this form would grant Barrier, but failure would trap Ethan here forever. Standing up, Ethan knew that eternal imprisonment was unacceptable, and that this battle would be one of life and death. Since the serpent itself had issued the challenge, Ethan did not hesitate and charged straight at it head-on. 6 days later, Ethan finally obtained what he sought within the spiritual dimension. Gazing at the night city, Ethan reflected on how he had fought for days within the spiritual realm, initially losing again and again before pulling himself together. In the end, he claimed victory and acquired Barrier, allowing him to suppress opponents' knowledge power by combining Barrier with Knowledge Reset, effectively creating permanent silence. Smiling, Ethan understood that he was now truly strong, perhaps even stronger than every other player in the Primordial Kingdom. The next morning, Ethan and his sister prepared to visit their parents' graves, and she noticed that he had buttoned his top button again. Their mother had always said it should be left unbuttoned. Smiling at him, his sister said it looked better that way, and there was no reason to argue. They then headed to the cemetery in the western part of the city. Arriving there, they brought food offerings and lit a fire in a metal barrel beside the graves. Ethan silently thought about what he wanted to tell his parents, that he was taking good care of his sister and that they could rest easy. At the same time, his sister was thinking that she would definitely find her brother a bride, promising herself that in 2 years there would be grandchildren. Suddenly, Ethan heard a voice remarking that he and his sister had arrived before the man. It was a large bearded man smiling at them, a friend of their parents named Van. Ethan was happy to see him and thanked him again for visiting their parents every year. Van ruffled Ethan's hair and said he was talking nonsense, since they had been friends all their lives. Ethan's sister peeked out and joked that he had come alone again, reminding him that their parents had insisted 10 years ago that he should fulfill their last wish. Van replied that surely she knew he was a millionaire and was not looking for anyone to avoid hurting his friends. She answered that if he let them go, he would not have to worry about hurting anyone. Van got genuinely upset and said it was wrong to talk to people that way, since it crossed the line, and Ethan and his sister laughed at the situation. The girl simply stuck out her tongue in response and chose not to argue with Van. Without overthinking it, the man tossed out a couple wishes out loud, too, hoping his beloved daughter would show up in his dreams and get scolded for running her mouth because she was distracting him with dumb stuff while he was busy with their whole save-the-world plan, and he had zero time for romance. Alice, hearing that, fired back that it was simply their parents' wish, and she just wanted to get it done already. Then Van suddenly asked how they'd been doing since returning to their home, since he had never really asked before, and Ethan, smiling, said they were doing fine and thanked Van for always looking out for them. Van said there was no need for thanks, because after their parents died, he was supposed to watch over them until they had a place of their own, yet he felt guilty that he not only failed at that, but even got in the way. Van, still smiling, told Uncle not to say that, because back then they were little, and having a grown-up around the house was always a good thing. Ethan suddenly remembered that Uncle Van had been the one who introduced him to the Primordial Kingdom game, so Ethan guessed Van might still be into it, even though he wasn't sure, because in Ethan's past life, when the Primordial Kingdom descended into the real world, Uncle Van vanished, and Ethan decided to ask how Van was doing in the Primordial Kingdom. That question caught Van off guard, and instead of answering, he dodged it by asking how they were doing. The red-haired girl immediately jumped in with a bright grin, saying everything was amazing, and her brother was insanely cracked, so cracked that he was the strongest in the Primordial Kingdom right now. Uncle Van's mouth fell open. He could not believe it and looked genuinely stunned. Ethan noticed and asked why Van reacted like that, but Van only kept replaying one thing in his head, the idea of the strongest, and it clearly hit a nerve because his face turned serious like he knew something. Later, as Ethan and his sister headed home, she, as always, yelled after Uncle Van that he needed to find a wife already. Van just waved them off, telling them to get going and be careful on the way home. Once Ethan left, Van sat by their parents' grave and apologized, saying it seemed like he had dragged the kid into something he did not even understand. Walking home, Ethan and his sister got a notification on their phone. It was the latest game news. In the countries where they lived, the network connection had briefly dropped, and after it was fixed, a certain streamer vanished, and fans were demanding the organizers find their idol. His sister, reading the news with wide eyes, said she liked that person a lot, and now they just disappeared. Ethan saw her annoyed face and asked if she was doom-scrolling game news again, and she said she did not even want to, but lately it was nothing but game news everywhere. Ethan silently remembered his past life. When the last time the Primordial Kingdom descended, all the creators vanished overnight, and he still did not understand why, since there were almost no visible actions from them, making him suspect someone or something was behind it, because no matter how chaotic things got, nobody reacted as if anything was wrong. Suddenly, Ethan pulled his sister closer and urged her to hurry home because they needed to start playing, and she agreed instantly since her friend was waiting, and Ethan asked if her friend was already level 45, and she said she had just hit it, so Ethan told her to try reaching 50 within the next 7 days. Then evening fell, and we cut back to Ethan's house. Before logging into the Primordial Kingdom, Ethan sat on his bed holding his glasses, thinking that with his current power he could handle the descent crisis, and he wondered if he should head into the ruined world, or if it would be smarter to save the return sphere for real life, weighing which choice was best. So far, everything had gone smoothly because he had knowledge from his past life, and he started thinking about investigating what happened to the creators while death in-game still wasn't death in reality, because he desperately wanted answers about where the Primordial Kingdom came from and how it invaded their world, and those answers would decide his next path. He logged into the Primordial Kingdom immediately, and a private message hit him the moment he arrived. The message was from the president of New Order, saying the computational power had been secured and they would depart the day after tomorrow, and Ethan declined the invitation but said he would come to the meeting spot in the morning, while the president replied that was good, thanked him for writing, and hoped they could become friends. Holding the sphere, Ethan realized it could be clutch, and if he wanted to lock in his current state, he needed to be in peak condition, so the sphere would stay his ace for the worst-case scenario. He decided it was time to move, and went straight to the tower to record his return sphere. Ethan started spamming every ability he had, and he even used Architect to remove cooldowns, letting him stack Blessing over and over until his stats climbed into an absurd, almost unreal tier. Then the system warned him that his stats had hit the Primordial Kingdom's maximum and he would need higher computational power to keep pushing, so Ethan did not hesitate and ordered the return sphere to lock in his current state. The next day we jumped to the eastern side outside the city of Musa. There, the New Order Guild was already assembled. Then a group from Backyard Garden arrived. After them came the crew from Shelter, and the last to show were the players from Skyscraper. Ethan arrived calm and unhurried, walking toward New Order while everyone stared him down. Alex greeted him brightly, waving him over. Passing the crowd, Ethan heard people whispering that a week ago he was the one who dropped over 100 Backyard Garden players, and everyone saw him as a dangerous rival. Suddenly, some elite garden players stepped up, but they clearly had no idea what to do about him. So all they could throw were nasty looks, since Ethan was New Order's guest and Alex would protect him if anyone tried something. People questioned the garden leader about why they needed Ethan, and he answered that it was to reach the ruined kingdom as fast as possible, and that the four guilds had agreed to rent an aircraft, planning to act friendly on the plane and then deal with Ethan once they arrived, a plan the garden leader found hilarious. Nika, who had tried to kill Ethan in one of the dungeons before, greeted him like it was no big deal, saying it had been a while. Ethan did not respond, lost in thought about what the New Order leader, Anakin, had said, that he learned about the girl's computational power later when she tried to hack entry into the secret kingdom, and she then went back into dangerous Chaos Zone dungeons and gained 5% computational power. Turning his gaze aside, Ethan noticed Thunder glaring at him, still furious about what happened in that dungeon. And this time Thunder would not be so careless, determined to restore his reputation. Looking at New Order's leader, Ethan saw that after dying in a dungeon to Ethan's hand, they had leveled insanely fast, and now all of them were level 60. Ethan understood that under normal conditions, a player who died even once would never reach level 60 that quickly, and that in the present, there was basically only one way to climb that fast: converting money into experience in the Mirror Kingdom at a 1-to-1 rate, meaning reaching level 50 would take at least 100 million, an absolutely wild amount. The whole time the backyard leader watched Ethan like a hawk. He secretly warned Shelter's leader that the situation was bad with four players already holding 5% computational power, pushed for immediate action, got approval to act freely, and proposed teaming up to deal with Ethan, eventually agreeing to lure him into a one-on-one away from New Order before combining forces to take him down. Suddenly, someone near Ethan started talking about how they had sent several people to scout the ruin zones, but the moment they arrived, they died. And after reviving, they reported seeing only an upside-down world and spheres of light. It was Shelter's leader speaking, continuing that they had gained nothing from ruin zone research, and that players with computational power were too valuable, noting even New Order had only 4 such players and refused to risk any of them on scouting, so they chose the most dangerous option: gathering all computational power users and going together. The backyard leader smiled, sensing the air turning spicy and interesting. Then Thunder stepped up, boasting that his clan could easily gather players like that and demanding to know how the other guy was making those conclusions. Their argument was suddenly interrupted by a Shelter Guild member calling out that Thunder was dead wrong and clearly overreaching, provoking him by saying their leader was simply stacking facts while Thunder was running his mouth. Thunder snapped instantly, grabbing his sword and raging that some small-time shelter player dared talk to him like that, acting way too bold, and he demanded a one-on-one to erase him. But Alex, the New Order leader, shut Thunder down on the spot. Alex ordered him to sit down immediately, saying Thunder's arrogance was just as bad, and that was where it ended. The shelter leader continued calmly, proposing a duel before they arrived in the ruin zones to see who was actually stronger. After those words, Thunder couldn't hold back anymore and pointed straight at the shelter leader, declaring the duel was on. The shelter leader accepted without hesitation, rising from his seat and signaling to start immediately. All of this was watched by the main hero, who had zero desire to get dragged into their drama. Suddenly, one of the backyard garden players stopped them, saying that having top players fight first was pointless, since everything afterward would just feel boring. He suggested starting with newcomers instead, which would make things way more interesting. Thunder grinned instantly and agreed, liking the idea, and asked who they wanted to start with. After scanning everyone, they locked their choice on the main hero because every move was already planned. A backyard garden player explained that the hero knew there had been a small conflict between their guild and the Centurion, and if the hero won, they would settle things quietly without involving the big shots, but if he lost, their guild would be branded the weakest among the major clans. The hero had no real choice but to agree, standing up and asking how the fight would go. Alex, sitting nearby, said that if the hero didn't like it, he could refuse, since there was no real obligation. Suddenly, the gardener cut in, saying that unresolved tension in the group would absolutely explode during joint operations, and it was better to settle everything right now, because the ruined zones were lethal, and only teamwork without grudges would keep them alive. That speech hit home for the hero, but he said there was no need to waste time since he was ready to fight, asking everyone to clear some space so no one got clipped or splashed with blood during the battle. All three guilds immediately agreed, and the shelter leader told Alex to move aside and give them room as well. Alex didn't argue, but before leaving, he warned the hero to be careful. Once everyone stepped back, the garden leader sent out a reminder that killing someone instantly was impossible here, and they expected seriousness, since none of them could beat the hero alone. The garden leader then sent a private message to his people with a single command: go. The entire group rushed the hero at once while he activated Architect and wrapped himself in the Joker aura. The hero knew from the start they were plotting something and stayed alert. When facing the unknown, staying buffed was survival, and ever since boarding the ship, he had been stacking blessings, each costing 10 knowledge power and giving only 5 stats. Yet after 30 minutes of flight, his stats still hit the Primordial Kingdom cap. The hero drew his katana, fully ready for combat. He made it clear that if they attacked like cowards, they should be ready to die. He sprinted straight at the purple-haired player and unleashed Enemy Crush, a skill that stripped all status effects. The target was completely stunned, unable to move even an inch. The others seized the moment, rushing in together, ready to finish the hero. Ethan tried using Status Lock, but Silence blocked all abilities, then tried Architect, only to get hit with a rule restriction stating Architect was sealed for 3 more seconds, and when he attempted to dodge, the Joker aura forced movement only toward Yundingo, leaving him with no options. He froze, genuinely thinking this was it. A girl from his team activated Hidden Retreat and a speed boost. Thanks to her, the hero was saved at the last second. 2 more teammates stepped in front of him, ready to shield their captain at any cost, even though their captain knew they were breaking rules set by the purple-haired one and risking death. They advanced in silence, positioning themselves around the hero. The gardener mocked the situation, saying there was no need to be so aggressive, since the hero wasn't a New Order member, meaning trying to kill him broke no rules, and claimed they were just messing around. The captain was furious, unable to comprehend how they could pull something so dirty. A woman stepped forward and suggested stopping the fight, proposing they rest before reaching the ruin zones and settle it properly upon arrival. Her name was Liang Jingjia, level 60. The hero agreed, realizing that if this kept going, they might never even reach the ruin zones. The backyard garden leader muttered that it was a shame they were just a step short. Liang Jingjia pointed out that one ability belonged to a shelter member named Hood Jaza Hood, and another to Skyscraper's leader's son, Yun, telling the hero to remember that, and he silently thanked her. In the end, she simply gave a sincere smile. Alex, the captain, asked Ethan if he was okay, and Ethan said he was fine and thanked him. Thunder declared that the hero was the only one who had ever beaten him, and warned him not to die to anyone else or it would be humiliating. The captain realized that knowing how dangerous the ruin zones were, they would have to work together at least until they found power, never imagining conflicts would erupt before arrival, and even their agreement not to fight after entering the zones had already collapsed. Alex said that from now on they could only rely on each other because no one else could be trusted. No one argued with the captain, and everyone silently agreed. At last they arrived in the ruin zones. The moment they stepped off the ship, they began scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, the team at the front froze in place. The garden leader reminded everyone not to forget where they were because without teamwork, none of them would survive here. Alex realized he was being pushed to choose between a large alliance and Ethan, but this time he had no intention of betraying Ethan. The hero activated a shield and tried to cool the tension, which led the shelter leader to cancel the agreement, convinced they would never be able to act as a unified force. The New Order leader said it was time for them to move out as well, and the entire team agreed without hesitation. The main hero kept wondering whether true authority even existed, and if it did, where it actually came from. Walking with his team, he thought about what he would do next if he truly obtained that power. He questioned whether such power could really stop the primordial kingdom from invading the real world. Ethan suggested they halt, noticing the fog thickening so much that the leader was barely visible anymore. Alex told everyone to stay close, be careful, and not wander off, reminding them that everyone who had been here before had long since died. A system message arrived stating that membrane computational power had increased by 5% and that the gates to the world beyond had opened. All 4 team members were completely shaken by this. At that exact moment, a massive crack formed beneath their feet. The hero didn't understand what happened and didn't even have time to react. All 4 of them fell together into the abyss that opened below. It slowly sank in that they were falling into nothingness, possibly toward death, something none of them wanted. The hero and his companions broke through some kind of boundary. Suddenly, the hero landed on solid ground, completely unharmed. A notification appeared stating that he had left the primordial kingdom. Its membrane computational power had been sealed, and he was now in the world beyond. The surroundings were filled with strange phenomena, including floating chunks of land suspended in the air. In the distance, dark-colored platforms could be seen drifting. A notification stated that after leaving the protection of the primordial kingdom's membrane, a debuff from the world beyond had been applied, reducing power by 0.1%. The hero's fighter title weakened the effect by 2%. Membrane computational power of the primordial kingdom was detected at 11%, further reducing the effect. His final power was now only 3.2% of the original. Ethan's stats were revealed as heavily crippled, with low combat values and harsh world beyond penalties cutting skill duration and inflating cooldowns by 96.8%. While notifications confirmed he had fully left the primordial kingdom, Architect was locked to infinite cooldown. A level 10 private territory was created and needed a name, leaving him stunned by how brutally his power had been crushed. In his current state, he couldn't even imagine how he was supposed to find authority here. Right now, Even the weakest enemy could defeat him without effort. A message prompted him to name his private territory. He named it Territory Number 1, Current Level 1, Stored Membrane Power 1, Membrane Defense Activated, Computational Power Calculation in Progress, World Beyond Effect weakened by 10%, current power now 13.2% of the original. A dome formed around his island and a strange sapling began to grow at its center. A message warned him to increase membrane computational power as fast as possible to resist the world beyond. By fully controlling Territory Number 1, Architect's cooldown was removed. Architect could now change rules within the territory without cooldown, with power consumption depending on task complexity. The hero realized the membrane was likely a protective barrier against the world beyond, meaning it was the true heart of his island. To level up, computational power was required, sapling health was 100. Membrane-created functions included a barrier. First effect weakened the world beyond debuff. Second effect weakened all non-allied entities entering Territory Number 1 by 50%. Notes stated that the membrane bearer's life was linked to the player, meaning if the bearer died, so would the player. He roughly understood the system. The sapling was fragile with only 100 health and directly linked to his life, meaning it had to be strengthened with computational power. But he had no idea where to find that power, when suddenly the snake burst out of his ring. The snake emerged so fast that the hero didn't even realize it had devoured the island's sapling. A notification appeared stating that the legendary tree bearer had been absorbed. The legendary tree fused with Paki, making the snake the new membrane bearer. A massive explosion shook the hero's island. The blast sent the hero flying several meters back, completely catching him off guard. Out of nowhere, an enormous green beast appeared. A message warned that the bearer of membrane number 1, Paki the hatchling, was under attack, and the hero instinctively dropped and covered his head. He had no idea what these monsters were, what he was supposed to do, or how they even appeared. Nearby were several other islands. One contained 27 units of computational power, another 15, and the last 9. Ethan realized that to obtain computational power, he would have to destroy other islands. Suddenly, a beam of light crashed down onto a nearby island. Karina began roaring and pounding her chest. Then she suddenly soared even higher into the air. The hero was stunned and guessed that this beast's purpose was to gather computational power and return it to the sphere once enough was collected. He realized that if Paki hadn't merged with the legendary tree, the shockwave would have killed the bear with only 100 health and shattered his island. The hero thanked the snake, admitting he had initially thought it wanted to destroy the tree. Paki replied that it was too early for praise. The debuff affected him too, and now that he was the membrane bearer, the hero was stronger than him, and even with a small health boost on territory number 1, the snake couldn't do much in this state. The hero was shaken, realizing he could no longer rely on the snake's power. That would remain the case until he found enough computational power to temporarily restore the snake's original form. Paki stated that in this world, computational power was everything. With enough of it, they wouldn't just get their old power back. They'd be able to expand their territory and actually reach the target. To enter the ruin zones, they had to get into that sphere the way the monster did. The dragon confirmed it, and the hero locked onto his objective, convinced the hidden authority was up there. So the mission was clear: reach the sphere. But first, gather computational power by crushing nearby islands, use it to expand the personal territory, and close the distance. Ethan also wondered where the leader and the entire New Order were because he hadn't seen them since they entered the ruin zones, and they couldn't have just died here. Then a message hit. The map system was disabled and couldn't be opened. The team system was disabled and couldn't be opened, and in group chat someone asked the squad leader where everyone even was. The hero could only stare and read it all. Hudjazi spotted the hero, reported it to his boss, and warned him to stay sharp. The New Order leader asked where they were, but nobody knew. Nothing looked familiar after entering the zone, so they were probably scattered randomly. The space was as massive as all three regions of the primordial kingdom combined, so the odds of meeting were tiny, but authority was definitely inside the sphere overhead, meaning if they all kept pushing forward, they'd likely cross paths eventually, and that became the plan. Ethan read it and understood one thing. He could only rely on himself. He knew the goal, and he knew the method. Collect computational power by destroying islands. But with their current nerfed strength, it wasn't clear how anyone was supposed to shatter islands at all. The hero gripped his pistol and figured it might be the answer. Then he checked himself. It wouldn't be easy. But maybe it was still possible. Territory number 1 was shielded by the membrane, so he could stack the combined punch of Architect, Status Lock, Blessing, and the Pendulum's triple damage. Even with his power cut down to 11%, it should still work. It was worth testing, because if it worked, he wouldn't have to gamble by sacrificing Paki or risking the core territory. And that was way safer. Ethan asked the snake if it could move the island. The snake said it could, so they needed to slide toward a smaller untouched island. That island had a 2 Li at level 80, a genuinely dangerous creature. Paki explained that the membrane bearer was the territory's core, and if the core was destroyed, the whole island would collapse. So the hero started moving. He triggered Architect, wished for 0 cooldown, and stacked 3 blessings on top. A notification popped up saying his power had reached the limit for number 1. Ethan was stunned at how fast he capped out. Attack power, 846, defense 683, resistance 48, strength 100, agility 100, constitution 100, intelligence 100, perception 100, health 6,000, knowledge power 700. He was heated that the stats only climbed to 100. Still, the hero lifted the gun and decided it was more than enough. The island's legendary sapling core, just like his own, would go down in a single strike. It was also stated that among all attributes, only the stat-to-weight ratio wasn't affected by the world beyond debuff, meaning the higher that ratio, the harder Blessing scaled. He fired and ripped 76,635 health straight off the island. The island shattered instantly. A notification flashed. He had destroyed the membrane bearer of private territory 2 Li number 446. 2 Li number 446 was dead. He also gained +1 to attention and hatred from Yen Day. Ethan lit up, realizing it was truly doable, and urged the snake that they had to stack computational power as fast as possible. 7 units of computational power hovered in the air above the ruined island. The snake warned it was bad news. It couldn't move farther because a protective barrier was in place, preventing computational power from dispersing and also blocking other private territories from crossing the boundary of that zone. Which meant that to collect the fragments, Ethan would have to leave territory number 1 anyway. Because of the world beyond debuff, his blessing would drop 3 seconds after he left number 1, but he could reapply it after resetting cooldown and do it again. That gave him nearly 9 seconds of blessing total, and luckily, membrane computational power gave him full access to number 1. Even if he could only set one rule, Architect has no cooldown. It would let him recover instantly the moment he returned. He didn't hesitate. The hero jumped out of his island and blitzed toward the floating computational power. Messages slammed in. He had left the membrane protection of number 1. His current power dropped back to 3.2%, and Architect went into infinite cooldown again. Ethan reasoned that to reach the world beyond, you had to rise to the highest point, meaning to leave it you just had to jump downward. But first came the urgent part. Yen Day had rewarded him for killing 2 Li number 446, so Yen Day was probably the boss here. The level was lower than that disaster-class monkey monster, but still, Ethan knew he had to stay careful. At last, the hero collected the computational power fragments. A message explained computational power was matter used for construction. Spend it and you could create anything. And on top of that, Architect would recharge. Ethan realized he could now use Architect anywhere again as long as he had computational power. Another message warned the computational power would vanish in 60 minutes, and he could either use it or transfer it to the membrane bearer of his private territory. He rushed back toward his island. Ethan returned instantly and transferred the computational power to the membrane bearer, unlocking the development path for his private territory. Territory number 1 received computational power, 8, current level 1, option 1, boost the bearer's resistance to the world beyond debuff, cost 10 computational power, option 2, level up number 1 from floor 1 to floor 2 of the world beyond and increase the power cap in number 1, cost 1000 computational power, required Pocky level 10. Ethan saw it clearly. The growth path was obvious. Next step was pure grind. Gather computational power, level up Pocky, and level up number 1. He kept slaughtering Tu Li, and his attention and hatred from Yende kept rising until it hit 51. Then Yende appeared on one of the islands. Level 90, the monster boss. Threat rank, disaster. Meanwhile, Ethan kept killing Tu Li, and his attention and hatred climbed to 70. The hero realized every monster here was basically a Tu Li. And with every kill, the hatred from that unknown level Yende kept growing. He had no idea how many more kills it would take before Yende fully came down on him. Bottom line, climbing out of the world beyond was going to be insanely hard, and it was time to start thinking ahead. Ethan spent 150 units of computational power, reducing the world beyond debuff by 5%. Total debuff weakening reached 15%. Total computational power gained was 180, with 30 remaining. Ethan told the snake they needed to finally talk for real, but the snake didn't understand what he meant. Ethan reminded the snake he carried it out of the kingdom because it said it needed to come here, and now it was saying it had to reach the sphere, so the hero asked where exactly they were headed. And the question still hung in the air. What was the real goal of their journey? The snake finally decided to explain that it intended to guide him to the data processing core module, which was the sphere itself, though the hero didn't understand what a data processing module actually meant. Still, he realized this was most likely the very authority the leader of the New Order had been talking about. One doubt remained. How did the snake know all of this? And had it been here before? The snake only answered what mattered, that the hero had to be there, and it would do everything in its power to get him to the data processing core. The hero asked the snake whether it knew about the real world. The snake didn't understand and asked what he meant. Ethan asked again whether the snake knew the real world existed and whether it understood that this was a game. The snake replied only that Ethan was opening his mouth, but no sound was coming out. The hero realized the primordial kingdom automatically blocked conversations like this, saw there was no point pushing it, and moved on. Then they sensed a high-level monster approaching, and that monster was Yende. Ethan knew that killing the leader would bring massive computational power, and he hoped to farm a few more enemies before Yende arrived, but the monster found them faster than expected and moved straight toward them. The snake asked whether Ethan had a plan, but the real issue was that Ethan didn't know how strong Yende truly was. If it matched the disaster-class ape, it could wipe them out in seconds. Ethan questioned whether he could really trust the snake, because even though it kept helping him, it felt like it was hiding something, and logical thoughts didn't automatically mean trust. He would have liked to uncover what the snake was hiding and why it lied, but now wasn't the time, because a high-level monster was closing in. If he wanted to win, the only option left was to trust the snake. And that's exactly what he chose to do. At that moment, Island number 1 collided with the garden island, and their membranes fused. The entire island shook violently. The monster appeared before them, and the fusion of the garden's membrane with number 1 amplified the world beyond debuff by 35%. Suddenly, the snake's body began to change drastically. It grew to an absurd, colossal size, and the monster immediately noticed. The snake declared there was no choice left. It would use its last strength to stall the monster while Ethan infiltrated the island and destroyed the legendary tree. Though it understood Ethan feared the snake might flee if things went wrong. The snake assured him that the moment it chose Ethan's side and became the membrane bearer, it bound itself to him until the very end. It made it clear that Ethan had to believe in it, because there was no other path forward. Trusting it, the hero leapt onto the island while the two titans clashed. A notification hit Ethan. Paki, the membrane bearer of number 1, had taken 7,340 damage. Then more followed, minus 4,720 and minus 4,940 health. Ethan knew he had to act fast, climbing deeper into the island while understanding Paki couldn't defeat Yende alone. He had to find the territory's legendary tree before Paki's health hit 0, and only then could Yende be dealt with. Paki's health dropped to 7,313,467 out of 7,350,000. If Ethan failed, he would be ejected from the ruin zone, and beyond that, the same watcher who had been observing him from the start was still present somewhere nearby. More alerts flooded in. The membrane bearer of number 1 took damage again, minus 5,340, minus 7,628, minus 6,593. Ethan finally reached the heart of the island, but Paki's health was draining way too fast, forcing him to hurry. The tree at the center was monstrously huge. When Ethan saw it, he was completely stunned. He had never expected something on this scale. There was no ambush and no guards. Ethan couldn't understand why a legendary tree was left completely unprotected. When he touched it, a message appeared stating that the garden territory tree was level 30 with 46,500 health, and that due to the blessing of the god of flowers, the tree couldn't be destroyed while the monster lived. Ethan froze, finally understanding why the tree had been left alone. Meanwhile, Paki's health kept plummeting. Every time Ethan attacked the tree, notifications stated the garden was immune to damage. He even tried shooting it, but it changed nothing. Ethan confirmed it was impossible to destroy the tree until the monster was defeated. He considered that this might only be an outer shell, with the true core hidden inside. But there was no way in, and if that theory was true, the shell would still have to be dealt with first. Otherwise, the legendary tree couldn't be destroyed. Rage surged through Ethan. Right now, Dispel would have been priceless. All the while, that mysterious man simply stood there, watching him. As Ethan hesitated, the monster continued its brutal battle with the snake, and Paki's health dropped even faster. Ethan realized there was only one option left: to fight. There was no doubt this was the only path, so he had to go all out. Even if defeat waited at the end, he had no right to hesitate or complain. Ethan admitted to himself that fighting this monster was basically suicide. And then a voice suddenly mocked him for giving up so easily, a presence he never expected to encounter here. At last, the man stepped out of his hiding place and revealed himself. For a few seconds, they simply stared at each other, and the hero couldn't grasp what was happening. He immediately realized this was Hood Jazza from the shelter, the one who possessed Dispel, and the question hit him hard. Could he actually remove the barrier from the legendary tree? At that moment, a message popped up for Ethan saying the snake was taking an insane amount of damage. The hero knew the snake's health was still dropping fast and had no idea how long it could last, but rushing now would be fatal, because Dispel was exactly what they needed. If it really worked, the barrier would fall, and he fired back that it was easier to call someone a coward from the shadows, adding that he had planned to deal with the island's master himself and that the other guy should have stayed hidden instead of stepping out. After thinking it through, the hero realized that with the current stats, Hood Jazza couldn't even use Dispel properly, which meant cooperation was the only option. He stopped him because he feared the guy wouldn't handle the monster alone, and without support he wouldn't be able to dispel the barrier or defeat the monster anyway. Ethan said that if his guess was right, he could boost Hood Jazz's stats in exchange for removing the tree's barrier, and from the reaction, it was clear the offer was accepted. The guy was shocked that the hero had figured everything out and was even willing to help him grow stronger, though he wondered if Ethan wasn't afraid he'd turn on him the moment he gained power. He guessed the hero had some kind of hidden trump card, but he had one too. He admitted the hero was right and said they needed to start immediately. Ethan agreed while keeping himself calm and steady inside, knowing this wasn't the moment to rush or show weakness. He figured that a direct promise like that might not be a lie, but even so, he couldn't let the guy get too close too fast. The light-haired man told him to take a knife, step back 3 meters and stop there, saying that would be enough. Ethan explained that the maximum stat level here was 100 and asked whether that would be enough for him. The man was stunned by the power flowing into him, almost intoxicated by it, and Ethan warned him to hurry because the blessing only lasted 30 seconds. Inside, the scumbag thought the hero was incredibly naive for making him stronger, assuming the kid didn't yet understand how greedy people could be. Once the barrier was gone, he planned to teach him a brutal life lesson. Still, the first step was dealing with the barrier. He successfully dispelled it, and the blessing of the god of flowers vanished. The tree changed color and the barrier shattered. The hero felt a surge of relief when he saw it actually worked. At that moment, the roar of the monster echoed across the island. While Ethan focused on destroying the legendary tree before the snake collapsed, the traitor had already drawn his katana. He closed in and nearly cut Ethan down, warning him that distraction led to death. The light-haired man couldn't understand why. Even with equalized stats, the hero was still so much faster. Ethan commented on just how greedy the man really was. The traitor realized the hero's real trump card. Ethan's stat coefficient was at least 1 point higher, and on top of that, he had used enemy destruction, temporarily locking the man out of his abilities. That alone meant he should have admitted defeat. But with a smirk, the man revealed his own trump card and activated Weapon Ban, a skill that prevented the target from using a specific weapon type for 1 minute. Ethan's sword vanished from his hands. He was stunned, unable to attack with his blade. This was the man's real play. Without weapon skills, Ethan would be no different from an ordinary player without combat abilities. The hero simply smiled and laughed at the plan. He effortlessly dodged the incoming strike. If Ethan had truly been an ordinary player relying only on physical abilities, he'd have had no answer, but unfortunately for his enemy, he was anything but ordinary. He fired at Hood Jazza and killed him on the spot. Ethan noted that with that speed, the guy wouldn't have hit anything anyway, and that the pointless fight had wasted enough time. He couldn't even understand how the man had found the nerve to attack him alone. A notification appeared, stating the fallen player possessed 5% of the Primordial Kingdom's membrane computational power, raising Ethan's total to 16%. Meanwhile, Paki's health was critically low. Ethan knew he couldn't let the snake down. At last, he destroyed the legendary tree of the Garden Territory, gaining 1,567 units of computational power, but also receiving the curse of the God of Flowers, increasing the hatred of catastrophe-level monsters and above by 100. Ethan sat beside the snake, thanking it for holding out so long. The snake said gratitude wasn't needed since they were allies, adding that together they'd earned over 1,500 units of computational power, then shrank back into its smaller form and asked how Ethan planned to use it. First, he wanted to raise Poki's level to 10, then destroy a few more smaller islands, deciding not to rush to the next layer and to farm more computational power first. The snake agreed, saying that approach was safer. Ethan asked whether leveling the territory would lead them straight to the sphere. The dragon said it wanted to believe so, but the distance was divided into 5 layers, and each level raised them by 1, meaning 4 layers still remained. Ethan then asked why, if the snake could fly, it couldn't just carry him to the next layer. The snake replied that he was asking too much, as barriers surrounded them, and it could only exist here in a reduced form. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the place where the light-haired man reappeared, he couldn't believe he had survived. His remaining computational power was 52 units, reduced by 60%, making him realize that death cost computational power. He wondered what the minimum threshold was and whether repeated deaths would eventually erase him, but either way, he had to report everything to his boss. He messaged the shelter's leader, reporting his death, his return to his own territory, and the loss of 60% computational power, after which the leader asked him to assess the situation. He reported that he had accidentally crossed paths with the main hero. The leader warned him to be cautious, but he replied that the hero was absurdly strong and even mentioned that the guy had taken a mark that prevented targets from using weapons. Meanwhile, the main hero upgraded the snake to level 10. The snake hatchling evolved into an adolescent snake. Membrane resistance to the pressure of the world beyond reached 20%. Total computational power gained reached 1,727, and 1,297 units of power remained. Later, the total computational power exceeded 2,000, and the hero hit the limit for the first floor, meaning he had to move to the next level. Ethan was surprised that even the membrane had a cap, realizing that before moving up, territory number 1 needed improvement. Still, it was time to move on. He spent 1,000 units of computational power, raising territory number 1 to level 2, increasing the maximum weight coefficient for players inside, strengthening the membrane, boosting resistance to the world beyond by another 5%, raising the adolescent snake's max level to 20, and unlocking construction within the territory, leaving 550 computational power. To raise the adolescent snake to level 11 required 100 computational power. To raise territory number 1 to rank 3 required 2,000. Each snake level increased in cost by 10 units, while territory upgrades doubled in cost, meaning reaching the data processing center could require tens of thousands of power units, and if rewards on higher floors stayed this low, it wouldn't be enough, suggesting the second floor might offer better gains. At last, they arrived on the second floor of the world beyond. Near the hero's island floated another island filled with bees that had bird-like wings. A notification appeared stating arrival on the second floor of the world beyond, within the territory of King Chen Yuanyu, whose hatred was locked onto the hero, marking him as the king's primary target. The hatred meter instantly hit 100 right after arrival, likely caused by the curse of the god of flowers, making an early boss encounter extremely dangerous and forcing the need for a plan. The hero suddenly noticed something near his island out of the corner of his eye. It was a massive beast that simply opened its jaws and devoured the neighboring island of bees whole. The hero had no idea what that thing was, but the snake explained that these were children of the abyss, special creatures that devoured territories with weak membranes and anyone outside protective barriers. The hero was shaken by the existence of monsters specialized in erasing territories. They clearly roamed the thick fog in large numbers, likely over 10, meaning leaving the island was suicide, raising the question of how computational power could even be gathered. The second floor of the world beyond already felt far more brutal, if only because it was vastly larger. Everything felt wrong. The hero couldn't spot a single island with a membrane carrier and logically concluded that the children of the abyss had probably devoured them all. He had expected the second floor to make farming computational power easier, not harder, wondering if this was just an unlucky region. He spotted a colossal island, thousands of times larger than his own, yet no matter how he tried, he couldn't reach it. The only place with a membrane carrier was the domain of King Qin Yuanyu, who hated Ethan. That territory looked like a cluster of interconnected islands, and the hero asked the snake if it knew what it was. Pocky didn't answer immediately, then warned that something was approaching. The hero noticed another island drifting in behind him. It was Bai Shuta, level 60, a member of the Backyard Garden Guild. He claimed he was stuck here too and proposed an alliance, saying that together they could easily take down the island. He added that solo attempts were risky and doubted either of them could manage alone. In group chat, Don Yog reported one of his men killed by the hero. Sun Yun called meeting him on the first floor insanely unlucky. Unadong demanded more intel beyond Ethan's stat-boosting ability. Don Yog suspected his weapons had no restrictions. Sun Yun doubted it at first. Unadong insisted Ethan had to be dealt with before fighting New Order, and then Bai Shuta announced he'd found their main enemy and launched a broadcast, dragging everyone into the stream. In the very next second, the hero shot Bai Shuta with his pistol, completely blowing his head off. A notification confirmed the kill of player Bai Shuta, who possessed 5% of the Primordial Kingdom's membrane computational power, which was absorbed, raising the hero's total to 21%. The hero stated that he had no intention of forming alliances with enemies and had zero interest in cooperation. He spotted a sphere on Bai Shuta's island. The hero realized the next step was dealing with the territory of that white-haired man and its membrane. He reasoned that the sphere with the beam might be reachable by jumping, as long as he avoided drawing the attention of the Children of the Abyss, after which he'd need to destroy the legendary tree, grab the computational power, and retreat to his own island, hoping the reward would be massive. Suddenly, that same guy began to reappear, shocking the hero. The man was stunned by the hero's weapon, realizing it had an enormous effective range. The hero couldn't understand what was happening. The man had died, the system had confirmed it, and even dropped loot, yet he was back without penalty, leading to the realization that dying in the ruin zones respawned players on their own territories. Furious, the hero demanded answers from the snake, who explained that upon death, players respawned on their island, losing between 1 and 100% of computational power depending on level and current reserves, with a minimum of 100 power required to revive. The hero was livid that this was only being explained now. The snake replied that Ethan had always exceeded 100 power and had never died before. The hero cut the topic short, deciding it was time to deal with this guy. The hero drew his pistol, deciding to start with the legendary tree, doubting it could survive a single shot. The man began teleporting away, concluding that since cooperation was rejected, only battle remained, and staying here put him at a disadvantage. He suggested meeting on the unified territory of Yu. The man used the architect ability to conceal his island. The snake warned Ethan that without Dispel, they couldn't do the same and would have to face the king, adding that refusing cooperation in this situation was extremely reckless. The hero stood silently, staring at the massive island. He concluded that cooperation meant trust and shared effort, which was impossible here. He acknowledged the logic problem of fighting both the man and the king, but with too little information, experimentation was necessary. He decided to jump to Qin Yuanyu's island first, planning to leap back if things went south, trusting the snake to catch him. In the next instant, he jumped. The other man watched in absolute fury. The white-haired man messaged that he couldn't tolerate such an insult and requested permission from the backyard garden leader to kill the hero. The leader doubted his odds but agreed that since cooperation was refused, he had to try. Meanwhile, on the unified territory of Qin Yuanyu, There stood Qin Yuanyu, level 90, disaster level threat. The island also housed black and white Qin Yuanyu creatures, the black ones at level 80 with monster-class danger, and the white ones at level 70. Suddenly, one of the creatures burst apart into pieces. From a single beast, 15 units of computational power dropped. The hero didn't know these beasts lived in packs. They were hyper-aggressive, and in his current state, he could handle only one. If more attacked, running would be the only option. A system message hit him, stating he had entered the domain of Yu. The world beyond debuff was reduced by 40%. The King Yu's territorial effects suppressed him by 50%. His current power stood at 23.6%. Skill cooldowns were increased by 76.4%. Skill duration reduced by 76.4%. His health was 4,400,89, and knowledge power 2,888. Additionally, since he entered the king's land, the king was now watching him. The hero knew it instantly. The buzzing of monster wings grew far louder. Another notification arrived, stating that after 1.5 minutes on the king's territory, he had gained 3 points of the king's attention. Smoke suddenly rolled out from around a corner, and the hero thought the king had arrived. Instead, the white-haired guy charged out from behind it. The white-haired guy rushed at insane speed. His base agility was likely twice Ethan's, but that wouldn't matter once Ethan boosted his stats, so he activated Blessing and raised his attributes by 500. In the next instant, the guy used Exchange, dumping massive hatred values from Qin Yuanyu straight onto Ethan. The hero was stunned, unable to understand what just happened. Immediately, an entire swarm of monsters rushed toward him. On top of that, the white-haired guy used Theft, stealing a specific status from the target, Blessing itself. As Ethan swung, the white-haired guy had already vanished, clearly enjoying the rush of stolen power. Still, that thrill was nothing compared to killing the hero. Now at least a fifth of all the beasts were chasing Ethan, and without territory access he couldn't use Architect. Survival was nearly impossible. The swarm was almost on him. Ethan's health was 4,489, and his knowledge power had dropped to 1,888. But Ethan wasn't weak. He activated Prison, and in the same instant swords and chains surrounded the white-haired guy. Ethan charged at him and activated Status Reinforcement Reset and Blessing, boosting all stats by 500 again. Despite the swarm, he had to return to territory number 1, otherwise he wouldn't survive. Still, he couldn't leave without dealing with the white-haired guy, so he aimed his pistol at him. Suddenly, Ethan's status reinforcement ended, and the enemy used status transfer and prison. The hero was shocked, unsure what to do. He was hit with multiple debuffs: weakness, movement speed down 50%, attack speed down 50%, strength down 50%, defense down 50%, duration 2.5 seconds. Immediately after, Qin Yuanyu struck him, prison ended, status reinforcement ended, and he took another 89 damage from the beasts. The white-haired guy mocked him internally, confident the hero would die long before landing a killing blow. But Ethan knew his blessing still had 5 seconds left, while the stolen one would end 2 seconds earlier. He activated Prison again, shocking the enemy who hadn't expected the same skill to be reused. Ethan aimed his pistol and activated Pendulum, triple damage, firing straight at him. The enemy chose to wait it out, activating Reflection and Target Lock. The enemy's blessing expired, while Ethan's lasted 2 seconds longer. Ethan activated Barrier and Knowledge Drain, absorbing 3,000 knowledge power, causing the enemy to lose 3,000 knowledge power as Reflection collapsed. A bullet pierced his forehead, and at last the white-haired man was dead. The hero collected all the loot. Then he moved on immediately, since there was no time to waste. He leapt off the cliff and summoned his territory. The hero landed without a scratch. All the beasts abruptly stopped, leading him to assume they couldn't leave their island. Suddenly, a massive boulder flew toward him. He split it cleanly in half with a single strike, and directly in front of him, the king descended. The hero was stunned, unable to process what to do as King Qin Yuanyu himself stood before him. One question burned in his mind. Why hadn't the king attacked like his Qin Yuanyu beasts? Was the unified territory limiting him too? Ethan didn't hesitate. He drew his pistol and activated Architect, canceling cooldowns, then triggered status reinforcement, blessing, attribute boost, and prison. Swords and chains wrapped around the king, locking him in place. With a confident grin, the hero knew that even on territory number 1, trapping the king for a single second was already a win. He could chain lock him endlessly and keep attacking until the king fell. But the monster effortlessly evaded the attack. Unified Territory Rule, modifier activated, prison was nullified. The hero was shaken. The king had used Architect. The monster calmly chose to leave. Ethan realized that monsters could also use Architect within their territory. Once he returned to the king's land, the king lost interest. Because of Architect, killing a territory owner was absurdly difficult. The hero began thinking, if someone's island collided with the king's unified territory, could Architect be disabled, or could computational power be transferred using Architect first, then abilities used, meaning he needed to find someone to test this with. Meanwhile, the white-haired guy was practically exploding with rage, having been beaten by the hero for the second time. Unadong messaged him to calm down and stop embarrassing himself in front of other clans, while he swore internally that he would definitely take revenge. Chaotic Blessing activates. Each killed Qin Yuanyu gives 1 stack up to 100, granting +5 to all attributes per stack. At 100 stacks, the hero gains Leader of Qin Yuan, allowing limited resurrection of fallen Qin Yuanyu, unlocks a challenge against the root Qin Yuan, and victory grants King of Qin Yuan with Fear Aura and stat bonuses, full control of the unified territory, while making escape from it impossible once stacking begins. Meanwhile, the white-haired guy from the shelter had already stolen a title from the Qin Yuanyu, surprised by how powerful the Yuan system was. Unadong considered this perfect, since if he became king of Qin Yuan, they would gain a massive advantage, though the white-haired guy could not leave the unified territory until he gathered the required stacks, and only after obtaining the king's title could it be transferred. The white-haired guy alone couldn't handle such a massive number of beasts. Solo fights were manageable, but hordes were a problem due to the World Beyond debuff and his kit being unsuited for crowd combat. Luckily, the clan leader supported him, planning to transfer the title later, making them nearly unstoppable, and ordered him to attempt cooperation with the hero again since the King of Qin Yuan title was far too tempting. A message reached the hero from the white-haired guy, stating that he was extremely strong and no one could defeat King Qin Yuan alone, but together the situation would change. With a faint grin, the hero realized cooperation was indeed necessary to win, yet he couldn't agree so easily. He accepted under one condition. He would not leave his island and would only support via Architect, requiring the white-haired guy to bring him to the edge of the unified territory so he could bless him. The white-haired guy was furious that the hero would only support while he fought an entire army. Despite being superior in close combat, he questioned why he should carry the burden, yet admitted he had no choice and proposed killing 200 monsters first as a warm-up to synchronize, otherwise defeating the king would be impossible. The white-haired guy never intended to attack the hero before killing the king, trusting him with his life for now, while secretly planning to fake his death after gaining the leader title and wait until the king fell. The hero was confused by how easily the deal was accepted. Did he really believe the hero wouldn't kill him afterward? Or was it because once their islands collided with the unified territory, the Architect would be locked, and after accumulating chaotic enhancement, The white-haired guy would become part of the unified territory himself. The hero pondered why the agreement came so easily and why the only condition was training on regular Qin Yuanyu. Regardless, all he needed was for the white-haired guy to disable Architect, and on territory number 1, Ethan was untouchable, so they sealed the pact. Moments later, the two met face to face, the white-haired guy acknowledging that Ethan had made the right choice. He confidently believed they would never become friends. As a precaution, the hero stated they wouldn't kill 200 Qin Yuanyu on the unified territory, but lure them into the fusion zones where Architect would cease functioning. The white-haired guy specifically wanted 200 kills since becoming leader required Qin Yuanyu deaths. Afterward, he would wait for the king to die, claim the title, control all Qin Yuanyu in the unified territory, rewrite the rules, and then deal with the hero once and for all. At last, the hero entered the unified Qin Yuanyu territory, and the king's gaze locked onto him. The white-haired guy and the hero easily dismantled the smaller monsters. After 25 minutes, they had killed 63 Qin Yuanyu, raising the king's attention to 60. Then the king himself appeared before them. The white-haired guy admitted that cooperating with the hero was insanely effective. Overwhelming ranged firepower, absurd healing, and massive stat boosts. Since the hero remained on his territory, Architect had no cooldown, making everything smoother and giving an illusion of invincibility. Deep down, the white-haired guy even felt a hint of regret that Ethan wasn't his ally. In the next instant, the king materialized and smashed the white-haired guy with overwhelming force. The impact sent him coughing blood. Terror seized him. He never expected the king to appear here. The king loomed over him, and he realized he couldn't survive without the hero's support. He fled at full speed, his health below half. Without stat buffs, he would have died instantly. He was almost back at Ethan's position. He urgently signaled the hero to retreat to his territory since King Qin Yuan had found them. As the king advanced, Ethan leapt back onto his island. Rage burned through the hero. Bringing the king here ruined the plan to farm Qin Yuanyu, and after a second hit, the white-haired guy's health was nearly gone with no escape possible. Suddenly, blessing was cast on the white-haired guy. All his stats surged by 500, and he resolved that since the king had arrived, it was time to settle everything once and for all. Ethan reinforced him further with another buff, raising all attributes by 500. Reinvigorated, the white-haired guy charged the flying monster. He decided the king must fall here, believing that with Ethan's support it was achievable. Yet he knew he couldn't claim the king title alone and wondered whether Ethan would spare him afterward. He consulted his leader mentally, realizing there were only two paths: finish off remaining Qin Yuanyu first, or kill the king with Ethan's help. Without healing support, he wouldn't survive even a few hits, so cooperation was the only choice, and he signaled Ethan to focus on the king. He still had 88 computational power left, enough for resurrection. Even if he died, he could return to his boss with the buff, then come back together to claim the king's title, while Ethan continued firing at the king. After one shot, Ethan trapped the king in confinement. Ethan warned that the king could escape at any moment using Architect, so the white-haired guy needed to finish this fast. The white-haired guy felt humiliated being reduced to support, yet without him, the king would escape. The king suddenly lunged toward Ethan at terrifying speed. Ethan instantly reactivated confinement. He fired his pistol straight into the king's heart. The hero felt pure exhilaration. The king collapsed to his knees. The white-haired guy was stunned, realizing victory was near, but also that his role was merely to break the barrier. To claim the King Qin Yuan title, he had to land the final blow himself. He knew he had to act immediately. A system message addressed the white-haired man, stating that Territory Number 1 acknowledged his actions and demanded an explanation for the slaughter of the Qin Yuanyu, warning that an unsatisfactory answer would result in his elimination. The white-haired guy gave no answer and swung to sever the king's head. Killing the king was all that mattered now. In that instant, Ethan activated confinement on him. He was just a fraction of a second away from success, but the plan was stopped cold. He was about to answer, deciding that if the hero wanted the truth so badly, he would say it. But the hero didn't listen and simply shot through his chest, killing him on the spot. The hero didn't need explanations. It was obvious the intentions weren't good, and that alone was reason enough for death. After that, he finished off the owner of the unified territory of King Qin Yuanyu. Strangely, even after the king's death, the territory did not collapse. The hero realized that to obtain computational power, he would still have to destroy the legendary tree. He also wasn't sure if that power would be enough to raise his territory to level 3. When the snake advised him to use soul domination on the Qin Yuanyu first, confident it would surprise him, the hero told him to be more specific, but there was no time to talk. If he delayed, the king would resurrect, and there would be nothing left to be surprised about. The hero asked whether monsters could resurrect. The snake answered that they could, just in a slightly different way. Ethan jumped off his island and moved forward. First, however, he decided to seize the chance and destroy the territory of the white-haired guy once and for all. Otherwise, that enemy could ambush them later and steal all their power, which was unacceptable. Meanwhile, in the city return zone of Mu, the white-haired guy couldn't understand why he had revived there instead of on his territory, since he still had 88 units of computational power. A notification arrived explaining that he could not revive on his island because his membrane storage contained less than 100 units of computational power, making private territory revival impossible. He was furious and completely lost about what to do next. The white-haired guy messaged his leader, admitting he had lost the bet. However, defeat wasn't the real problem. Instead, they needed to start digging up information about the hero in the real world, since in the game he was overwhelming and hard to handle, but reality might offer other options. When the hero destroyed the white-haired guy's island, he received 88 units of computational power, confirming that revival is impossible with less than 100 units. He realized the white-haired guy had revived in the city for that exact reason, explaining why the white territory was ownerless. Its master was dead. With that settled, it was time to move on and try soul domination on the Qin Yuanyu as the snake suggested. However, something went wrong. The Qin Yuanyu refused to submit to the hero. Following the snake's advice, he tried isolating black and red loners to awaken them. But either the attempt failed outright or their resistance was so strong they self-destructed. Eventually, Ethan found the legendary tree of the unified Qin Yuanyu territory, having unexpectedly reached the island's center while chasing them. If he destroyed the legendary tree of the Qin Yuanyu territory, he would gain a massive amount of computational power. But what would come after? All islands were connected to this single territory, meaning the entire second layer of the world beyond might be concentrated here. Without someone to remove barriers, safe use of architect abilities would be difficult, and if the power gained wasn't enough to upgrade territory number 1, he would trap himself by his own actions. He struggled to decide what to do. Thinking back, he remembered Black Qin Yuanyu attacking white ones and stealing their computational power. Perhaps the reason Qin Yuanyu tried to awaken each other instead of killing was tied to that. If there was a way to gain computational power, it had to be connected to them. Near the hero, a certain creature was flying around. The snake mentioned that after killing King Qin Yuanyu, a notification appeared. Relations with Black Qin Yuanyu worsened by 50%, while relations with White Qin Yuanyu improved by 50%. But why wasn't this Qin Yuanyu aggressive? The snake hadn't specified which color mattered, so perhaps this one could be dominated. It was a gamble, but he activated soul domination. A message appeared stating that Qin Yuanyu, number 727, now belonged to him and required a name. It had a dangerous rank with attributes: attack power 50, defense 50, resistance 50, strength 50, agility 50, constitution 50, intelligence 50, perception 50, health 500, knowledge power 50, and abilities including dense power manifestation, bloody dash, and the group skill advanced primordial chaos neon. The hero gained one level of advanced primordial chaos neon with a max level of 100. Each level increased all attributes by 5, and upon reaching level 100, he would receive the title Leader of Chang Yuan, allowing resurrection of one slain Qin Yuan Yu up to 10 times, excluding the king. The hero was thrilled, realizing this was the surprise the snake had promised. If he became king, the entire unified territory would belong to him, and with such a massive island, he would surely find a way to harvest enormous computational power. The hero was genuinely happy. He named his pet So Bai and understood he needed to hurry and farm the primordial chaos neon buff from So Bai, or another Qin Yuan Yu might become king first and be impossible to track. Bai Shuta's ability to swap statuses hinted he had aimed for the same goal and was close to claiming the unified territory himself. On the outskirts of the Qin Yuanyu territory, the hero firmly decided to become king. Above a forest, several Qin Yuanyu were flying. The hero aimed his gun at them, ready to kill. He eliminated them with ease. At the same time, he controlled So Bai. So Bai effortlessly shredded them, triggering Bloody Dash and Advanced Primordial Chaos Nyan. The hero then noticed another massive flock of birds. They were abnormal, radiating hostility, with glowing red eyes. Realizing something was wrong, the hero turned and ran, ordering So Bai to follow. Their numbers were overwhelming. He couldn't understand where so many had come from. They used to fight each other, yet now had united against him. The hero realized he had to retreat to territory number 1. He couldn't handle this many Qin Yuanyu. But they refused to give up, their numbers growing by the second. The hero managed to escape and leapt onto his island with ease. However, So Bai couldn't return to the unified territory. The hero tried to cancel domination, but the rules stated that a pet with the Primordial Chaos Neon buff that had advanced several levels could not leave the unified Qin Yuanyu territory. The hero finally understood why King Qin Yuan himself couldn't leave the island. His pet was left behind, confused and helpless, as a furious swarm of enraged birds descended toward it. The hero locked in on one truth: letting them mess up. So Bai was not an option. The pet had to get stronger, fast. Ethan pushed a ruthless solution, so Bai had to become his carrier. Right after that, a new version of So Bai stood there like a myth reborn, bearing the title Blood of Qin Yuan from the White Qin Yuanyu group, Cataclysm Threat Tier. Its stats were insane: base health rank 10, knowledge power 4, +1 to all attributes, attack 1650, defense 1650. Core stats at 550 across the board with 175,000 hit points and 33,000 knowledge power. For every Qin Yuanyu killed, the pet gained one level of Bloody Dash. Bloody Dash was already level 100, health up by 10,000. And So Bai could wipe these birds like they were background mobs. No matter how many showed up, they weren't beating him. The pet dropped to one knee in front of the hero, turning into a living shield, exactly what was needed right now. The real question was whether this shield could carry him anywhere across the unified territory. And the worst part was still the same: he couldn't take So Bai off the island. The hero headed straight for the legendary tree of this island because he needed to stack as much computational power as possible. Around the tree, there was a disgusting, ridiculous number of those birds. The pet carved through them effortlessly. After a black Qin Yuan died, the legendary tree started glowing. And when a white Qin Yuanyu got killed on the outskirts, the same thing happened, meaning it was connected. So Bai became the new king, and all the black Qin Yuanyu returned here. They hovered over the tree, still hostile toward the hero, yet they didn't attack the pet. The pet began siphoning computational power from the tree. After that, the birds started circling the tree in a tighter spiral. Then the pet knelt again and handed the gathered computational power to the hero. The hero received 2,535 computational power. He was stunned it was that little. Now he had 3,081 total, and upgrading was brutal math. 2,000 to move territory number 1 to the 3rd floor, plus pushing the snake to level 20. All that was left was to hope they could find a real method to farm computational power. The pet rose and looked upward. Above them, a massive swarm of birds was circling. The pet swung once and sliced the whole sky pack apart. The hero couldn't understand what Sobai was becoming. The tree suddenly started glowing red. The pet walked up and handed him more computational power. Another 376 computational power acquired, and the hero was straight up shaken. He realized it. His pet could generate computational power. He told the pet to keep collecting, while he climbed to the highest point and scanned the unified Chongyuan territory. He couldn't talk directly to his pet, but Sobai understood perfectly. On this floor there were 2 legendary trees, the one here and the one on the unified Qin Yuan territory. The legendary tree of the Black Qin Yuanyu, and beyond the king's land stood the legendary tree of the White Qin Yuanyu. So when Qin Yuanyu died, their computational power got redistributed between the trees. It was probably meant to help defend against the rival clan, but it ended up triggering raids and the destruction of legendary trees instead. Getting it now, the hero ordered his pet to gather as much computational power as possible, even if it meant Sobai brutally slaughtering its own kind. There was no clean way around it. The hero collected 8,000 computational power, hitting the 2nd floor cap. He already knew the limit would be exactly 8,000. It was torture. A whole ocean of computational power was right there, but he couldn't take it while stuck on private territory number 1. Ethan asked the snake whether there was any way to move the unified Qin Yuanyu territory to the 3rd floor of the world beyond. The snake told him to try merging the Qin Yuanyu territory with number 1, like the black and white territory fusion. But that island was enormous and would demand a ridiculous amount of computational power to transfer. It was too complicated to obsess over. What mattered was whether he could bring his pet along somehow. The snake's answer was cold. Without the territory, there was no way. Better to leave Sobai farming computational power. Someday it could still be useful. That left the hero with one grim hope. In a few days, the primordial kingdom would descend into the real world, and he might never be able to come back for this power. 2nd floor cleared. Time to move. He followed the snake's advice and left Sobai behind. The hero spent 2,000 computational power to move territory number 1 to the 3rd floor. His membrane strengthened. Membrane resistance rose by 5%. The snake's level cap increased to 30, and 5,100 computational power remained. A massive beam appeared above his head. He'd likely be the first to reach the 3rd floor. At this pace, authority was almost already in his pocket. Meanwhile, Wei Shi called for help, saying a child of the abyss had swallowed her. The new order leader couldn't even process it and questioned how she was still alive. The new order leader said they were on the 2nd floor with the helm, asked her to describe the terrain, and promised they would try to find her. But Wei Shi was already on the 3rd floor. No private territories, only children of the abyss of different sizes. The leader didn't expect her to advance that fast. She asked whether the hero had reached the 3rd floor. If yes, she needed him to help her. The hero didn't expect she was already on the 3rd floor, moving as fast as he was. He couldn't understand how she reached it solo that quickly. It didn't matter. Finding her in this massive space was still a nightmare, and worry wouldn't solve it. But if he ran into the thing that swallowed her, he had to be careful. Finally, the hero arrived on the third floor of the world beyond, surrounded by nothing but children of the abyss. He spotted one and used Architect to hide territory number one. It was the same abyss devourer that had eaten his ally. Now he had a real problem. Whether saving her was even worth the risk. Wei Shi sent a photo of a key that opened the membrane control center. She learned what it was while trying to approach the main monster, but she had no clue what the control center actually was or where it was located. The hero was stunned when he saw she had a key to the membrane control center. He asked the snake whether a key was needed to enter the control center. The snake asked how he even knew about it, but the answer was simple. Without a key, entry was impossible. The hero made the call with zero hesitation. They had to get that key. The serpent said the key should belong to the floor's owner, not understanding why the question came up now, then asked the hero if he knew anything about its location, and Ethan concluded the key had to be somewhere inside that massive abyss devourer. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world beyond, second floor, the blue-haired guy was stunned that they could resurrect on their own territory and told the captain that they weren't the main threat here since they were not only slower than the others but also knew far less. The captain shut that down, telling him to stop talking nonsense and focus on what mattered right now. The captain pointed out that someone from their side had already reached the next floor, which was good news, but right now they had to deal with the main monster, since the key hovering above it looked exactly like the one Wei Shi had sent. Meanwhile, the world beyond, third floor, the hero's current location. The hero was fully locked in, knowing that if they needed the key, he had to take it. The serpent warned him to be careful and promised to keep territory number one hidden until he returned. Trusting the serpent, the hero leaped straight onto the gigantic monster. The surface turned out to be insanely sticky, and he got stuck instantly. In the next moment, he started getting dragged inside. This turned out to be the work of those two guys on the island. The blue-haired guy remarked that they were probably the first to reach the third floor. The other one reminded him not to forget about the hero, since when Bai Shuta's broadcast ended, the hero was close to defeating King Qin Yuanyu. And if there had been enough computational power on the unified territory, he could have arrived here even earlier. The blue-haired guy figured that if they ran into him, they could handle it, since they had seen him fight twice already and knew his core attacks, meaning they just had to play it smart with counters. When the two of them entered the third floor of the world beyond, they received a system notice stating that the third floor was an extremely dangerous zone. Their membrane appearance was automatically altered, and they were protected from the hostile environment. Something in the distance caught the attention of the purple-haired guy. The other guy noted that they were covered in some kind of protective layer, but neither of them understood what to do next, since there were no hints at all. He asked the purple-haired guy what he was seeing. The answer was that he had spotted the hero. Meanwhile, the hero was already inside. He was greeted by the goddess of flowers incarnation, level 95 Chaos class threat. The moment she saw him, her eyes burned a vivid crimson. This time, the hero had no serpent protection and no infinite architect. The debuff was only weakened by 40%, and he still had no clear idea how he was supposed to get the key. The goddess of flowers launched an attack toward him almost instantly. Even though he didn't expect it, he still cut through it with ease. There were way too many strikes, yet he kept slicing them apart non-stop. The goddess of flowers' attack range was absurd, likely covering the entire massive area. The hero couldn't imagine how to fight her, and in that moment one of the sprouts slammed straight into his back, dropping his health to nearly half. The goddess of flowers sent an overwhelming wave of sprouts toward Ethan. A system alert showed that the hero lost 10,000 health. Immediately after, someone restored that health for him. Thanks to that, he kept cutting through the sprouts again and again. Then, from behind the goddess, a girl from the hero's team appeared. She used the Star of Destruction, a skill that applied one stack of the decisive star to the target, and with 3 stacks applied, the target would be annihilated as its health dropped to 0, with a duration of 30 minutes and a cooldown of 10 minutes. The girl threw several kunai into the goddess's back. The goddess turned around and locked eyes on her. She redirected a massive number of sprouts toward the girl, and not only at her but also at the hero. The girl was insanely fast and dodged them effortlessly. She rushed up to Ethan, signaling that they needed to run immediately. Together, they reached some kind of circle. He barely managed to escape the sprouts and was completely exhausted. He wondered if it was safe here and felt grateful for the help, knowing he would have died without her. She made it clear that he was the one who helped her and that she should be the grateful one. What worried Ethan more was how they were supposed to get out of here, as he hoped they wouldn't need to defeat that monster to escape. She explained there was no other way, that she had already tried everything, even reaching the edge of the territory, only to be sent back here, making this place feel like a checkpoint safe zone. The moment they left it, the goddess would attack again, and no matter what they did, it was pointless, since reaching her took far too long. She asked what the hero had done to earn such intense attention from the goddess, because the instant he appeared, she attacked him with pure hatred. She concluded that this wasn't a downside at all, since it could be useful for winning, especially when they needed an extremely effective piece of bait. He told her that if she had a plan, she needed to lay it out, since she still didn't fully know how to get the key, and it was possible that killing the boss wasn't the only option. If she managed to apply her ability 3 times, they would win twice over. She had already applied it twice, so only a little remained. All the plan required was to keep the goddess of flowers occupied, and the moment an opening appeared, she would strike. At the same time, outside the silent grave, they were arguing about whether that guy had really been mistaken about what he saw. They then firmly decided to chase after him and split the hero's computational power between the two of them. In that very moment, they jumped onto the Abyss Devourer. The hero finally decided to help Nika and stepped forward to face the goddess head-on. Looking at her, he was already anticipating the escalation and the clash that awaited him. The goddess went feral the instant she noticed him and immediately moved to erase him. She began attacking with vines that had absurd range, while she herself remained motionless, merely pointing at the hero. As the attacks reached him, he activated Blessing on himself, gaining plus 900 to all attributes, bringing them up to 1,000, and without the third floor stat limits, those numbers would have skyrocketed into the thousands. This time, he easily sliced through her vines, deflecting every strike while simultaneously sending a private message to Nika to hurry, knowing he wouldn't last more than 30 seconds. The goddess intensified her assault, giving him no breathing room, tracking him with vines wherever he moved. At one point, her attacks surrounded him from all sides, leaving him with no idea how to respond. The goddess kept pressing in, wrapping him in a living prison of endless vines, trying to bind and immobilize him completely. Meanwhile, the girl was already closing in and messaged him to hold on for just a few more seconds. Nika attacked the goddess from the side, and although the goddess noticed her, she barely reacted. The girl's strike landed cleanly, and it felt like victory was finally within reach, with only the key above the goddess's head left to claim. Nika went for the final, decisive blow, jumping straight at the goddess with full confidence. At that moment, the focus shifted back to the hero as the attack suddenly slowed down or stopped altogether. The hero briefly thought it was over and that their plan had worked, but when he looked aside through the bindings, he saw the girl defeated and collapsed, while the goddess was still standing. He couldn't believe his eyes, and before he could process it, he received another message from Nika asking him to save her. He instantly broke into motion, rushing to her aid, knowing things would be far harder without her. The goddess was about to finish the girl off immediately to remove any further nuisance. In doing so, she completely forgot about the hero approaching from behind, and in private messages, Nika explained that the gap in their attributes was simply too large, causing her spell to fail and leaving her paralyzed. The hero realized how bad the situation was, with his ally paralyzed. But there was one upside, as the halo above the key had vanished, meaning this was his chance to end it. As soon as he got close enough from behind, he leapt at her and grabbed for the key, hoping that would stop her. Instead, he received a system notice stating that the membrane key could not be obtained since he needed at least 25% computational power of the primordial realm. On top of everything else, the goddess quickly detected him and attacked without hesitation. He barely managed to escape again using her own attacks against her, but this time he chose to retreat, since the blessing on him was about to expire and he needed to return to the safe zone. He couldn't abandon the girl, so he rushed to her, lifted her into his arms and ran toward the safe area. The girl was deeply shaken by the hero, feeling unexpectedly safe in his grasp. The hero carried her to safety, and then began thinking hard about where he could get the 25% power needed to claim the key. Looking at the paralyzed girl, he realized that if he took 5% from her, it should be enough to reach the required power and obtain the key. He carefully weighed every idea that crossed his mind, since they were practically trapped in a dead end. While lost in thought, he suddenly received a message from her, thanking him for saving her again. And when he asked when she might be able to move, she admitted she had no idea, having never faced an opponent with such a massive stat gap, prompting the hero to slowly steer the conversation toward the topic of power. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him that instantly drew his attention. Not recognizing the voice he heard, he turned around to check the situation. He saw two guys who were clearly hunting him. At first, this shocked him, since he hadn't expected anyone else to reach the third floor so quickly. Then it actually made him smile, and he told the girl to forget what he had said earlier, as he was now certain those two had a massive amount of computational power. Noticing the change in his expression, the girl asked what happened, and he brushed it off, telling her to stay in the safe zone and rest while he went to greet the guests, as she remarked that they seemed to be the leaders of the shelter in the skyscraper, and asked if he was sure he could handle it, to which he gave no answer. As the two men moved through the air, one of them noticed something at the center of the ruined city. He spotted the monster leader and realized they needed to stay as far away from it as possible. If they were detected, things would get messy. And what unsettled them most was that they hadn't seen a single island on the third floor. Because of that, the shelter captain assumed everyone was inside the Devourer, and what concerned him most was the hero's location, since no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the hero's territory, leading him to suspect it was hidden. Landing with a thunderous crash, the man kicked up a massive cloud of smoke. That didn't matter to him, since they were certain the hero was inside, staying alert at all times, and more than anything, they wanted to deal with him. The first thing the shelter leader wanted was to seize the primordial realm's computational power, since his partner had warned that losing it would prevent them from using Architect anywhere except their own territory. The monster goddess noticed the distant crash. Meanwhile, the shelter leader remained unaware that he had been spotted, continuing to think that by logic and strategy, the more primordial realm computational power they had, the greater their chances of unlocking new abilities in the world beyond, which made him focus entirely on harvesting more power. Out of nowhere, the main hero popped in like a final boss cutscene, pistol locked on his target, blessing already rolling and jacking his stats up by 900. On top of that, he tuned his next hit into a 50,000 damage finisher, a triple damage execution known as Supreme Judgment. The shelter leader caught the hero's silhouette in time and tried to spring sideways. Too late though, because the hero slapped on frozen, and the guy got sealed up for a few seconds, unable to move. Before he could even process it, the hero rushed him with attacks and straight up caught him lacking. Ethan was hyped that he managed to ambush one of the attackers. Then the vibe flipped, because his HP bar got shredded like it was paper. Staring at it, he couldn't believe it was real, as the system warned him that blade armor had been triggered on him, making him lose over 40% of his health. The dude who took the hit had basically no scratches, and that only made him madder, grinning right at Ethan like their paths had crossed again. The enemy pulled out a massive hammer and came swinging, acting like he'd been waiting for this rematch forever, convinced the hero needed to get ready to die. The hero told himself that talk was cheap, and this duel would decide who actually drops. They slammed head-on, trading savage damage like two storms colliding. The hammer user mocked the idea that speed would be enough, and blade armor fired again, reflecting damage so hard that the hero lost around 45% health. No matter how much the hero attacked, it felt like the guy didn't care, staying confident and basically daring him to run if speed couldn't win. The hero stayed fully dialed in and refused to fold. Suddenly, a system notice hit. The enemy used a skill that forced the hero to keep attacking him for 5 seconds, and the hero instantly knew it was bad, because hitting that armor meant every strike would bounce back and punish him. He couldn't avoid it and had to keep swinging, while blade armor hit again and shaved off another 5% of his health. Ethan realized this could be the end. The enemy wound up with the hammer like he wanted to end the fight in one smash. Sure, the hero had nowhere left to go. The hero answered with a wild, fearless counter, faster and harder, and even managed to restore some health in the same motion. The hero turned it into a death race game, and the other guy answered with healing, refusing to get cocky, proving he had recovery too, and even cleaner since he didn't need knowledge power to heal. The enemy kept getting more and more shocked that his opponent was a defense specialist with this kind of bite. The opponent tightened the pressure, pushing the hero toward despair while gearing up for a crushing blow. But swinging a huge hammer isn't exactly nimble, so the hero dodged clean, and the shelter leader framed it like the hero was fighting an immortal tank who could soak everything. The shelter leader was also the clan's vanguard, so he leaned into the threat like the hero was already signed over to death. The hero still didn't quit, grinding through with small, fast, precise hits, and the system confirmed he had canceled the enemy's health transfer ability. That stunned the enemy, who couldn't understand how the hero shut down his recovery. The hero remembered his earlier fight with Pretender Nika, where speed was the issue, and how interrupting blood exchange required landing 3 hits in under 3 seconds to stop the skill. So it wasn't surprising. The hero felt almost sorry for his opponent, because he already knew the counter, and now he was ready to finish this with pure anger. For the shelter vanguard, everything kept getting worse, as both his health and his ego started crashing fast. It made him furious, and he swore the hero would be a corpse even if the hero knew the secret. The hero landed 3 lightning-fast strikes again, canceling the heal once more, and the enemy's health was getting low enough to finally look scary, which terrified the vanguard and energized the hero. The hero wished death on his opponent and went for the final finishing blow, determined to drop the shelter vanguard by his blade. The impact was so insane it kicked up thick smoke, blocking everything from view. When the smoke thinned, the hero saw the enemy still standing, having tanked that monstrous hit. Checking the enemy's HP, he saw it had recovered by over 40%, which shocked Ethan because he had already shut down the heal. Then behind the enemy, he spotted a second person who'd been supporting the whole time. It was the Skyscraper Guild captain, who had restored the Vanguard's health and layered extra effects. The hero refused to surrender and decided the Vanguard was still dying no matter what, then raised the pistol and planted the muzzle under his chin. He fired his triple damage nuke, the kind of shot that should have ended it right there, at least taking one of them off the board. But the guy survived by some miracle, and the hero had to step back, while the shelter leader blamed his partner's slowness for nearly getting him killed. The partner just kept smiling, saying nothing. Then their teamwork snapped into sync, as the partner stacked blessing and status reinforcement on his ally, boosting all stats by 500. All of it started choking the hero out, and he realized beating two together was way harder than picking them off solo. So he answered with his own setup, blessing to push his stats up by 900, plus regeneration and a barrier, and he also shaved 3,000 knowledge power off his opponent, which the guy absolutely didn't expect. The enemy was shook because his current knowledge power was only 23. The hero decided that if someone was going to jump in this dirty, he'd delete the helper first, split them up, and with insane speed he rushed the support to end it in one hit. But in his peripheral vision, he caught the hammer guy using provoke on himself, forcing the hero to attack the wrong target. The hero barely deflected the hammer, surviving by pure luck and timing, avoiding catastrophic damage. Still, the fact it was 2 versus 1 had the hero boiling. The Shelter Vanguard stayed relentless and gave the hero zero room to breathe, and he had figured out the hero's gear could be stripped with a barrier plus a reinforced strike. And he pulled it off on the hero, ripping away all his equipment and leaving him almost unarmed. The stunned guy couldn't wrap his head around it. The Shelter never had a combo like barrier plus boosted attack, so he figured it had to be the second player's blessing. That's when the main character realized his own blessing was built different. Riding that confidence, the enemy went on the offensive, rushing the guy without even bothering to defend himself. The battlefield drowned in thick smoke again, wiping out all visibility. The Shelter Guild leader bet everything on his insane blows, hoping they were enough to finish the main character for good. But our guy was built tough and tanked the attack with his bare hands. The support player screamed for him not to give any chances, to keep swinging non-stop until the fight was over. He went all in, dumping every ounce of power into his strikes, yelling that no one should be able to stand after that, especially someone with way less health than them. The smoke thickened again, hiding everything, and the support already started celebrating, convinced it was finally done. Then the guy got a system notice saying the Shelter hadn't received a kill confirmation, meaning the fight was still on and he needed to stay sharp. The most shocked one was the Shelter captain. His system said the skill failed because the guy's health was lower than the main character's, and with the barrier plus health exchange combo, the player with less health should lose 99% of it. Staring at the main character, he couldn't understand it. The hero had 1,000 physique, while the other guy only had a weight ratio of +7. There was no way the hero could have less health. Even with over 1,000 physique, his HP shouldn't have dropped by 99%. Suddenly, a goddess crashed into the fight, unfurling plant-like tentacles right behind the main character and instantly lashing both enemies. The main character could barely believe this was real. She showed up at the most perfect timing possible. With a single monstrous attack, everything was thrown into the air, and everyone barely managed to keep their footing. The Tower Guild leader couldn't believe this was the local boss monster, and there were solid reasons for that. They were fighting far from its territory, and luring it out normally required starting a direct battle with it. The support player shouted that they needed to retreat immediately, or they'd be stuck there forever, but it was already too late. The main character wasn't letting them run. He wanted this finished right now. The support tried to activate a skill, but he didn't have enough cognition power to use it, leaving him completely useless. The main character took advantage of that and split him clean in half with a single strike, killing him instantly. The guy was sent straight to the defeat lobby without getting a single word out. After the kill, the main character gained 5% of the Primordial Realm's computational power, bringing his total to 26%. On top of that, he also got an item orb. He didn't slow down after the kill. Turning to the second one, he made it clear that it was now his turn to die. The guy instantly knew he had to book it and bolted with everything he had. The tower leader understood that alone he couldn't handle abilities like the main characters. The fight had already flipped against him, and now the boss monster had joined in. Things couldn't get worse. So, He ran as fast as possible, thinking only about where to hide and wait for backup before dealing with the main character later. The main character didn't chase him. He figured he already had enough computational power to steal the key from the boss, especially with his active blessing working in his favor. As fast as he could, he moved toward the goddess. He tried to snatch the key as quickly and quietly as possible. The moment he grabbed it, the system notified him that he had enough power to steal the key of the membrane control realm. The system asked if he truly wanted to steal the key, and he answered yes without hesitation. Then the system dropped a wild offer that left him stunned. It suggested taking the goddess who guarded the key as a companion. There was no way he could refuse something that insanely cool. The scene shifted to the tower leader, who suddenly stopped and wondered why neither the monster nor the main character was chasing him, especially with noises still echoing from the battlefield. Looking back, he heard massive crashes and assumed the main character was fighting the monster. He didn't slow down, believing that if he arrived in time, he might still finish the main character off. Meanwhile, the main character stood calmly, staring at the key he had obtained. He figured out what it could unlock but decided to deal with it later, maybe after handling the screaming serpent. For now, he had other plans. Looking at the goddess under his control, a brilliant idea formed. He planned to farm more computational power, and the boss monster would help with that, since he now controlled the entire silent grave where they stood. One thing bothered him, though. He didn't know where the shelter leader had run off to, and it would have been perfect if he'd killed him earlier. Suddenly, he spotted the leader approaching on the horizon, thinking it was just a coincidence. The moment the guy saw the main character standing with the dungeon boss, he froze, completely unsure of what to do. In that instant, he realized how wrong he'd been. The main character wasn't weak at all, and there was no way he could finish him. This was probably where he'd die. That thought made our guy genuinely happy. The one he wanted came back on his own, perfectly on time. He killed him with a single hit, sending the shelter leader to his end. The system then notified him that he gained another 5% computational power, bringing his total to 31%. The guy checked the group chat. Nika was begging the leader to stop Ethan from fighting two leaders alone. Others couldn't believe he actually went solo. The leader asked what was going on and tagged him. When he didn't respond, they assumed he was dead. The main character finally replied, thanked them for worrying, and said he'd already dealt with both captains. Nobody believed it, and the chat went silent. Without wasting time, the main character started searching for the entrance to the tree. He found the passage pretty fast. It was buried under rubble and guarded by the goddess. Carefully making his way down, he scanned the area to make sure there were no enemies. He moved as cautiously as possible to avoid drawing attention, then spotted the tree off to the side. It was the legendary silent grave tree, shaped like a massive fish. Just looking at it, he knew he'd need at least 1,200 units of computational power to reach the fourth floor. He assumed that on such a massive territory there had to be enough power somewhere, or at least he desperately hoped so. The moment he checked the amount of power across the area, his mood crashed hard. On the private land of the silent grave, the tree's computational power totaled a single unit, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Now it made sense why the flower goddess never used architect abilities in the fight, and that realization hit the main character with pure disappointment. Still, he refused to give up, hoping this shortage was limited to this zone, while quietly wondering what he would do if every other area was just as empty. He didn't want to accept it, even though logic said that if nothing existed on such a huge territory, smaller ones had almost zero chance. But for now, he decided not to spiral and check everything first, though what annoyed him most was the lack of any shortcut straight into the sphere. That's when he noticed an unremarkable door tucked away in the corner of the room. He stepped inside and found strange floating orbs along with a mysterious transformation circle etched into the floor. After scanning the room for a few seconds and finding nothing else, He decided to test what the circle actually did. The instant he stood at its center, the system detected a membrane control key and activated a teleport, with the destination set as the entrance to the membrane control center, asking whether he wanted to teleport. He couldn't believe it. He had actually found a teleport leading exactly where he needed to go. Relief and hype flooded in at once, happy that luck finally sided with him. But the moment he confirmed the teleport, the system dropped more info. Teleportation required 2,000 units of computational power, which he didn't have, making the jump impossible, crushing his mood again, so he decided to return to his island and gather the needed power. Together with the Frost Goddess, he headed toward the island exit, carrying both the key he had stolen and the knowledge of the teleport. Along the way, his thoughts spiraled hard, realizing he got too hyped too early and now didn't even know if he could reach the place of authority. And even if he did, he had no clue what waited there, maybe a monster stronger than himself, and worst of all, if he spent his power and lost, he'd be trapped on the third floor forever. He turned his head as Nika called out to him, bringing up something unexpected. She explained that when she attacked with her ability, she never expected to get paralyzed, since skill descriptions usually mention the opposite effects, guessing it was some built-in punishment mechanic where higher stats reduced the chance. Then she started asking how he got the key and whether he was really controlling a goddess. The guy kept moving in silence, fully locked into his own thoughts, with no time for pointless questions. But Nika stayed relentless, pressing him about what the key did, whether it was the membrane control center key where he was heading next, and even suggesting she come with him. He ignored most of it and asked a single question instead, wanting to know how much computational power she had, which caught her off guard as she hurried behind him. Looking away, she struggled to admit that she had burned through all her power and had nothing left. That answer shocked him, unable to understand how someone could waste everything. So he asked her to explain. She listed it out, entering the boss territory, countering its architect with her own, then returning home and restoring herself with the same architect, draining every last unit. He listened closely, not missing a word, as she added that this was also how she reached the third floor so fast. From her story, he realized that even on one's own territory, architect abilities still consumed power, which felt strange to him since he could use it for free, leading him to suspect it was all because of the screaming serpent. Looking at her, he admitted their first meeting was rough, but things were calmer now, so Ethan directly asked if he could trust her. She smiled lightly and assured him that he could, promising she wouldn't betray him. Accepting that, he told her to wait in the silent grave while he stepped away for a bit, promising to return soon. The scene shifted to the private island of the tower leader. The tower leader sat there completely crushed, unable to understand how they lost to the main character. The shelter leader was just as broken by his defeat. The tower leader spoke first, saying the main character could have been beaten if abilities were used correctly, but his ally snapped back, asking how, since from their view the guy used some insane long-range ability that erased the support's power instantly. The tower leader kept thinking, knowing he couldn't fight him evenly up close, and now the guy even controlled the Silent Grave's boss monster. Suddenly, he pulled out a return sphere, an item that recorded a player's data at death, shattered afterward, and preserved that knowledge upon rebirth. The tower leader said they still had their own trump cards, meaning it was too early to give up, since they still had a chance to beat the main character. The scene shifted to the main character's private territory, known as Number 1. He told the Screaming Serpent everything that happened, including how his companion had zero power left, pushing him to the edge of despair. Letting out a heavy breath, he decided to let it go and not kill her, since she was still useful. He asked the serpent if it had any ideas about teleportation. The serpent had one plan that might work, but warned that upon reaching the fourth floor, they'd likely be greeted by a swarm of catastrophic-level monsters, meaning instant death. Yet the guy reasoned that if the teleport functioned properly, it was still worth a try. With iron resolve, he chose to gamble and move forward instead of backing down. He told the serpent he had 5,000 units of computational power to put on the line, keeping the rest as insurance for rebirth, knowing that in the worst case they'd have to find new ways to farm power. The serpent suddenly said that if they were going to play, they should play big, explaining that reaching the membrane control center meant challenging inevitability itself, and if he went alone and died there, he'd likely respawn on his island with no way back. The serpent suggested coming along since with power support, it could become stronger for an hour and reduce the hero's architect cost. That stunned the main character, as he never knew the serpent could leave the island with him. When he questioned it, the serpent explained that leaving together would destroy number one, meaning no more rebirth there and no more dependency on it. After thinking it through, the main character told the serpent to use its share of power. The serpent replied that doing so required computational power, which only the main character possessed. He thought it all through, realizing that even if the boost lasted just an hour, it would be enough to strike and retreat if needed, admitting the serpent was right and that he was gambling against inevitability itself, since retreating now meant never reaching the center and never uncovering the primordial realm's greatest secret. He stood up and declared his decision, saying they were going together, no hesitation, no doubts, no turning back. The serpent called it a wise choice and suddenly wrapped itself around the main character's arm, completely catching him off guard. After removing his gear, the guy realized the serpent had turned into a tattoo on his arm, something that felt seriously unnatural to him. A moment later, the tattoo vanished, leaving his arm looking completely normal, as if nothing had ever been there. Suddenly, system notifications echoed inside his head, and it took him a second to even realize what was happening. Then the message appeared, stating that private territory number one had been destroyed. The serpent was now bound directly to him. The pressure of the world beyond was calculated at 46%, and on top of that he gained the drive ability, allowing levitation and a 90% speed boost usable only in the world beyond. And from all this, he understood one thing clearly. He himself had become his own private territory. He glanced around and paused for a brief moment, wondering if this decision had truly been the right one. He didn't hesitate any longer and instantly moved toward the territory of another island that was constantly shifting. In the distance, his companion who had been helping him was waiting. Beside her stood the Punisher Dragon, an avatar of the Screaming Serpent, explaining that the main character was chosen just like her companion, that after the descent of the primordial realm she had changed drastically, and that he felt they were nothing more than tools, warning her that if she didn't want to ruin their fate, she needed to kill the other chosen ones and claim victory. The girl listened carefully, since the dragon had helped her a lot, and it advised her to get rid of the main character as soon as possible, since he trusted her, and this was the perfect chance to end him in a surprise strike. She didn't argue with the dragon and seemed to agree with everything it said. The next moment she grabbed the dragon by the neck and squeezed tightly. Nika looked deadly serious, making it clear that if she had to choose, she trusted the main character far more than the dragon. She released him quickly, not wanting to truly scare or injure him. The dragon responded that she reached the third floor thanks to him. Her distrust broke his heart, but that was exactly why he chose her, telling her not to doubt herself and to grow stronger, believing she would make the right choice in the end. Her body began to tremble violently as she covered her face, her cheeks flushing red. Memories flooded back of the moment when the main character saved her while she was on the brink of death. Because of that, she saw him as kind, and now killing him was the last thing she wanted, since she had very different plans for him. The main character returned to Nika, who had already started believing he abandoned her to die on the third floor. He didn't bother with small talk, moved toward the portal with a serious look, signaling her to keep up, and she simply smiled. Suddenly, he noticed two flying figures entering the island zone behind them, instantly sensing trouble. They were the same two guild leaders who had fought them before. The flower goddess didn't attack right away since they were still outside her range, but the moment she detected them, she sprang into action, activating her ability as vines erupted from beneath the ground. Ethan pushed the girl to move faster, leaving the flower goddess to handle them. Knowing they had already died once and understood she was under his control, though it still surprised him that they dared to return. He assumed they were holding some kind of trump card, though he had no clue what it was, so he let the flower goddess engage first. Turning back, he saw the vines strike the two men, but suddenly a massive flash erupted. That flash was followed by the complete destruction of the flower goddess, leaving the main character stunned. The flash ability worked by instantly counterattacking after an evasion, had no fixed range, could repeat until it successfully hit the target, but came with a drawback. Each use applied 1 second of weakness to the user, stacking with every activation. The main character couldn't believe his subordinate was erased in a single strike, unable to understand how it was even possible. Nika behind him was just as shocked, knowing an absurd amount of buffs would be required to instantly kill the flower goddess. System notifications explained that the lightning strike power scaled with agility, where 1 point of agility equaled 2 points of attack power. Thick dust filled the area, kicked up by an unknown girl standing calmly at the center. With the flower goddess gone, the main character and Nika were forced to stop, since there was no one left to guard their backs, and death could come at any moment. The girl who attacked them was from the Skyscraper clan, level 60, radiating overwhelming confidence. Without hesitation, she activated Lightning Dash, launching herself in a set direction while tripling her agility coefficient. That speed made it nearly impossible for the main character to dodge, and her katana sliced into him. Barely in time, he activated Shackled, immobilizing her for a few seconds, which momentarily caught her off guard. With an icy focus, he judged that if she only relied on physical abilities, her end was guaranteed, and he pulled the trigger. The instant the shot fired, she vanished using perfect evasion, nullifying 100% of the attack with a 5-minute cooldown, while Nika behind him warned that facing her head-on was suicide. Since the girl's flash ability had been triggered by the main character, she immediately began landing slicing counterattacks that he never saw coming. Ethan realized he was trapped in a no-win situation, completely unsure how to break out. Every time she missed, Flash reactivated, guaranteeing her absolute dominance over any opponent. Nika understood how bad things were, knowing the girl could keep attacking until she landed a hit, and with her level and lightning strike, a single blow would mean the main character's death, forcing Nika to desperately search for a way to save him. At that exact moment, the main character's status buff expired, while the attacks kept coming without giving him even a second to breathe. Not far away, the two guild leaders stood watching. One of them was stunned that the girl killed the boss in seconds with no range limitation, while the Skyscraper guild member explained she had trained non-stop for 2 days before entering the destruction zone, stacking stats continuously, and even fixed her state using a return sphere, something he'd only heard rumors about despite its one-time use, and he believed the main character was worth it. One of the men leapt onto a rock, assuming the girl had already finished the main character, suggesting they move in and observe, since keeping her close would give them a deadly trump card. The moment he stepped out to watch the fight, his eyes widened in disbelief. The main character was still fighting her, even though she was absurdly powerful and capable of killing him with a single strike. The girl couldn't stop being shook. She had just thrown her strongest hit, and it didn't even scratch the guy. The main character spun around, fury and hatred rolling off him, and demanded she vanish from his world. In the same breath, he slammed her with a crushing blow she couldn't even guard with her katana. Just like that, in a handful of seconds, he dropped her clean with zero drama, even though it looked like he was the one who should have been cooked. The Shelter Guild leader still didn't know the full situation, and when he walked up to his partner, he was eager to watch the main character die, hoping he was still alive just to clown him for killing them. The guy was stunned that the main character beat the girl, not understanding what the hell was happening or how any of this was possible. Ethan spotted the two spectators instantly and threw out that they were really about to gift him more computational power again. The two men tried to run because they knew they were probably dead if they stayed, but it was already too late. A heartbeat later, they were lying there lifeless, feeding the main character again, pushing his total computational power up to 36%. The dragon inside the girl spoke about the main character's strength and how devouring the hero's membrane creature would let it evolve into an apocalypse-class being. Once the main character died, the girl would also grow stronger and easily surpass him, while our guy casually collected pearls from the bodies like it was routine. Turning back, the main character made it clear they should never cross his path again, then signaled the girl to keep following him. She kept a smile on her face, acting like everything was fine. But inside her, the dragon told her to time the execution perfectly. It would handle the main character's membrane creature, and it also warned that the hero had obtained the flower key without even killing the guardian, meaning his power was over 25%, so all she had to do was kill him, and she could get whatever she wanted. The goddess-level power of the primordial realm was way beyond the girl's imagination, meaning she had to fight for every single unit of power, and the dragon insisted that even if she didn't believe him, killing the main character would pay off big, so she needed to strike at some point while the dragon handled the rest. Walking behind him, she admitted she actually knew about the membrane control center, since that was why she came to the destruction zone in the first place. And even though they weren't allies back then, she saved him on the ship, and he pulled her out of the cursed place, so she considered them even. Yet she still didn't understand why he kept letting her stay at his side. The main character turned to her and stayed silent for a few seconds. Then he said they were one team and should hit their goals together, asking if he was wrong, and the girl fired back that maybe he thought she was too weak, or maybe he didn't think he was strong enough, which was why he allowed them to move together. He made it clear she didn't understand what kind of danger waited on the other side of the teleport, since they were heading to the fourth floor of the world beyond, and based on the first three floors he expected the problems there to eclipse everything before, so an extra pair of hands would only help. The girl stayed silent, continuing to listen. He added that if they ever fought, it would be at the very end, so she didn't need to stress about that yet. First they had to find the authority, and that meant teamwork. Then he extended his hand, offering a temporary trust pact so they could move as one. A few seconds of graveyard silence hung in the air, loaded with anticipation. They clasped hands, locking the alliance in place. She smiled and signaled she was down to work together. With that, they moved as a unit and headed for the teleport zone. But the girl had her own plan. Or rather the dragon did, believing that if it devoured the main character's creature, it could handle every upcoming threat easily. So the moment a clean opening appeared, she couldn't waste it. She had to end him on the spot. The moment they stepped onto the teleport platform, they stood there for a few seconds. A notification popped up for the main character saying the key was detected, and a request was made for the membrane control center, and his serpent warned that even if the portal looked untouched, it could be damaged. So he needed to prepare, adding that if things went sideways, it would reveal its true form to buy time while he tried to fix the teleport. Otherwise, they were done. Standing beside the girl, the main character decided it was time to go, activating the teleport and signaling her to stay ready. As the teleport began, he warned that he didn't know what awaited them on the other side, so they had to be prepared, trusting that if they moved together, they would likely survive. She didn't deny it and signaled that everything would be fine. The teleport was fully functional, and they were transferred to the fourth floor instantly without problems. Looking around, the main character couldn't believe this was the entrance to the membrane control center because everything felt way too calm. He looked upward, checking if anything was above them. Then he realized the membrane center was higher up, meaning the world beyond didn't have 4 floors. It had 5, and the membrane was on the next level. That meant they still had to clear one more layer of the world beyond before reaching it. The main character was completely rattled because the serpent's warnings didn't match reality at all. There were supposed to be catastrophic bosses on the 4th floor, but none were there, only flat stones stretching out. And the serpent went silent for a while, scaring him, before finally answering that it was impossible because this place used to look different. Nika noticed the guy trembling, trapped between hopelessness and confusion. The dragon told the girl the time had come, and she needed to attack the main character immediately. Instead, she snapped and shut it down hard, telling it she was sick of it and ordering it to be quiet. The dragon disobeyed, declaring that if she wouldn't kill him, it would do it itself. Then it began transforming her body, catching her completely off guard and throwing her into panic. The dragon attacked the main character from behind, but the girl managed to send him a warning message, admitting she couldn't control herself anymore, and the guy caught the attack in time. He barely managed to leap aside and keep himself alive. That left him drowning in questions, unable to understand what kind of monster was in front of him. He watched the creature morph out of the girl, gradually becoming a dragon. At the same time, the girl protested, reminding the monster about their agreement to help each other grow stronger. But the dragon fully seized her body, claiming it was advancing their power exactly as promised, demanding gratitude, and when she tried to call it a traitor, it swallowed her completely. The main character stood there, mouth open, not comprehending what he was seeing, trying to message her, but the system notified him she was under control and would not receive anything. That distraction cost him his focus, and the dragon used the opening to strike. The dragon grabbed him and demanded that the creature that had guided him this whole time come out immediately. The guy was seconds away from getting crushed, screaming in his head at the serpent, asking what it was doing while he was getting erased. The main character was completely lost as the dragon mocked him, claiming the creature inside him was already corrupted by the 4th floor, bleeding like a useless, pathetic clone, then dropping the truth that the primordial realm had been destroyed long ago, and all of them were just shells of a worthless clone, leftover fragments of a once great reality. He tried activating any ability he could, but the system locked him down, stating he was restrained, unable to move or cast due to a silence effect, crushed under the aura of an apocalypse-class monster, his computational power suppressed and architect sealed, pushing him into total paralysis. The dragon prepared to devour him, saying the hidden creature inside him couldn't escape and that once it was consumed, the rest would follow. As death closed in and pain ripped through him, the main character screamed with everything he had, calling out to his serpent. In that instant, the serpent burst out of him and shot straight toward the dragon. It wrapped around the dragon's body, locking it in place, begging the main character to use architect and seal every possible blood flow, leaving no escape. Slamming into the ground, the guy was still shaken and asked how he was supposed to use architect when the dragon had sealed it, only to be told not to think and just do it. Trusting the serpent, he commanded architect to block every retreat path only to get an instant rejection notice. A heartbeat later, a second notification hit, confirming architect had activated successfully at 100% for the zone, leaving him stunned that he pulled it off when it should have been impossible. The moment the ability locked in, the serpent began merging into the dragon's flesh, impossible for the dragon to ignore. As the serpent sank deeper, the dragon mocked it, questioning if it really thought it could seize control and rewrite its mind. Enraged, the dragon claimed it stood an entire level above the serpent, believing victory was guaranteed, calling the serpent a fool for signing its own death sentence and going berserk. The impact hurled the main character several meters back, leaving him barely able to move. Watching it all unfold, the main character understood nothing and could only pray the serpent would win. He noticed something changing around the dragon in the distance but had no idea whether his serpent was still alive or already gone. Then a system notice appeared, stating his legendary tree serpent had repeatedly failed to activate blood flow until it finally succeeded, transforming into an incomplete light dragon. That wasn't the end, as the serpent tried to devour the enemy dragon, but failed due to insufficient strength. The main character realized how bad things were, knowing that if this kept up, his tree would be consumed and he'd die with it. He desperately searched for a way to help his dragon, but nothing came to mind. The enemy dragon treated the whole thing like entertainment, mocking the struggle. Then something shifted as the serpent suddenly began absorbing evolution energy. The guy couldn't process it as the enemy dragon started to fade. At the same time, a message from Nika came through, saying she failed to keep control of her body and that things were bad, adding that she wouldn't be able to keep her promise to go with him to the membrane control center. He realized Nika had killed herself to save him from the dragons, stopping the enemy from fully consuming the serpent. Breathing hard, he thanked her for saving them, while she replied that it was her fault and she should be the one grateful, mentioning her dragon kept whining at her. And before they parted, he told her not to wait and to get stronger, with her promising she'd match his strength by the time he returned. After the dragon battle, the main character sat near the teleport zone, completely lost, with the device damaged and no good options left. Worse, he had no idea how to reach the membrane control center, since the fourth floor of the world beyond was nothing but ruins with no way to farm computational power, leaving him stuck with roughly 1,000 units left. Looking toward the fifth floor where the center awaited, the serpent told him not to give up, since other players would eventually reach this place and get stuck too. He asked what good that was if he couldn't even move properly, and the answer was simple. He could kill them and take their power. Checking the serpent's stats, he saw it had grown drastically stronger, now classified as Apocalypse Tier, with most attributes hidden, making its true power impossible to read. Letting out a long breath, he accepted this might be his only way forward, then asked whether he should call it a light dragon or a serpent. The answer came back that serpent and light dragon were just labels, and he could call it by its name, Paki. The main character felt a bit lighter now that he had a name, even though countless questions still remained. Sitting there, he reflected on how the dragon had hidden many things from him but always saved him, and how they were constantly rushing forward, never stopping to address the uncomfortable truths. Now, with time on their hands, he asked Paki to tell him about himself, this time with full honesty. Paki admitted he hadn't wanted to speak the truth before, but what happened to the fourth floor shocked him too, since the primordial realm he knew was nothing like this one, and while he wasn't sure how true the winged dragon's words were, he told the hero to ask anything, and he'd share everything he knew. The main character was stunned, asking if Paki's shock when they arrived had been real, since he'd assumed it was an act to lower the winged dragon's guard. Paki waved his claws, confirming those emotions were completely real. The main character recalled the winged dragon's claim that the primordial realm was long gone, reduced to a pathetic clone made of shattered remnants of a once great reality. From that, he concluded the winged dragon spoke from a past closer to the truth than Paki's memories, and while he wanted proof, he struggled to form the right question, one important enough to break through the game's limits. Looking upward, he asked what the membrane control center really was, and the dragon explained it as an advanced system once located at the core of the primordial realm, capable of transferring any being into digital space along with all their skills, with room for further enhancement. That revelation hit him hard, realizing this was exactly what happened to the players when the primordial realm descended, total control over the entire system. He remembered that players couldn't improve beyond their locked levels, meaning their abilities were frozen at the moment the realm invaded, leading him to suspect a system malfunction or deliberate sabotage. Too many questions flooded his mind, including who even decided to activate the system and why they chose to unleash chaos on their world. He asked one final question about who created the primordial realm and for what purpose. The dragon admitted it didn't know, but believed the answers waited on the fifth floor. Suddenly, something shifted on the fifth floor, and the main character snapped to his feet. An invisible wave rolled down from above, reaching the fourth floor. A massive explosion followed, nearly blasting him off his feet as he barely managed to stay standing. The main character stood there in shock, realizing everything had suddenly ended, with no clue what had just happened. The dragon identified the wave as the Eastern Imperial Bell, and in that instant everything clicked, including why the fourth floor looked the way it did, as Paki urged them to move to the fifth floor immediately without wasting a second. The dragon took off ahead, while the guy argued that the teleport zone had been destroyed and they couldn't move forward anymore. But when the main character followed the dragon's path, he saw the zone was completely intact. His shock was impossible to put into words, unable to understand how the teleport had been restored. The little dragon explained it was the Imperial Bell's ability. When the Emperor rang it, all terrain reverted to its original state no matter how damaged, restoring ruins and wiping out all living creatures nearby, which was why the portal was fixed and why all monsters on the fourth floor vanished, while they survived only because the area counted as the hero's territory and Paki was a legendary dragon. The dragon cut the talk short, telling him it was time to go to the fifth floor and to get into the teleport zone fast. A system notification appeared, stating that the key to the membrane control center had been detected and asking if he truly wanted to enter the portal. He couldn't believe it was actually working, but the choice was now on him. He reasoned that the fifth floor of the world beyond was the membrane control data core and the ultimate secret of the primordial realm, and he didn't know if he was ready for what waited ahead. Pulling himself together, he confirmed the transfer without hesitation, fully accepting whatever consequences came next. After confirmation, a notification declared his arrival on the fifth floor of the world beyond, calculating world beyond pressure at 45%, his current power at 55%, ability cooldowns increased by 45%, ability durations reduced by 45%, and the current stat cap set to 5,000. The moment he arrived, he realized the pressure was only 45%, meaning he could once again boost himself endlessly through his blessing. The main character and the dragon stared toward the glowing pillar of light, spotting the bell, and Ethan confirmed his suspicion that the Eastern Imperial Bell was the reason there were no monsters on the fifth floor either. He wondered if that glowing structure was an elevator, meaning they were almost there, and only one lift stood between them and the membrane control center. Standing before them was the very same restoring Imperial Bell. He asked if it was dangerous, and Paki replied that its restoration ability should be on cooldown for now, making it safe, but warned them to stay alert since neither of them knew how long the cooldown lasted or whether they would be recognized as territory owners again. The main character pushed to move toward the elevator immediately, knowing they didn't have time to think. He mentioned destroying the teleport zone first to prevent anyone else from chasing them. Paki shut that down, explaining teleport zones worked on multiple floors anyway, and when asked for other ways to block pursuers, admitted there probably weren't any, leaving them to rely on speed. The guy agreed and didn't argue, but on the way he asked why they couldn't just take the Eastern Imperial Bell with them since they were passing right by it. Nothing physically stopped them from taking such a powerful artifact, and the hero feared they'd regret leaving it behind when it could be a massive trump card. Approaching the bell, he reasoned that even if it had no other abilities, which he doubted. Its terrain restoration alone made it priceless, and he didn't want to miss the chance to claim it. Paki explained that to use it, one needed the title of Great Warrior, then asked what rank the main character held. The guy replied his rank was higher than basic, asking if that was enough. But Paki laughed, explaining that after High Warrior came Berserker, then Annihilation Warrior, and only after reaching that could one become a Great Warrior, requiring 100 times more experience than he currently had just to qualify to take the bell. Running toward the elevator, the main character summed it up as them only being able to admire it for now, while Paki added that the membrane control center might offer a way to take the bell later, meaning their priority was getting there first. As Paki flew toward the elevator, he suddenly slammed face first into an invisible wall. The main character stopped instantly and asked what happened and why he couldn't move forward. Staring at the bell, Paki muttered that, of course, it wouldn't be that simple, confusing the hero even more. Paki explained that an incredibly powerful barrier surrounded the bell and would need to be broken. A notification popped up showing the Eastern Imperial Bell's stats, shocking the hero as it stated that passing the barrier required either the Annihilation Warrior title or true Apocalypse level authority, meaning neither he nor Paki qualified. Paki reasoned that the barrier was an absolute defense mode, which likely meant the bell's owner had died, and since the owner was either Apocalypse tier or an Annihilation Warrior, he wondered who could have killed something that strong. It felt to Paki like the bell was deliberately placed in front of the elevator, possibly by whoever altered the primordial realm, or even by the bell's owner themselves, leaving him deeply unsettled about what happened to the realm after he lost his memory. Pressing his hand against the barrier, the main character said they didn't have time for this, and asked if there was any way through, because without it, they'd never reach the center. Paki replied that only the bell's owner could remove the barrier, and becoming its owner required being an Annihilation Warrior or Apocalypse tier, with no exceptions. The hero pointed out that Paki was already Apocalypse tier, but Paki said that he wasn't a complete Apocalypse yet, and that still wasn't enough, forcing the hero to admit this puzzle was brutal and time was running out, leaving him stunned that they were stuck. The scene shifted to the third floor of the world beyond, where a massive monster had been killed in a single strike. It was the garden leader, whose overwhelming strength left everyone in awe, with shelter members planning to leave their guild and join the garden after returning to the city. One of them admitted that when they faced a catastrophic monster, he thought they were done for, never imagining the garden leader would wipe it out so effortlessly. Jumping down from the corpse, he questioned whether anyone feared angering their captain. The follower bowed, saying their captain would understand, and the garden leader added that following the strongest was simply the smart move, while the admirer asked if he used a skill, since it looked simple but dealt insane damage. The garden leader recalled an unknown man telling him he exploited flaws in the primordial realm system to create an apocalypse rank monster embryo, using its abilities to gain Apocalypse tier power and move freely through the destruction zone. The garden leader smiled, everything finally making sense. The follower didn't understand why his idol's expression suddenly turned so serious. In the next instant, the garden leader decapitated him, exposing his intent to spy and report his power. The garden leader never liked him, stating fools like that should stick with the shelter leader, while he moved on to show the world his strength without stopping for a second, his name being Louis. Moving at insane speed, Louis cleared floors and headed for the portal, planning to ascend to the fourth floor after killing the monster and the man tailing him. The scene returned to the main character and the dragon, standing before the elevator, inspecting it from all sides and realizing the barrier wouldn't fall easily. When the hero tried to break it, even his strongest attacks bounced off uselessly, forcing them to stop. This was a straight-up trap for the hero, and he had no idea what to do next. He started digging into his own memory, wondering how this barrier got bypassed in his past life. and whether the membrane control center was tied directly to the primordial realm's descent. He knew they probably reached him because of that, but the real mystery was how anyone ever crossed this barrier, and the only way to learn was to wait for others to show up, let them solve it first, then ride the elevator into the control center. But he also knew that would burn the hard-earned advantage he fought for, so he asked the dragon what to do and whether there was any other way through, and then Paki suddenly claimed there was one. The main character was stunned, barely believing the little dragon just said that. Paki explained he could try merging into the barrier and using his semi-apocalypse blood so the bell would recognize him as the owner, but it would take a long time, and the hero couldn't disturb him or they could get stuck here forever. The hero waited out and realized time and silence weren't the problem, but even after entering the destruction zone, he still hadn't seen the New Order leader or the Garden leader, and if Paki was busy, one of them could show up. He knew the New Order leader and Louis were still on the second floor, and it would take them a while to reach him. Plus, they were on decent terms, meaning he could ask them to wait while Paki worked on the barrier. That left only the Garden leader, and the hero believed he could handle him one-on-one, so he told Paki to work the barrier while he handled everything else. As Paki seeped into the barrier, he warned that nobody could touch it while he was inside, and the hero promised it wouldn't be an issue. Watching Paki disappear, the hero figured nobody would show up anytime soon and wondered how to kill time. At first, he stayed still, posted up, and monitored the area. Hours later, he got up to pace back and forth, waiting deep into the evening, but there was still no sign from Paki, and nothing seemed to change. Then he stared at the barrier and noticed a shift. It used to glow red, but now it was slowly turning blue, making him suspect that once Paki finished, it would turn fully blue. But the change was painfully slow, and he knew it would drag on for more hours. He sat back down, wondering how long this would take, since he'd waited half a day and barely anything had moved. He had to admit he was getting impatient, because the old him would have handled waiting without breaking a sweat. He figured it was the obsession with reaching membrane control, since that was where the primordial realm's descent first started. He had already spent 3 days in the destruction zone, and as far as he knew, the descent would happen in 4 days, changing everything, even though he'd done everything possible to prepare. He still wanted authority over the primordial realm more than anything, to stop the catastrophe headed for Earth, because strength didn't matter if the world turned into a desert with no water, while in the city clean water was available to everyone. But that would vanish once the primordial realm entered their world, making it pointless to be the strongest in a wasteland, and he'd rather be weak in a city and happy than strong in a desert. So he decided that no matter what happened, he would stop the primordial realm's descent at any cost. Sitting there, he kept watching the portal, turning all of it over in his mind. Then the portal suddenly lit up, meaning someone was coming up, and he hoped it would be an ally. But it wasn't. It was the garden leader, clearly here with bad intentions and zero room for negotiation. They spotted each other instantly, trading a cold look that said this was going to be a fight to the death. The hero braced himself, realizing the garden leader made it here first. He messaged the group chat that he ran into the garden leader, and the New Order leader replied that the guy's combat power leaned on a passive bleed effect and a healing cancel ability, with nothing else special, meaning he wasn't a huge threat, but still warned him to stay sharp, since he heard the garden leader had gained a title before entering the destruction zone that could massively amplify stats and skill levels. From that, the hero guessed this was the same guy who, in his past life, might have broken the Eastern Imperial Bell's barrier, the garden leader named Louis. The hero understood that with a title like that, Louis might gain control over the bell, so he couldn't let him near the barrier, and he dropped into a defensive stance to guard it. Louis prepared an insane leap meant to smash through the hero's defense. And he did it, launching absurdly high off the ground straight toward the barrier. But Ethan hit him with Shackled, locking him down for a few seconds before it released. The hero knew holding Lewis back was his duty, and if it came down to it, he was ready to sacrifice his life just to buy Paki enough time to open the barrier. After the shackling, he fired several shots, filling the area around the enemy with smoke. He thought the problem was solved, but the surprise on his face said everything. Louis didn't have a single scratch, like the chains had been nothing but air. Louis didn't keep attacking. He calmly dropped down and read the situation, pointing out the hero was probably stuck because of the red barrier, offering to team up and try to get through it together. Yet because the hero attacked on sight, Louis started suspecting the hero already found a way through and just didn't want to share it. The hero stayed dead serious, giving nothing away and showing zero tells. A moment later, he confirmed Louis was right and that he was close to removing it, and if Louis stepped any closer, the hero would not let him reach the elevator. The hero's plan was simple: stall Louis as long as possible and keep him away from the barrier. Then Louis sat down on the ground like it was casual, deciding to wait while the hero dealt with the barrier. The hero didn't get it, refusing to believe Louis would just wait, suspecting an act, or that something was restraining him, but he also couldn't rule out that there was a reason Louis wasn't fighting. Louis said that since they were stuck waiting, he wanted the hero to share what he knew about the primordial realm, because he reached the fifth floor fast enough that he had to know something even the biggest clans didn't. The hero stayed silent for a few seconds, sorting through the thoughts flooding his mind. Then he agreed, but demanded Louis speak first, since trust wasn't free and this could be a phishing attempt. While inwardly, the hero knew playing along would keep Louis stalled longer. Louis paused, thinking about where to even start, because he had plenty of info and a lot of it sounded wild. Then he clapped his hands, claiming he had a piece of information that would 100% interest the hero. The hero tensed up hard but didn't interrupt, waiting for what came next. With a grin, Louis said the hero probably didn't notice, but in the real world there hadn't been any news from the continent in a long time, except for nearby cities, and instead, the broadcasts were filled daily with weird entertainment shows. The hero didn't understand where Louis was going with this, because they were supposed to be talking about the primordial realm, not the news. The man laughed it off, waving his arms like it was nothing. Then his expression snapped cold and heavy, dropping the claim that an apocalypse was coming, unavoidable and absolute. The main character couldn't believe what he was hearing, unable to figure out how the garden leader could even know that. The garden leader continued, saying that if they kept ignoring certain factors, their world would be wiped out in just 3 years. He added that the key to stopping it was literally above their heads, which was why the primordial realm mattered so much, and why the Order leader had thrown nearly all his forces into seizing the central membrane. The main character wasn't stupid and knew something didn't line up, because in his past life, he survived 3 full years after the primordial realm descended. He'd only ever heard about the descent, not a true apocalypse, and even if the descent was catastrophic, it never turned the entire world into ruins. Yet a part of him still wanted to believe it might be true, since back then he wasn't high level enough to know secrets like this. And if both the garden leader and the dragon were right, then the descent might not be the worst thing coming. The man across from him asked if he was shocked, since his guard had clearly dropped, allowing the garden leader to step much closer than before. That realization hit hard, because the garden leader was now close enough that a sudden attack or a rush toward the barrier would have left the hero helpless. The garden leader only laughed, saying nothing. From this angle, behind the hero, he could clearly see the bell. He said he believed the hero's words about the barrier, so he planned to wait until it was dealt with, hoping the hero would also believe him in return. He explained that the threat ahead couldn't be stopped alone, which was why he created the garden in the first place, then offered the hero a place with them so they could stop the apocalypse together. The hero thought it over, realizing the garden leader probably didn't attack because he wanted him to join instead. Still, it felt way too easy. and the hero couldn't understand why. If roles were reversed, the garden leader hadn't already killed him by the barrier and solved everything solo. The scene shifted to the second floor of the world beyond. There, the Order Leader and Grom finally gathered 3,000 units of computational power, with Grom hyped after finding a teleport to the Membrane Control Center and convinced they'd outpace everyone else. The Order Leader told him to calm down, reminding him that teleporting didn't mean safety and danger waited at every step, ordering Grom to stay sharp, which Grom happily agreed to as he rushed toward the center. The scene cut back to the hero and the garden leader. Sitting on a nearby rock, the hero reasoned that if the garden leader truly wanted to attack, it meant he held the Annihilation Warrior title or Apocalypse level. So he stepped back to avoid interference and focused on reading his real intentions. The hero stated that even if he agreed, the garden leader probably wouldn't trust him anyway, so since neither side was attacking, he proposed a temporary truce. He added that if teamwork became necessary later, he'd consider joining the garden, but for now, he declined. Louis smiled and said it was a respectable answer. Sitting down near the hero, Louis said it was now his turn to share what he knew. The hero noted things were oddly smooth, since Louis still hadn't rushed the barrier, meaning he had his own agenda. As he looked away, trying to figure it out, his eyes drifted to the barrier, and a realization slowly formed. From Louis's words, it was clear he knew a lot, likely about the Eastern Imperial Bell as well, and while waiting together, the hero judged by the deepening blue dome that Paki was close to finishing the takeover. At the same time, he realized the garden leader was using this waiting period to fish for information. If that was the case, the hero needed to pull attention away from the barrier and drop something shocking, even if it meant lying. With a stone-cold expression, the hero claimed he knew why Louis came to the barrier, saying it was to destroy the enhancement function using authority, all to help someone else achieve their goals. Those words instantly hooked the garden leader and dragged his focus off the barrier, exactly as planned. The hero continued, adding that Louis would also gain what he personally wanted, while internally wondering that if Louis truly had the means to break the Imperial Bell's barrier, he'd likely be the first to reach the Membrane Control Center. In the hero's past life, the enhancement function of the Membrane Control Center had been destroyed, and he suspected that was Louis's doing, likely influenced by the shadow of Earth mentioned by the New Order leader, leaving the hero to wonder why Louis needed it done. Choosing honesty this time, the hero directly asked whether Louis truly trusted the shadow of Earth, warning him to think carefully, because following its guidance might block his own ambitions. Louis turned deadly serious and asked if the hero really knew that much, and if so, why not share the secret? From that reaction, the hero knew he'd struck a nerve and pushed forward. He said that even if he didn't know whether an apocalypse would really come in 3 years, he was certain that if it did, the shadow of Earth would be the cause, urging Louis not to be fooled, because that shadow might be the spark that ignites everything. Watching Louis closely, the hero thought that should be enough to calm him down and earn his trust. Instead, Louis stood up and stepped closer, saying everything was clear now. The hero didn't understand what he meant, his movements confusing and unreadable. Closing the distance, Louis claimed the hero was from the shining sky, a phrase that meant nothing to him. Louis explained that only members of the shining sky could know what the hero had just revealed, which explained how he climbed so far in such a short time. The hero was stunned, completely lost by what sounded like nonsense. Suddenly, Louis launched in a violent dash toward the barrier, faster than the hero could fully process, though he still caught the motion. Realizing things had gone bad, the hero activated Shackled, freezing the garden leader in place and stopping him from striking the barrier. Holding him back, the hero scrambled to understand where he went wrong and why Louis snapped, since all of it came from his own head. Without warning, Louis activated his Apocalypse title, suppressing the hero's core stats and hidden luck for as long as it remained active. With a single blow, Louis shattered the bindings, breaking free instantly. The hero was shaken, realizing he might have to burn computational power just to reset Shackled's cooldown. He tried to invoke Architect to reset it, but the system warned him he was inside the aura of an Apocalypse-class monster, overlapping with his private territory, making Architect unusable, and that was when it truly hit him that his opponent was Apocalypse tier. While the hero got distracted by the system notification, the garden leader slipped through and slammed the barrier with a monstrous strike. The hero instantly realized things went bad and that he failed to protect the barrier. In a matter of seconds, it shattered, and he froze in shock, completely lost on what to do next. Turning around, the garden leader made it clear his priority was claiming the bell first, and only after that would he deal with the hero, asking him to wait patiently. The hero stood stiff, slowly realizing the garden leader had known everything all along. Right after the barrier broke, the bell absorbed all the remaining energy around it. That sudden reaction grabbed the attention of both fighters, neither understanding what was happening. Then the bell rang loudly for several seconds, shaking the air. A powerful beam erupted and shot straight toward the membrane control center. Both the hero and the garden leader saw it, and it meant only one thing. An insane battle was about to begin. With eyes wide, the hero didn't fully grasp what was happening, but he knew one thing for sure. He had to reach the bell first. Without wasting a second, he dashed forward, trying to reach the membrane before the garden leader, knowing Pocky's life was bound to his own, and betrayal wasn't an option. His plan to reach the Eastern Imperial Bell first was instantly crushed as the garden leader attacked him from behind. A massive explosion erupted between them, and the system reported that the hero was affected by the garden leader's skill called Gambit, forcing him to move only toward his opponent, while the garden leader, not fully understanding the effect himself, intended to kill him anyway, since everything would belong to the garden once the hero was dead. Another system message followed, stating that the hero had applied shared aura, linking their life pools, meaning if the hero's HP dropped below the garden leader's, health would transfer to him for healing until the garden leader's HP fell to 10%, at which point the aura would break. The hero's situation was just as brutal, since Gambit locked his movement completely, while another debuff steadily drained his HP and reduced all incoming healing by 90%, causing him to lose 3,200 HP per second for 15 seconds, refreshing and stacking endlessly. And analyzing it, he knew the garden leader had chosen this ability specifically to counter him, forcing him to think fast. Closing in with blazing hands, the garden leader pressed the attack, confident in an ability that required very little cognition power, even though the hero could still force his HP down to 10%. The real problem was what happened after hitting that threshold, because the garden leader had carefully studied the hero and chosen healing suppression combined with stacking bleed effects. As he continued the assault, he made it clear each hit would refresh the effect and add stacks, clearly curious how many stacks the hero could take, especially once he dropped under 10% HP. He was confident it would be more than enough to kill the hero in less than a second. The hero barely managed to block the garden leader's attacks, but it wasn't enough, since every strike added another stack of a debuff called Tear of Rupture. The hero didn't know exactly where such a skill came from, but he suspected it was tied to the Apocalypse title, and with his stats capped at 5,000, fighting back was insanely hard. The worst part was Gambit, which prevented him from creating any distance, letting the garden leader endlessly stack Rupture. A system alert showed Rupture had already stacked to 23 layers, draining 40,000 HP per second for 15 seconds, and every time the duration dropped, the garden leader refreshed it instantly, looping it endlessly, while another notice warned the hero his HP had fallen below 10%, triggering shared aura to pull the garden leader's HP down to 10% as well and restore a small amount of the hero's health. The garden leader didn't slow down, pressing harder with every attack. The hero was barely holding on at 10% HP, knowing that if he didn't act soon, he'd die the moment shared aura ended. He forced himself to think, realizing there was no way he could die here after everything he'd survived, especially this close to the goal. After pulling himself together, he refused to give up, knowing this wasn't the end and that a win was still possible. The garden leader kept smiling, mocking him, claiming he could never win and should just surrender and wait for death, promising the destruction zone would belong to the garden no matter what. Suddenly, as the garden leader advanced, he slipped and lost his balance. He crashed right in front of the hero, an absurd sight considering his massive stats. Face pressed to the ground, the garden leader didn't understand what happened until he opened one eye and saw a system notification. It stated that his secret luck stat had dropped to level 50, causing misfortune to follow him until he disabled the hidden ability affecting luck. The hero wanted to use the moment to rush the bell while the garden leader was down, but his opponent started getting back up. The garden leader made it clear escape wasn't happening, since the hero's only destination would be the resurrection point in Musa City. The hero didn't know what was happening with Paki, nor whether he could rely on him once reaching the membrane control center, and if enemies followed him there, he'd be forced into solo fights, making this his one chance to end it. Even with absurd HP and cognition, the system warned that shared aura was active, and the stack count was massive, draining 67,000 HP per second. Yet even in this mess, the hero refused to back down and ignored the alerts. The garden leader kept landing blow after blow while the hero barely reacted. That hesitation deeply confused the garden leader. He quickly realized the hero was waiting for his HP to hit 10%, and since the hero couldn't move, this was his only shot. The garden leader questioned whether the hero really thought he could finish it in one hit, while the hero stayed calm, knowing that without trying, he'd never know. The garden leader laughed, eager to see the hero's face when it failed. He ramped up his attacks, promising that even if the hero begged or cried, he'd erase him without hesitation. The hero's plan was simple. Once shared aura ended, he had to survive the bleed stacks, using a skill that blocked all damage for 16 seconds called Reinforce Status, and then prevent any further stacking. If he pulled that off, the garden leader would fall, and all that remained was surviving the bleed. The hero provoked his opponent, mocking whether this was really all he had, standing still while the attacks looked slow and weak. Then he suddenly jumped backward with a grin. That move shocked the hero, who couldn't understand what his opponent was aiming for. The garden leader admitted the hero was right, that rupture damage should already be enough to kill him, and that continuing to stack it was pointless, deciding it was time to deal with shared aura directly. In a single instant, the hero noticed his opponent's HP crash to 10%, and the effect of shared aura immediately ended. The hero pulled out his pistol, ready to finish the fight, convinced the garden leader had gone full suicide by pushing it this far. The garden leader stood perfectly still, making no move to dodge or defend. That hesitation shook the hero, making him suspect the enemy had predicted this all along, and the way he stood there felt mocking, like a silent challenge. Done with the mind games, the hero boosted his bullet with 20,000 units, stacking it into a follow-up attack amplified into the millions, a move known as Supreme Judgment with triple damage. The garden leader didn't move an inch, calmly watching the hyperspeed bullet fly straight at him, a shot meant to end everything. The bullet struck him directly in the forehead. Everything behind him was erased into dust. The hero was stunned, having expected his enemy to evade at the last moment. A split second later, the shock deepened. The garden leader was still standing, completely unharmed, even after taking the shot head-on. Then his opponent burst into wild laughter while the hero stood frozen. Mouth hanging open, the hero couldn't process what he was seeing after dealing 3 million damage without leaving a single scratch. The garden leader treated it like a joke, clearly unimpressed, as if that attack was nothing special. More than the hit itself, he enjoyed watching the hero's stunned expression. The hero refused to give up, tightening his grip and preparing to continue as the system warned that reinforced status had expired. He lunged forward, force resetting reinforced status through his blessing, but the system warned his movement was still restricted and the blessing level wasn't enough to remove rupture. Yet he pushed through and kept attacking. The garden leader smiled, acknowledging the hero's stubbornness, knowing full well that close combat was hopeless for him. Yet the hero kept charging, fueled by pure rage. It was obvious the hero wasn't hiding his emotions, overflowing with fury and a desire to erase his enemy. The garden leader judged that rage as the reason for his loss, yet remained curious about how the hero planned to defend himself. With a full force strike, he made it clear that no matter what skill the hero used, the outcome wouldn't change, since the attacks would keep stacking until death. The hero was sent flying several meters back, barely holding himself up, unable to stand. Standing over him, the garden leader found it boring that the hero wasn't trying to run, despite being cornered, but decided to see what desperate move he'd try to survive a little longer. The system warned that reinforced status had only 1 second remaining. With a smirk, the garden leader admitted he couldn't imagine any way to be defeated and prepared to end the fight. Suddenly, he looked at his hand and realized his weapon was gone. At that moment, the hero stood back up, showing confidence that he could always find a way out. The hero activated an emblem he had hoped never to use, one with brutal conditions, but it was the only answer to rupture, sealing the target for 1 minute while locking one of his own skills for 2 minutes. The range limited to 1 meter, forcing him to lure the enemy close, sacrificing his cage skill for 120 seconds. The garden leader noticed he couldn't use his main weapon and remained strangely calm. That calm unsettled the hero, making him suspect another hidden plan. The hero reasoned that his opponent relied mostly on stat-based abilities, meaning other skills were unlikely. But with all his own skills on cooldown, options were running out. If the garden leader truly had full stat-based combos like barrier plus empowered attack and HP exchange, then total destruction was inevitable, forcing the hero to consider retreating toward the portal as his only chance to reach the membrane control center and survive. The garden leader smiled, admitting disarming him wasn't a bad move since it would let him enjoy a slow kill while sparks ignited behind him. He turned his attention backward, not ignoring the disturbance. The hero realized this was his opening, since someone else had teleported in, giving him a chance to run for the gate without caring who it was. The garden leader refused to let him escape, leaping forward and activating barrier, empowered attack, and HP exchange. The combo stripped the hero's armor completely and dropped his HP to the absolute minimum. Without slowing down for even a second, the hero rushed toward the portal, confirming his suspicion that the enemy possessed every stat-based ability. With the garden leader closing in from behind, the hero knew this was his last chance, the portal being the only path to survival. A massive explosion erupted near the portal, making it seem like the hero had died. Yet by sheer miracle he reached the portal, and the system asked whether he wanted to use it. What shocked him wasn't reaching it, but how, since the garden leader had already jumped on him, which should have meant the end. Turning around, he saw the New Order leader and Thunder holding the garden leader back. Thunder mocked the hero in his usual style, saying that after beating the Shelter and Skyscraper leaders, this was a rough fall from grace. The New Order leader remained silent, focusing solely on restraining the enemy. The Allied Guild's interference enraged the garden leader. Even though some of the strongest players tried to hold him down, it didn't last long, as he tossed them aside and warned them to stay out of his way. The garden leader charged straight for the hero, determined to end it once and for all. At that exact moment, the system asked if the hero wanted to use the gate, and he confirmed instantly. The garden leader believed the hero should have teleported earlier, but now it was too late. As the weapon restriction on him had ended and his abilities were back online, leaving the hero convinced this was the end. Suddenly, his opponent missed the strike and flew past him, barely grazing the air and completely failing to hit the hero. The system notified the hero that he had evaded the attack, and with his mouth wide open, he couldn't believe he was still alive, guessing the enemy's negative status saved him at the last possible moment. The gate activated, and both the hero and his enemy began teleporting toward the membrane center. The garden leader followed right behind, confident the hero wouldn't escape this time and vowing to finish him once they reached the top. The system informed the hero that his blessing skill had finished its cooldown and communique was ready as well. The hero pulled out his pistol, deciding it was better to end this mid-transfer rather than wait for the control center, aiming straight at his enemy. He knew the garden leader couldn't dodge now, and doubted anyone could survive what he was about to unleash. The garden leader realized things were bad, with no way to evade the attack. The hero's shot was so powerful, it shattered the teleportation pathway to the membrane center itself. The portal collapsed, sending both of them into free fall from an insane height. When the hero hit the ground, he realized there was no kill notification, meaning the garden leader was still alive. And there he was, barely standing across from him, saved only by an absurdly massive HP pool. The hero then realized their HP had been restored during teleportation, since his blessing had activated inside the gate. The garden leader smiled, mocking what the hero would do next, questioning how much cognition power he had left after so many boosted attacks. Out of nowhere, thunder crashed in and sliced the garden leader in half, dealing catastrophic damage. Thunder joked that it was easy to forget about him, reminding everyone who the real Carrie was, while the garden leader realized he had barely survived by sheer luck. Thunder praised the fight, while the New Order leader merged his support with Thunder, ordering him to stay focused and finish the job with his strongest attacks. Thunder launched into a brutal combo, saying last time his carelessness with a short blade cost him, but this time he wouldn't repeat that mistake, asking the New Order leader to keep the enemy locked down so he couldn't escape. The garden leader knew there was no way out and counterattacked, raging that trash like them thought they could defeat him. Out of nowhere, the hero stepped in and blocked the garden leader's weapon, backing up Thunder in a move neither of them expected. The hero dropped all pride and bravado, knowing that if they didn't kill the garden leader now, it was over, especially with his blessing still on cooldown. Thunder grinned, praising the hero's clutch support and telling him to keep it up so he could go all out. That teamwork enraged the garden leader, who realized his end was seconds away. It came fast, as Thunder cleaved him cleanly in two. A system notification confirmed the garden leader's death, and the hero gained additional computation power, bringing his total to 47%. The hero felt overwhelming relief, having fought this enemy for so long and nearly dying more than once. Thunder turned away from the fallen enemy, striking a pose to look as cool as possible in front of the hero. He raised his hand, declaring himself the strongest in the primordial realm, unmatched by anyone. Riding the high of winning with a single decisive blow, Thunder felt invincible. That arrogance seriously ticked the hero off as he stood there seething. Suddenly, something strange formed behind Thunder, and a white cloud appeared out of nowhere. The New Order leader warned Thunder instantly, but the white cloud lunged at him before he could react. Thunder was trapped inside an egg-like cocoon, while the hero stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening. Thunder demanded answers as he struggled, while the New Order leader realized the dead enemy had activated a devouring resurrection skill, meant to consume them and revive, and it was happening insanely fast, already draining more than half their HP. Thunder yelled for the hero to destroy the shell from the outside. No matter how hard the hero tried, it didn't work, and with his cognition power at zero, all he could do was keep hitting it. It was completely useless, dealing no damage at all, leaving Thunder with only one option. A blinding flash split the egg in half. When it broke open, only the New Order leader remained inside. The hero then received a system message stating that Thunder was dead, which completely stunned him. Unable to change anything, the hero sat down nearby and exhaled deeply, knowing that even without fully understanding what Thunder and the New Order leader had done, the Garden leader was finally defeated, and that alone mattered. Later learning in group chat that Thunder had used a level 60 reset skill to cancel any effect at a massive cost, far higher than expected, leading to his death, and the hero thanked them both, admitting that without them, he would have been the one gone. The scene shifted back to the hero, walking around the broken teleporter, desperately searching for a way to restore it. The New Order leader explained that since the Garden leader had died on the 5th floor, he lacked the computation power to resurrect on his territory. The hero agreed, adding that it would take the Garden leader a long time to reach them again, giving them a window to fix the gate and reach the membrane control center. As they searched for hope around the portal, the New Order leader remarked that both the Garden leader and the hero had progressed insanely fast by farming computation power non-stop, yet still failed to reach the 5th floor gate before them. While the hero shrugged it off as pure luck, then suddenly noticed something and told him to try activating the gate. The hero pressed a circular button-like symbol. A hidden lock opened, revealing a slot meant for a key. They had 3 keys, but none of them knew which one to use, leaving them completely stuck. Suddenly, keys flew out of the hero's hand and the New Order leader's hand at the same time, shooting straight into the keyhole. They both stood there in shock, completely unprepared for what just happened. The moment all 3 keys slid into the slot, a hidden entrance opened behind them, impossible to miss. The system confirmed the keys were accepted, and the hero gained another 10% to his computation reserves, pushing his total power to 57%. The hero and the New Order leader stood at the edge of the abyss in silence for several minutes. Then the New Order leader said it looked like some kind of secret room and asked if they should go in. And the hero's answer was simple: if they don't try, they'll never know. As soon as they jumped down, the circle beneath them flared with intense light, putting them on edge. A few seconds after landing, a portal opened in front of them. The system notified the hero that the entrance to the dungeon called the Membrane Control Center had been activated, and that revelation hit him hard. Because if this was the dungeon entrance, then lifting his head, he started wondering what in the world was above them. The New Order leader figured this had to be the real entrance, but what bothered him was the requirement of at least 10 people to enter, and the hero suggested they could override that with Architect, which shocked the New Order leader since he didn't know Architect could even do that. The hero said that since the path upward was destroyed, they had no choice but to push forward, because even with flight, a 5-meter radius wouldn't be enough to reach the top. So together they stepped into the dungeon that was supposed to be cleared by 10 people. The moment they entered, the hero got hit with a cutscene. First, a single bubble surfaced and popped. Then a fish appeared and popped another bubble. Only the 3rd bubble managed to reach the water's surface, and the cutscene ended. The view snapped back to the hero, standing there stunned by what he'd just watched. He couldn't believe that was an actual cutscene, and he started scanning the area in panic, trying to figure out what those 3 rising bubbles meant. He replayed it in his head. One popped on its own, the second got popped by the fish, and only the 3rd made it to the surface. Either way, as he looked around, he realized he'd finally reached the Membrane Control Center, but there was one small problem. He couldn't see the New Order leader anywhere, so now he was stuck thinking about the weird cutscene and where his ally disappeared. Suddenly, a system notification appeared saying he had collected the most computation power and earned the unique title Beacon. a title only one player could hold, granting the right to use digitization, meaning players in the real world would receive their primordial realm character stats and abilities, while the system also warned that digitization required computation power and asked him to gather enough to activate it. Then another message asked whether he wanted to apply digitization to all players of the primordial realm, and the shock nearly knocked the air out of him, because this was the authority that enabled the primordial realm's descent onto Earth. He was so happy he actually cried, because he finally got the power he'd been chasing, the one that could rewrite fate. The so-called authority unfolded before him. He wiped his tears, steadied his breathing, and pulled himself together, because he knew it still wasn't over, and a decision had to be made. Reading the title's description, he realized he was the sole owner, meaning only he decided whether the primordial realm would descend or not. He started thinking that if he logged out right now, digitization would never activate, and the primordial realm would never enter their world. A message arrived from the New Order leader saying he couldn't find him, and concluding that the hero must have obtained the authority. The hero didn't even reply, choosing to log out, convinced he had permanently sealed the primordial realm's entrance to Earth. After leaving the game, he lay on his bed smiling, lighter than he'd felt in years, sure he'd stopped everything and would never have to touch that cursed game again. Without overthinking, he decided to go outside and take a walk up to the rooftop. Staring at the night city, he believed he could finally live happy, and that destiny had been beaten. He remembered the ruined buildings from his past life, their windows smashed out, the dark zones where weak people couldn't survive and eventually died. He felt proud that he prevented it all alone, that nothing would threaten him or his sister anymore. The next morning, he stepped outside again just to make sure it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't. People were enjoying life, some walking with their kids, clueless and carefree. Others were simply living day by day, sitting in school and studying without a worry. The hero understood it clearly. He had stopped the primordial realm invasion, the world was saved, and he could finally sleep in peace. That same night, far out at sea near the city where the hero lived, something else was happening. Everyone on a ship stared at a bizarre phenomenon. The ocean around the city looked cleanly cut off, like a game map chunk that failed to load due to low power, and everyone on board wondered what the hell was going on. Later that day, the scene shifted into an office. The scene shifted into the garden leader's office, where he sat at his desk, furious and depressed that he failed to kill the hero. He decided to call someone, apologizing and admitting he messed up, explaining that the hero killed him, but promising he'd grind back to max level soon, and that he'd already sent people to dig up information on the hero in the real world. After that, he contacted another person tasked with tracking the New Order leader, so that if they encountered the hero in real life, they could extract even more intel, because the gardener wasn't quitting. He intended to find the hero for real and finish him. The next morning, the scene moved to the New Order leader's office. He sat there tense, waiting on news from his informant. Someone entered the office, and he noticed instantly. He jumped up immediately, pressing for any information about the hero. The informant shook his head sadly, confirming there was nothing. The New Order leader sank back into his chair, unable to understand why the hero stopped playing at the worst possible time, and why he never logged in again after gaining the authority, leaving him unsure what to do next. What bothered him the most were the thoughts that maybe he truly was from the shining sky and had tried to stop them from saving the world, while the New Order leader realized time was almost gone and only one day remained before the end. The scene shifts to a waterfront promenade in the city where the hero lived. The hero's sister and her friend were running alongside him, unable to catch up, begging him to slow down, thinking that even though he spent all day in the primordial realm, he was still ridiculously strong. The hero laughed and teased that until his sister managed to overtake him, he would keep messing with her, planning to run another lap, but suddenly the girl grabbed his hand, admitted defeat, and asked for a few minutes to rest. She looked at him with pleading cat-like eyes, begging for mercy. The hero laughed again and agreed to take a short break. Sitting on the steps, they relaxed, enjoying life and taking in the scenery. The hero hadn't felt this good in a long time. He had spent 3 full years inside the primordial realm, and with memories of his past life, moments like this felt unreal. An old man and his grandson passed by nearby, clearly enjoying the beautiful day as well. The girl suddenly asked the hero whether he thought they would live as long as that grandfather and grandson someday. The hero laughed, called her silly, and said that was inevitable, suggesting they should instead argue about who would end up with more grandchildren. After thinking for a moment, the girl said whether he would even have grandchildren wasn't really up to him. Turning to her friend, she smiled and said it all depended on the girl sitting next to them. The girl instantly turned bright red, smacked her hand, and told her to stop, reminding her that her brother was right there, threatening to tickle her to death. The hero's sister burst out laughing, begging her to stop and promising she wouldn't say things like that again, while passersby stared and commented on how beautiful the group looked. The hero noticed and realized that when his sister and her friend were together, they attracted way too much attention. For a split second, he imagined some bad guys trying to drag the girl away while he heroically told her to run. He snapped back to reality, realizing his thoughts were ridiculous and that nothing like that would ever happen, since people would live in peace as long as law, order, and kind people existed. Watching the old man walking with his grandson, he thought that if the world stayed safe, maybe one day he could build a future with his sister's friend, strolling through parks with grandchildren of their own. Out of nowhere, something fast sliced through the air near the old man's and the child's necks. The hero noticed it and froze, unable to understand what it was. Then a horrifying scene unfolded as the old man and his grandson were decapitated, and everyone around them noticed and panicked. The hero saw it and couldn't process what was happening. Even more green plant-like growths burst out of the ground, slaughtering people. It couldn't be that the primordial realm had invaded the real world already and spawned monsters. So where did these things come from? One of the vines lunged straight at the hero. His sister kicked it away before it could hit him, but the creature slashed her stomach in the process. She began to collapse from the injury. Her light-haired friend caught her before she hit the ground. Meanwhile, the hero started shoving the plants away. The vines weren't sharp by nature, but their insane speed made them cut like knives through butter, so immobilizing them was enough to remove the threat. In a split second, the hero tied the vines with a towel he had, even as more kept appearing, doing his best to restrain them. He realized that after binding them, the only way was to rip them out by the roots. But while he held them down, someone else had to destroy the roots, because he couldn't hold them forever. He shouted at the crowd not to just stand there, warning that if more people died, the creatures would evolve and then everyone was done. Paralyzed by fear, people couldn't move, thinking about their families and children. The red-haired girl grabbed a nearby rock and raised it over the plant. She hurled it with all her strength. Then she shouted for help, explaining that destroying the root was enough to kill it. As long as the monster couldn't move, everyone was safe, but only temporarily. Men rushed toward her to help. People all around joined in, attacking it together. Once they tore it out by the roots, it instantly evaporated. The hero finally exhaled in relief, realizing they had survived it. The scene shifts to the city hospital. The red-haired girl had already contacted relatives, assuring them not to worry, as the sister would be taken care of. However, doctors said she had lost a lot of blood, and something might have entered her body, and whether she would wake up or not depended entirely on her. The hero was furious, while her friend was on the verge of tears, unable to accept the possibility of losing her. If the primordial realm hadn't invaded yet, where did these mutated plants come from? What went wrong? The hero was the sole beacon and holder of authority, yet monsters still appeared, which meant such mutations might have always existed. And if the primordial realm truly descended tomorrow as planned, countless mutated plants would appear under player control, but humans would deal with them quickly, leaving them only in forests. Could it really be that if they did nothing, the world would be destroyed in 3 days? And those mutated plants had nothing to do with the primordial realm at all. Ethan told the red-haired girl that he had things to take care of and asked her to look after his sister, explaining that he already had a plan to help her and that she needed to wait and stay put. Nearby, three men were arguing among themselves, saying they couldn't just sit there and had to convince everyone, but no one would believe them without proof, especially since the cameras were dead and all photos and videos on phones had vanished, and the fear of what was happening in the world was eating them alive. Then, somehow, their memories were wiped, and they couldn't even remember what they had been discussing, only recalling that something strange happened last night, brushing it off as nothing more than a nightmare. Meanwhile, inside the King's Membrane Control Center in the primordial realm beyond the world, Ethan suddenly appeared there. He opened his tablet and saw it flooded with messages. Most of them were from the New Order leader, asking if Ethan had obtained authority, saying the fate of the real world depended on it, warning that apocalypse was coming soon, that only authority could save them, demanding immediate contact if he had it, confused about why Ethan logged out and urging him to return and share real-world contact info. At the same time, the New Order leader logged into the game as well. He opened his tablet and saw a message from Ethan. Ethan wrote that he did have the authority but wouldn't use it until Alex explained everything he knew about the primordial realm and the apocalypse. Alex was overjoyed that Ethan had finally returned. The New Order leader said he would explain everything, but first needed real-world contact info, while Ethan refused, saying he wouldn't meet in reality and demanding all the information immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time. And though Alex didn't understand Ethan's hostility, he could accept it given the situation. The New Order leader agreed and first sent several photos showing the ocean's edge and continental borders, revealing how Hangzhou and other continents now looked, with unknown creatures recorded everywhere. And even the sky itself had changed, stars gone, leaving only endless darkness. Ethan was completely shaken by what he saw. The New Order leader explained that humanity now faced two global threats. First, every 2 years one continent vanished along with all life on it, leaving only Hangzhou remaining. And second, mutant plants were appearing everywhere, no longer confined to wilderness, but spreading into cities, soon growing inside homes and turning the world into a nightmare. Ethan had heard about lost contact with other countries, but entire continents disappearing felt impossible, since if that were true, the world would already be in total chaos. Alex realized Ethan likely hadn't encountered Shadow of Earth yet, explaining that anyone who noticed disappearing continents or monsters would immediately forget, and only conversations with Shadow of Earth could restore memories, even though Alex himself couldn't explain how such massive events could be forgotten. Ethan realized he himself might have forgotten something crucial. He asked how it all began, and the New Order leader said that according to Shadow of Earth, 10 years ago, 3 strange figures appeared on Mount Buzhou in Hangzhou, and no one knew what they did. But everything started from that moment. Ethan asked who Shadow of Earth was, and the New Order leader said he couldn't explain, only that Shadow contacted them when the time was right, guided them, helped avoid disasters, uncover treasures, reveal the importance of the primordial realm, save countless lives, and some even believe Shadow was a god. Ethan said that if Shadow spoke the truth, the source of all problems lay on Mount Buzhou, and questioned why they didn't just use their strongest weapons to eliminate those 3 figures. The New Order leader replied that they had tried everything, but those beings were far stronger than Apocalypse rank monsters, and weapons were useless against them. Ethan was stunned that creatures stronger than Apocalypse rank even existed, let alone three of them. The New Order leader said Shadow claimed only authority could save the world now, and since everything had been explained, asked Ethan to clarify what this authority truly was. Ethan explained that authority was the beacon, held by only one owner, granting access to digitization, a power allowing the user to obtain all stats and abilities of their primordial realm characters. Alex realized that if digitization were activated, people in the real world would gain their in-game powers, creating millions of superhuman fighters capable of resisting those threats, and urged Ethan to activate it. Ethan replied that digitization required computational power, and he needed to gather enough before activation. Ethan admitted he had been naive, thinking stopping the primordial realm's invasion alone would change the future, realizing now that the true threat was far greater, meaning he had to follow the original plan. He finally resolved to activate digitization, deciding that if the real world couldn't protect him and his loved ones, he would reshape reality itself and prevent a bloody future, creating paradise with his own power. A system message appeared stating his computational power was at 57%, insufficient to activate all digitization functions. The system explained that 30% or more allowed full digitization for all players while granting Ethan 100% of his character's inventory and stats. 60% allowed partial access with leveling limits tied to the legendary tree, and 90% unlocked full power with maximum limits. Ethan was shocked that leveling systems existed here at all, realizing he needed at least 60% power and was just short, meaning he had to quickly find a dungeon and earn more. He assumed computational power could be found in the destruction zone, but that would take time. Then a notification stated he couldn't leave without activating digitization, leaving him confused about how to gain power if he couldn't exit. The New Order leader urged him to activate it immediately, saying the future rested in his hands and promising to do anything necessary. That's when Ethan realized the New Order leader also had computational power, but would he give it up? Ethan wrote that he needed the red-haired leader's computational power, confusing him at first. After Ethan explained digitization, the leader finally understood. The New Order leader asked how much power Ethan had, hearing 57%, and realized it was perfect since he himself had 33%, meaning together they could reach 90% and unlock everything. Ethan was stunned by that amount, recalling that after killing the gardener, they each gained more power, and with Rulai's death, it all made sense. Ethan asked if the New Order leader agreed, and he did, saying nothing mattered more than digitization, even telling Ethan to come and kill him. Ethan asked if there was another way, but the leader said power could only be gained in dungeons or by killing other players, meaning Ethan would have to kill him. Ethan was trapped, unable to leave and unable to personally kill him, unsure how to resolve it. Then Ethan heard the Eastern Imperial Bell, realizing if the leader died to it, there would be no way to obtain his power. Yet messages said the leader was fine, leaving Ethan confused about the sound's source. A serpent's voice answered, saying it barely survived thanks to the assembly and deformation modules Ethan had given it, allowing it to withstand massive damage and revealing it had absorbed the Eastern Imperial Bell's power and evolved into an Apocalypse rank monster. Ethan realized that since the serpent was his legendary tree companion, killing the New Order leader through it would grant Ethan the computational power, asking where it was, learning it stood by the teleport, confirming that any kill it made would credit Ethan. That news filled Ethan with hope. If Ethan killed the New Order leader, the world after invasion would be chaos, monsters everywhere, humans gaining inhuman power, and without enough strength, Ethan himself could be replaced, a threat not only from enemies, The New Order leader understood this too, but once Ethan killed him, it would take half a day to recover levels. And though Ethan would wait, the outcome still hung on what came next. Digitization could trigger itself once the computational power threshold was reached, and the New Order leader warned that after digitization kicked in, they wouldn't be able to change anything anymore. Activating it now was their only shot at surviving the coming crisis, because if they waited, everyone would die, and not every level 1 human would stay weak forever. Right then, the serpent killed the New Order leader, and Ethan activated digitization. Ethan was hit with a brutal twist. Because of a special condition, his progress would be reset, meaning he would face the primordial realm's arrival as a level 1. If he could have refused that reward, life would be way easier, and even without a level cap, it wouldn't help him survive the opening wave of horror. Ethan fell into despair because things couldn't get worse, and he was already close to giving up. When the primordial realm descended into the real world, Ethan would have to rely on his sister, and she was unconscious right now. But after digitization, that small amount of poison wouldn't matter to a level 50 player. Another notification said Ethan's level wouldn't be limited by the legendary tree's level, which implied legendary trees and computational power existed in the real world too. And if the New Order leader's words were true, those three beings likely controlled the real world's legendary tree. Then Ethan suddenly heard something. A tiny crack appeared in the wall, and out of that wall, the serpent forced its way through. Ethan couldn't understand how it pulled that off, because it felt impossible. The serpent said breaking in was insanely hard because of the barrier, and when Ethan demanded how it got through, the serpent brushed it off as a long story to be told later. Then the serpent handed Ethan a sphere, and inside it was a serpent. It explained that this was a special egg made from its source code. It would absorb part of Ethan's gained experience and grow with his level, and once Ethan became strong enough, the serpent could manifest in the real world. Ethan was stunned that he would have to summon the serpent like that, asking why it couldn't just go with him. And the realization hit that the serpent understood Ethan was just a player and they came from different worlds. The serpent laughed, saying it didn't expect Ethan to be that shocked, explaining it had evolved, recovered fragments of memory and computational power, and that's why it broke in and learned things about Ethan, adding that Ethan should thank the tiger cub who shattered the barrier, because that event activated the Eastern Imperial Bell and pulled the serpent straight into the Sphere of Light, where the place was piled with corpses of monsters who tried to enter, and the Sphere of Light flooded the serpent with energy and pushed its evolution. Ethan's head spun because none of it made sense. How the serpent learned about him, whether its memories contained info about the real world, since it claimed to only know the primordial realm was once destroyed, then rebuilt and altered by men and women who came after. Ethan understood the situation, but he had hoped to bring the serpent with him, because with that power, their survival odds would skyrocket. The only comfort was that he could still summon it later after leveling up, even if that would take a long time. Ethan smiled and asked that if the serpent couldn't come along, it should at least hand over the Eastern Imperial Bell, since the serpent would still be the strongest even without it. Ethan admitted that the bell was useless to the serpent right now, but it would help him, and the serpent agreed. Ethan was thrilled and thanked it, and the serpent said it had one more thing, something it found in the Sphere of Light. The serpent gave Ethan a sealing sphere, an item that could seal the user's current level and stats, but doing so would drop the user back to level 1, and the sealing sphere could take the form of any weapon, granting the weapon's wielder the sealed level and stats, with the item's quality depending on how long it was used, which was exactly what Ethan needed. Ethan bowed to the serpent and thanked it for coming through, because without it, he would have been cooked. The serpent said everything depended on Ethan now, that he had to keep grinding hard and it would wait for the day they fought side by side again, but this time in the real world, as Ethan's digitization was already activated. In the real world, people were still walking around, laughing, living normal life with their families. Ethan finally woke up in the real world, in his own room, on his own bed. He decided to summon his sphere to confirm his abilities had truly transferred into reality. After confirming it, Ethan stored the sphere back into his reverse inventory. After the primordial realm manifested, players needed to log back into the game to receive their character's power, and Ethan knew that, so he grabbed 2 pairs of glasses so his sister and her friend could log in. He tried to put the glasses into his inventory, but a notification popped up saying that item couldn't be stored. He quickly stuffed them into a bag because he had to get them to the girls ASAP. Ethan was already standing outside his door. He sprinted down the stairs at full speed. Somewhere in the city, a huge explosion went off, blowing out every window in a building. People around panicked, trying to call the cops, but Ethan ignored it and kept running for the hospital. He hopped onto a scooter and fired it up. Knowing this was only the beginning, plants and mutants were already popping up everywhere. Players were only just realizing they had their character's power, but the real chaos would hit when high-level plants appeared and players fully adapted. Ethan pushed the scooter hard, racing toward the hospital. He knew it was relatively safe right now, but he couldn't relax, because until he leveled up, he'd have to rely on the girls. If he were level 60, he'd reach the hospital in seconds. But the ultimate reward for clearing the game was a level reset. And now, he didn't even have level 1 gear to slot the ceiling sphere into and get a proper weapon, because he had traded his starter equipment for dollars, never imagining he'd need it again, leaving him stuck with a bike and pure desperation. Meanwhile, in the city hospital, a bald man received a notification about some digitization and assumed it was just a story event. But everything felt terrifyingly real, like a dungeon designed to mimic reality, and he could physically feel power surging in his body. He knew his real body could never hold that kind of strength because he had stage 4 cancer, and after so much chemo, he couldn't even sit up in real life. Yet here, he felt alive in the primordial realm. Then, his entire family suddenly walked into his room. He remembered his mother coming to him before, saying they couldn't continue paying for treatment, begging him not to hate them. She told him his dad bought him a new game, the Primordial Realm, hoping at least there he could have some fun. After she left, his little brother said their aunt claimed they would all die if he didn't die, then told him to hurry up and die. The bald man decided that if this was a game, he would vent by killing them all because they dared abandon him, and even if it was the best move for them, he still hated them, planning to murder them in-game and then die in the real world, so he would never be a burden again. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl heard all the noise. Curiosity hit her hard, and she wondered what was happening inside. She slowly cracked the door open, trying to see what was going on. In the next instant, the ceiling was sliced apart, and the bald man with the sword dropped down from above. He had slaughtered his entire family and was crying, repeating to himself that this was only a game. Their words echoed in his mind. Every sentence his family had ever thrown at him, replaying again and again. But he kept convincing himself it was just a game, so there was no point in feeling guilty. Driven completely insane, he charged at the medical staff with his sword, telling himself it had to be a game, otherwise he wouldn't have weapons or character abilities. After killing the staff, he slashed through the hospital ceiling again. He was overwhelmed with joy, finally able to vent everything he'd bottled up. When the red-haired girl saw all this, the bald man noticed her. He immediately assumed the dungeon was full of humanoid monsters and decided he needed to clear it as fast as possible and return to the real world. At the same time, the main hero was racing toward the city hospital on his motorcycle. He had to make it before everyone died, but the hospital was still a few kilometers away. The red-haired girl didn't understand what he was talking about. Monsters, dungeons, none of it made sense, but that wasn't the priority right now. What mattered was grabbing the sister and getting out of there. In the same moment, the man sliced the door in half behind her. He kicked the broken door hard. It flew off its hinges, leaving the girl completely stunned. Rage and panic mixed inside her, because her next decision would decide her life and the unconscious girl's life. As the man stepped into the room, she asked whether he was also trapped in this dungeon. Hearing that shook him deeply. She sat down on the bed and claimed she was the vice president of some freedom alliance, fully aware such an organization didn't exist, but hoping he would believe it. She suggested teaming up to clear the dungeon, thinking that since he talked about dungeons and carried weapons, he must have played the primordial realm and possibly escaped from a psychiatric ward, so playing along was the safest option. He was relieved to hear it really was a dungeon, because the place felt way too real and he had almost believed it was reality, though he was confused why there was no exit key. The girl noticed the terrifying damage his blade left behind and wondered since when hospitals stored weapons like that, but she had no time to think. Her priority was keeping him as far away from A Yuan as possible. If this were a game, she could have handled him easily. So she told him she came here with a friend who suddenly got kicked out of the game, leaving her stuck alone, and if he knew the way, they could clear the dungeon together. The bald man was surprised that someone could get forcibly logged out mid-dungeon, but he didn't suspect anything because she looked too harmless and sincere. He concluded the only way to leave the dungeon was to kill all the in-game characters, and together they could do it faster. The girl couldn't protect herself at all, let alone stop him, so she stood up and agreed, her real goal being to lure him away and secure A Yuan's safety. He explained that he had already cleared the floor above, so there was nothing left there, while she couldn't understand why he kept treating the real world like a game. She couldn't grasp how he had snapped so completely, denying reality so easily, yet believing her instantly, clearly desperate to find proof he was still inside a game. Realizing she could exploit that, she said killing every monster was inefficient, since in Primordial Realm dungeons you usually had to find a special item or defeat a boss, and she suggested splitting up. Since the difficulty seemed low, she proposed that once either of them found the boss, they would regroup and finish it together, while she planned to grab the sister and escape if he agreed. Suddenly, the man turned and stared down the corridor. A massive monster was standing right behind her. The creature lunged, aiming to kill the red-haired girl. With a grin, the bald man stopped it, slashing it away with a single sword strike. Seeing the monster filled him with joy, fully confirming in his mind that this really was a dungeon. The girl was horrified because she knew she was in the real world and this should have been impossible. The man sent the monster flying with a single blow. He didn't plan to linger and moved on while the girl stood frozen, unable to tell whether she was in reality or a game. She had no time to think, as two more monsters crawled out behind her, ready to kill her, and she still had no idea where they came from. She realized she had to lure them away. Even if she couldn't kill them, at least A Yuan would be safe, and she sprinted toward the man. When she ran toward him, he was already fighting another monster. He was overwhelmingly strong and sliced it apart effortlessly. The girl kept running toward him, the two monsters chasing her, which worked perfectly, since it meant her sister was no longer in danger. She suddenly veered in another direction as the two monsters jumped at the man. They attacked him together, locking him in combat while she ran away at full speed. She grabbed a mop along the way, hoping it would serve as some kind of protection. At that moment, the man decapitated one monster, but was immediately struck by another, the creature piercing straight through his body. Even so, he refused to quit and, despite the massive wound, sliced off the second monster's head. The girl watched as he wiped out every monster, but the wound was catastrophic, and it was clear he would most likely die from it. She was stunned by how strong he was, taking them down so fast. She knew she had deliberately lured the monsters toward him, but she had no other choice. Protecting the sister mattered more. and facing a madman was still better than those creatures. In the next moment, after losing too much blood, the man collapsed to the floor, feeling every ounce of pain as death crept in, unable to understand why the game felt so real. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he convinced himself it wasn't that bad, thinking death would just log him out of the game, and that thought kept him from completely breaking. The girl slowly approached him and asked if he was okay. He asked her if this was really a game, and she reassured him that it had to be. Otherwise, there wouldn't be monsters like these or strength like his. But deep down, he knew a game couldn't feel like this, and that this was the real world, not a simulation. He had understood it all along but refused to accept it, and that realization finally broke him, making him cry. The girl looked at him in shock, unsure what she was supposed to do. The man began to fade away, as if he were inside a game, even though this was reality. She stepped closer and tried to comfort him, saying it was just a game and not worth breaking down over. He was almost gone, but he looked her straight in the eyes and smiled. Then he vanished completely, meaning he had died. A strange sphere dropped where he disappeared, and the girl picked it up, not knowing what it was. By then, the main hero had reached the hospital and stood at the entrance. He spotted the red-haired girl sitting alone at the far end of the corridor. She was overwhelmed with relief when she saw him. The main hero walked up to her and asked what happened, why doors were smashed, and part of the ceiling was gone. She brushed it off, saying nothing happened and that it couldn't be changed, not wanting to worry him, but insisted they hurry and get his sister out of the hospital because something was seriously wrong. The main hero said they needed to enter the primordial realm and put the glasses on them. Suddenly, the glasses dissolved into the air. The red-haired girl finally understood why that man had been so strong and armed, and why her family had spent so much money on the primordial realm. She asked how the game had merged with reality. At the same time, Ethan's sister woke up. Coming to, she had no idea what was happening or where she was. The red-haired girl nearly burst into tears and hugged her tightly, confused why everyone seemed so happy to see her. The main hero smiled, relieved that his sister had finally recovered. One problem was solved. Now he had to figure out how they would survive in this new world. First, they needed a safe place where they could live, even if constant fighting was unavoidable, as long as they didn't lose hope for a peaceful life. He knew it was possible and was ready to carve that path himself, having worked non-stop to avoid being helpless when the primordial realm descended. But now, knowing about the apocalypse, if the world would end in 3 years, all his effort might be meaningless. The most important thing now was verifying whether the leader of the new order had told the truth. If he lied, Ethan would stick to the original plan and just survive with his sister. But if not, he needed to level up fast and strengthen the snake enough to summon it at full power, then head to the mountain and deal with the source of everything. Before that, he had to learn what special experience was and how to obtain it, and also find a proper weapon to apply the sealing sphere to, since the sealing sphere could lock levels, stats, and titles, transform into a weapon, and potentially make that transformation permanent depending on rank and use time. No matter what happened, his top priority remained his sister's safety, and he had to restore his strength as fast as possible. He needed starter gear but had no idea how to get it. Suddenly, all 3 of them heard and felt something strange. Without warning, the floor collapsed beneath them and they began to fall, while the main hero immediately steadied himself and grasped what was happening. A massive section of the hospital, along with everyone inside, was being sucked into a gigantic portal. People panicked, begging for help, while the main hero and the 2 girls watched in shock, not knowing what to do. The main hero couldn't understand why a dungeon was here, since in his previous life it had never existed, and something this huge would have been impossible to miss. The 2 girls were pulled toward the portal. He shouted for them not to panic, reminding them that they had level 50 abilities and needed to act like they were in a game, that they were level 10 players and would be fine, and that this dungeon might have appeared because of them. He followed after them, knowing they would likely be separated, and that their safety was the top priority. The worst part was that he had no weapon to apply the sealing sphere to. If the dungeon appeared because of them, it meant it was high level, which was the worst case scenario. His stats were pitiful across the board, but even so, it was a chance to learn what special experience really was. And this time, even at level 1, he could grow by clearing this dungeon. Ethan and a group of people appeared inside an unfamiliar dungeon. Panic erupted as no one understood where they were. One man had just been heading to work. Another couldn't comprehend where the monsters came from, wondering if he had finally lost his mind. Still, he and the girls had appeared in different spots, and if this dungeon really got dragged into existence because of them, then where were they now? He had to find them somehow. But first came the ugly truth. He needed a weapon. Even with the Weapon Master title, bare hands meant he was dead weight. Then he heard someone barking for the crowd to shut it, since they weren't dead yet and the whining had to stop. Some dude stepped up, claiming he'd protect everyone and that it was time to show how strong he really was. Ethan clocked it instantly. A player had spawned with them, and that meant at least some monsters could get cleared. A red-haired guy snapped that this wasn't joke time. Those monsters were lethal and a toy sword wouldn't do a thing. The loudmouth fired back that it wasn't a toy. It was a real sword from the primordial realm. After getting kicked out, he had logged back in, and somehow his character's power and gear had slammed into him. With strength like that, nobody could touch him, so everyone needed to relax. He had them covered. The whole group froze up because that was impossible. No way a primordial realm build could spill into reality. The red-haired guy didn't buy it and figured the dude had smacked his head. He played Primordial Realm 2 at a way higher level, yet he got none of that power. The show-off claimed it was because he was destined to be the main character. Ethan thought the guy looked crazy familiar, like he'd seen him somewhere before, but that didn't matter. If the dude could fight monsters and hold the line while Ethan found a weapon, he could flex all he wanted. Then a sound crawled out of the dark. Ethan knew that noise belonged to something nasty, a monster closing in. People flinched because that sound meant they weren't alone. The sword guy told them not to be scared, he could handle it. People told him to quit playing hero, but he ignored them and marched out anyway. A level 20 rat monster stepped into view. Ethan read the situation fast. If the dungeon was tied to the sisters, a level 20 monster had to be near the outer edge. Either way, Ethan couldn't even deal with that right now. They were lucky a player was here because without him, Ethan didn't even know what his next move would be. The swordsman and the monster traded a hit. The swordsman was stronger and the rat dropped. The crowd lit up, hyped that he one-shot it. Ethan was surprised a loud flexor could delete a monster in one swing. That kind of output meant at least around level 40. The red-haired guy was stunned too, still stuck on how someone could pull power out of the game. But the swordsman had taken a wound, and the pain hit him like a truck. He nearly cried from it, not understanding why it hurt so bad when the game never felt like this. After the hit, the monster dissolved, meaning it was fully defeated. The red-haired guy warned that more monsters were coming and he had to handle them. But the swordsman hopped back to the wall in an instant and refused, saying it hurt too much. He curled into a corner like a kid because the pain was too real. The red-haired guy told him it didn't matter if it hurt. Everyone was counting on him, and this wasn't the time to complain. He had to take the monsters down. The swordsman froze, shocked that people were relying on him. Then he snapped and slashed the red-haired guy's chest, furious that someone would depend on him and talk to him like that. The red-haired guy hit the floor, blood pouring out fast. Everyone was horrified. He had just killed a person. Ethan stared at him with pure disgust, but he couldn't act, not with his current lack of strength. Two monsters were already closing in, eyes locked on the dead body. Starving, they sprinted straight toward it. The swordsman called out that while the monsters were busy with the corpse, Everyone had to run after him, or they'd get eaten next. He carefully skirted around the body as the monsters started feeding. Ethan burst forward at full speed, cutting around the half-devoured corpse as the monsters were distracted. The remaining people froze, torn between running for their lives or following the man who had just killed one of their own. The arm player urged them to move immediately, knowing hesitation meant death. A terrified nurse stood shaking, fully aware that her next choice would decide whether she lived or died. She finally ran after him, understanding there was no other option, since none of them could survive against the monsters alone. Ethan realized that no matter how vile that man was, staying meant certain death once the monsters finished feeding. He noticed a doctor gripping a scalpel, hands trembling but eyes steady. The doctor refused to run, unable to accept following someone who had just murdered a human being. The killer dismissed it as meaningless, warning that once the monsters were done eating, the doctor would be next. Ethan understood there was no time left. The monsters finished devouring the corpse and lifted their blood-soaked heads. Their gaze locked onto the living. Terror consumed the doctor as he realized escape was no longer possible. When a rat monster lunged, Ethan snatched the scalpel and stepped forward, knowing retreat was no longer an option. Even a scalpel counted as a weapon. Kitchen knives were useless at his level, but surgical steel was sharper and better forged. Ethan activated the sealing sphere and in an instant sliced through the monsters with overwhelming force. The doctor stared in disbelief as creatures fell to a simple medical tool. For Ethan, it felt effortless. The scalpel shattered immediately after, the sealing sphere returning to his backpack as its time expired. Only then did Ethan fully understand the mechanic. Low-tier weapons could sustain the sealed power for barely 2 seconds. The doctor thanked Ethan, still shaking from what he had just witnessed. New sounds echoed down the corridor as more monsters approached, and Ethan asked if there were more scalpels. The doctor revealed he had taken several, anticipating the hospital would turn into hell. Ethan took them all, knowing every second of power would matter. He held 6 scalpels in total, more than enough for now, though the doctor doubted it would be enough against the horde. If the dungeon had formed because of the girls, they had to be near the center, likely facing monsters above level 60. That meant Ethan would have to carve through layers of enemies ranging from level 20 to 50 to reach them. He activated the sealing sphere again, fully aware it would only grant him power for 2 seconds. Then he remembered his blessing and triggered it, boosting every stat by 1,000 and extending its duration to 30 seconds. With no hesitation left, Ethan decided it was time to end this and purge the dungeon completely.